Chapter 50, The Quest Side Story, Survival Training PT-5. Jump City. Orochimaru stood atop the tallest building in the city, a sly smirk across his lips as he looked into the distance. He then looked up when he saw the clouds, moving outwards, as if to escape something evil at their source. Lightning arched and cracked from cloud to cloud, leaving trails of electricity flying over them all. Chuckling lightly, the snake-eyed man crossed his arms with an amused smirk across his lips. "Ah, I knew you could do it, Naruto-kun, but even I could never have imagined it would be so soon." Orochimaru thought to himself with an evil-sounding chuckle echoing from his lips. "'Twould seem we are no longer the only bijou in this dimension, Kyubi?" Orochimaru said to no one before laughing lightly to himself. Closing his eyes, Orochimaru then reached out his senses, attempting to find the beast that he was sure Naruto was becoming. However, when he did, a shiver ran down the length of his spine. That was no normal chakra, he felt. This looks to be a most interesting adventure from now on. Orochimaru mused aloud, then grinned sinisterly as he jumped into the air, only to vanish in a trail of fire. Watchtower. Dr. Fate suddenly felt a powerful surge and had to stop in one of the watchtower's halls, a cold sweat forming at his brow. Such awesome power. The helmeted man thought to himself before quickly making his way through the watchtower and coming out in the control room. Typing on the control console rapidly, Dr. Fate tried to pinpoint what he was feeling, but whatever it was, the energy source wasn't reading on the watchtower's sensors. Then it's either a natural form of energy, or something radically different to anything else we've encountered. The man realized before feeling out with his powers and started to pinpoint its location. Still, if I can find it, perhaps I can also find a satellite to get me a photo of the area it's in. Dr. Fate mused to himself before noticing a call coming from Jason Blood, thus patched him through as he continued his work. "Yes, Jason. What do you need?" Dr. Fate questioned even as he tried to pinpoint the energy signature's exact location. "Do you feel it?" A slightly panicked Jason questioned, and Fate halted, and then frowned deeply. Jason was known to be calm and collected at nearly all times. The magnitude of anything that could cause him to panic as he obviously wasn't to be taken lightly. "If you're referring to the massive surge of power I just sensed, then yes, but where is it? That's the question I want answered for the moment," Dr. Fate replied as he continued to try and locate the position of the power source. However, oddly enough, it was almost like it was coming from the entirety of planet Earth, as if something was trying to siphon off all of the world's energy somehow. "That's not what I mean, this power, it's almost as if it wishes to crush or constrain anything with a demonic heritage, including Etrigan," Jason said while trying not to sound as panicked as he was feeling, albeit he knew he was also failing miserably. However, Dr. Fate stopped at that tidbit of information. Dr. Fate paused before rubbing his chin and started to switch the search parameters. This time he set it for a more celestial energy and widened his eyes when he saw an enormous surge of it in the forest of Jump City. However, stranger still was the mass of demonic energy that seemed to be mixing with it. "By the Creator, what is this?" Dr. Fate wondered to himself before zooming in on the center-most position of the cloud of raw power. However, what he saw caused him to give pause for but a brief moment. What he was seeing was what looked like a tornado of some kind, and in the very center of it was what looked like a beast with numerous tails flowing from its backside. "Jason, do you think you could investigate this phenomena for me?" Dr. Fate questioned of the scarlet-haired man and could hear the groan that Jason let out. "Unfortunately no, at this point I'd be afraid of something happening to me if I changed into Etrigan, and possibly even if I didn't change. There's no telling what it could do to me if I were to get any closer to it. This energy, whatever it is, seems to have a very adverse effect on demons," Jason replied as calmly as he could, though he felt like finding the quickest way of running from the power he was feeling that he could. Sighing for a moment, Dr. Fate considered his options when he realized Etrigan wouldn't be going to investigate. "There are a few people I could send, but we don't know what this is, and it doesn't feel like a threat to anything, well besides demons, so what is it?" Dr. Fate wondered to himself while clicking his tongue, mulling over finding someone to investigate, doing so himself, or he could always just take someone with him to find out what was going on down there. Forest. Clone A and B made their way towards the center of the massive crater. Raven still riding on Clone B's back as they came to a halt. Moving slightly to the side, Raven could see a thin swirling tornado was all that was left of the wind they'd seen before. Above the tornado was the full moon, its light shining down upon them all. "Why did you stop?" Raven questioned, only to gasp as both clones flipped back as a blast of lightning suddenly ripped its way through the ground. "That's why," Clone A replied flatly as he narrowed his eyes on the figure that lay within the thin tornado. A deep growl echoed from it, and Raven looked over Clone B's shoulder, her eyes widening. Within the tornado was a creature, its head looking towards the moon, 5 long tails slowly twisting and flicking behind it, its ears were slightly long, about half the length of the cubies, and its entire form was completely silhouetted from view. What is that? The F5 tails was absorbed into the ghetto mazo. Clone B wondered aloud while Clone A shrugged only for them to stiffen as one of the beast's ears suddenly twitched towards them. It stood on 4 legs, all 5 of its tails fanning out behind it when Clone A noticed something strange. Cursing lightly, Clone A moved back slowly while strange bubbles formed at the beast's tailbone, before it quickly formed into another tail. When the tail formed, the beast increased in size as well, growing to stand at about 5-foot tail while on all 4s. Shit, get Karachan to safety. Clone A ordered while grabbing a pair of kunai, causing Clone B to look at him as if he were crazy. What about you? Clone B demanded, and a frown crossed Clone A's features as the strange creature crouched down and an echoing growl came to his ears. I'll try to hold this thing off for as long as I can. All you need to do is protect his fine Jinx and then protect her and Karachan. Clone A ordered while forming a pair of chakra sabers from his twin kunai, Clone B looking at him in shock for a moment. I said go. Clone A ordered angrily, and Clone B blinked before nodding his head and running for dear life as Clone A turned back to the beast and twisted his chakra sabers in hand for a moment. Alright, I'm not sure what you are, but you really picked the wrong place to appear, Clone A stated simply while lunging at the beast, only for it to zip to the side with unimaginable speed, and then slow down and launch itself at the clone. Cursing, Clone A used a quick Kawarimi no Jutsu to escape, leaving the now 6-tailed beast to crash into it. Rearing his arms back, Clone A then sliced with both of his chakra sabers, sending 2 Kugenjin blasts straight for the beast. The blasts fused in midair to form an X that grew closer and closer to the beast, only for it to crouch and jump in the air, and then strangely enough, it jumped a second time, flipping over the X blast before landing behind it with a roar. Okay, that was new. Clone A noted to himself while the creature then shook its head and growled as another bubble formed at the base of its tailbone. The bubble quickly formed into a 7th tail, now growing to 5.5 feet tall on all 4s. Clone A's eyes widened in shock as witnessed it slam a paw into the ground, a miniature earthquake rocking the ground and knocking Clone A off his feet. Shaking his head, Clone A then widened his eyes as the beast opened its jaws. Dozens of bubbles began forming before it while its tails arched towards its head. Oh shit! He cried out loudly while lunging out of the way as the bubbles slowly formed together into a solid sphere. Biting down on the ball, the creature braced itself as its body nearly plowed into the ground and then turned and opened its mouth. Imari! The 7-tailed beast cried out loudly as a massive beam of raw chakra rocketed towards Clone A. Thinking quickly, Clone A grinned and quickly dug underground just as the blast would have hit him. The blast tore a sizable chunk out of the landscape, the 7-tailed beast narrowing its eyes. It then heard something and looked down, only for Clone A to rise out of the ground with an uppercut to its chin. Flying backwards, the beast flipped in midair to land on its paws while Clone A crawled out of the ground and formed a familiar T-shaped hand seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. The clone exclaimed while creating several clones around it as they all faced down the now very angry beast. Said beast roaring out as it crouched down, then quickly lunged forward with unmatchable speed. Growling furiously, the beast then swung its tail, slicing the nearly blade-like appendages clean through every clone in its path before causing 5 of them to lunge forward for Clone A himself. Eyes wide for only a moment, Clone A moved back as the 5 tails formed into a mock hand that tried to grab him. When the hand missed, the beast itself lunged out of the hand, and made to bite the unlucky clone. Using a quick Kawarimi no Jutsu, Clone A avoided becoming kibble as the beast bit into the boulder, its 7 tails ripping into and then through the boulder, turning it into rubble before his very eyes. I am so dead. The clone couldn't help but whisper to himself while the tailed beast suddenly began to shake, another series of bubbles forming at its tailbone. Oh no, please not another one. Clone A said to himself while backing away when an 8th tail formed from its tailbone. The now 8-tailed beast then howled up into the night sky before crouching as sparks arched along its entire body. Growling and snarling, the beast's 8 tails fanned out behind it while Clone A quickly made a T-shaped hand seal yet again, not taking any chances this time. Taiju Kagebunshin no Jutsu. The blonde cried out as over 100 of him were formed this time, and then gulped audibly as he and the others watched the strange-tailed beast. Got a plan? The clone closest to Clone A asked, and he shook his head as the beast then lifted its head up and opened its mouth wide. Amatsu Mikaboshi. August Star of Heaven. The beast cried out as an endlessly dark essence flowed out of its open jaws and the cloud darkness began to rise up into the sky. What the hell? One of the many clones demanded loudly as the sky was soon covered in darkness, not even the light of the stars or the full moon penetrating its depths. When that happened, Clone A looked around as all became dark, only their chakra sabers giving off even the barest hint of light while the tailed beast had vanished. This really doesn't bode well for us boys. Clone A noted quietly to himself until he noticed several screams as his clones were torn apart one by one. Shit, figure out some way to make it visible again and fast. Clone A ordered of his own clones and they all agreed with him immediately as they tried to think of a way to see the thing. We should try channeling chakra into our eyes. That trick always let us see in the dark before. One called out only for another to grunt in annoyance, as it had long turned off its chakra sabers, fully aware the beast was tracking them with those glowing blades. Not a good idea. That only works in low-light conditions. That beast eliminated all light sources save our own. And stop using your damn chakra sabers already. The damn thing is probably following our chakra sabers to attack us. The clone ordered, though Clone A wondered why it sounded so much like Shikamaru for only a moment before turning his chakra saber off and placing the kunai into his kunai case. Okay, does anyone have any other ideas? Another clone demanded only to scream out before the other clones heard a popping sound. Come on, we talk it finds us, we attack it finds us, we do anything, it finds us. Where the hell did this damn thing find this technique? No, seriously, I like it. Another of the clones wondered aloud and Clone A slapped his face as he wondered why all their clones had such strange personality quirks. These dope clones are going to get us all mauled, and I can't afford any more chakra to make them. Though I will admit this is a particularly useful technique, and it might actually be worth learning. Clone A admitted to himself as he closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling for the other clones around him. Unless we want to be completely annihilated out here, we need to regroup and figure out a way to see this damn thing before it finds us. Clone A thought to himself as he soon found one of his clones and both breathed sighs of relief. Can you tell where that bijou thing is? Clone A asked in a hushed whisper, still wishing he could see, as the strange beast was silent as the grave. Not really, this darkness is made of pure chakra, it's making it impossible to find the damn thing, it feels almost like it's everywhere around us all at once. The other clone replied with a frown, being the one who sounded a lot like Shikamaru as Clone A then frowned in thought for a moment. We need a way to make that thing visible again, got any ideas? Clone A asked and the clone clicked its tongue for a moment before nodding its head. Just one, but we'll need a diversion for it to work. The other clone replied even as they heard another clone as it was destroyed in the distance. Right, and that should be oh so easy. Clone A noted sarcastically and the other clone grunted before grumbling under his breath. However, the sound of another clone popping out of existence much closer to them causing both clones to forget any annoyance and focus on the here and now. Right, I'll go figure out some way to distract it then. Clone A agreed, never noticing as the other clone put a chakra string on him as he walked away. You're doing well enough already. If I'm right, this thing can see chakra, so it'll follow that string either to you or me, then either way we do it, we can use my idea on it. The other clone noted to itself, and then sighed when he heard the sound of the beast heading towards him. Oi, Mendokus. The clone muttered to itself even as the beast lunged at it and snapped its jaws onto him. This instantly caused Clone A's eyes to widen and a grin comes onto his face as he turned around, following the chakra string to its source. Got ya. The clone thought to itself as he lunged forward, forming several hand seals before lunging up and bring a hand down on top of the beast's back. Hearing it roar, Clone A quickly flipped off of it, just as the seal he planted on the beast started to glow brightly, revealing the beast's location. Twisting around, the beast tried to find the source of the light, only to roar out in frustration while Clone A grinned. Finally, he called out while forming a Rasengan in one hand and then lunged at the beast, slamming the swirling sphere into the beast's face and sending it flying back. Flipping in midair, the beast landed on its feet before howling loudly, the darkness opening up and allowing the moon to shine through once more. Grunting as the light came back, Clone A blinked several times while his remaining clones did much the same. Oi, that was so not fun. One of the clones noted while rubbing his eyes, the darkness that the beast had summoned slowly fading away completely while the tailed beast roared loudly. Yeah, well, right now I'm just glad that we can see again. Clone A stated while widening his eyes as another series of bubbles formed at the beast's tailbone, then quickly formed into a ninth tail. Oh shit. One of the other clones said with wide eyes, summing up the thoughts of its fellow clones nicely. The now nine-tailed beast then roared loudly, however didn't grow as it had before, instead its body morphed slightly, wind-shaped finials flowing off of its shoulders to point back. I don't remember any other nine-tailed beasts besides QB, how about you boys? One of the clones asked while backing away and Clone A narrowed his eyes as he saw the beast slowly open a pair of eyes, his mouth falling open as he realized it had been fighting without being able to see them this entire time. We have bigger problems, this damn thing is going to be one hell of a lot more aggressive soon enough. Clone A stated before looking to a clone at its side and pulled out a Hiratian kunai. Let's see if we can put this stupid thing down now before it tears us all a new one. He ordered and all the clones threw a hail of Hiraishin kunai into the air while they came down on top of the nine-tailed beast. Roaring loudly, the beast crouched back even as the first hail of kunai came down on it, snarling as it watched the clones started vanishing in yellow flashes. A cruel grin then started crossing its features as they did so. Before the first clone to reappear could even blink, one of the beast's nine tails lashed out, slicing clean through it. The next one met a similar fate, and still as even more clones appeared they all found the beast's tails waiting, slicing into and through them like sharp swords. Roaring loudly, the beast jumped up and spun around, fanning out its tails and causing them to spin in a circle, cleaving every clone near it in half while it came out on all fours with a roar. As the last few clones started to reappear, several of them quickly jumped off of other clones and out of the way as the beast sliced into them with its razor-sharp claws, Clone A gaping as he watched the spectacle, his few remaining clones quickly moving back towards him. "Whoa, well, looks like that was a bust," Clone A noted, no small amount of awe in his tone as the beast then crouched down once more, another series of bubbles forming at its tailbone and his eyes widening further than before. "Oh Kami-sama, please no." The clone pleaded for naught as a 10th tail formed from the beast's tailbone, its eyes snapping open at long last. However, that was just the beginning as the beast lifted its head and howled out into the night, darkness creeping off of the beast's form and into the ground before spreading out from it. The beast was as such, finally revealed, its form no longer a silhouette though the clones actually wished it was. The beast was now a 6-foot tail wolf when on all fours, its ears half the length of the Kyuubi's own, its teeth and claws looked like the purest of ivory marble, its fur resembled the deepest obsidian black one could imagine with orange-red streaks along its sides, a mane of black fur flowing from the back of its head while wind-shaped finials flowed from its shoulders as well as it forming into a pair of mock horns from its forehead. Orange-red marks were positioned over its eyes in a similar way to Naruto's Sage Mode, and 3 stripes like lightning bolts on its cheeks finished the only other coloring it had save for its gray-violet eyes, ones with a dilated pupil and ripple-like pattern forming outwards. Can we run and scream now?" one of the clones suddenly asked, his eyes wide in a combination of shock and extreme fear upon seeing the familiar eyes. "Love to, but we can't let this thing attack Kara-chan or anyone else, it might just kill them and be done with it," Clone A reminded while the 10-tailed beast then allowed its tails to fan out as it closed its eyes. "What now?" one of the clones wondered before gaping as a ball of chakra formed at each of the beast's tails. "Jubi Rasengan. 10-tailed swirling sphere," the beast cried out before lunging its tails into the ground. Looking all around, the clones then scattered as the tails ripped out of the ground below them, twisting and swerving in all directions. Gritting his teeth, Clone A rolled out of the way of one of the tails and flipped over another just as the tails connected with several of the remaining clones, destroying them instantly while the tails soon returned to the newly formed Jubi, fanning out behind it as it glared at the clones angrily. "We haven't even touched this thing and it's nearly wiped out all of us," Clone A grumbled to himself only to groan as the strange beast started to shake before roaring out loud as a field of chakra formed around it, then condensed into a familiar bone-like armor. This armor started with a white skull mask with an X cut out of it, a long series of spinal plates down the middle of its back before branching out into 10 spines along its tails, wind-shaped greaves adorned each of its legs, and 6 tomo-shaped beads formed around its neck like a magatama necklace. Digging its sharp claws into the ground, the tailed beast then crouched low while Clone A looked to the remaining clones. "Boys, we're officially out of options, time to go for the big one," Clone A stated, and 3 of the remaining clones grimaced for a moment. "Oh man, but that's seriously going to drain our remaining reserves," one of them reminded, and Clone A gave the one that spoke a glare. "All right, but I do this under extreme protest," the clone then said as he and 2 of the remaining clones got as far from the bijou as they could. As it did, Clone A turned to the remaining clones with him and crossed his arms with a deep frown on his face. "All right men, now all we have to do is distract that thing until the others finish," he stated, and several of the clones sighed, already knowing they most likely wouldn't be coming back from this alive. "Been nice knowing me," one of the clones quipped quietly before the mass of clones charged forward, towards the Jubi. Narrowing its eyes, the wolf then spread out its legs as they approached, a cruel grin spreading over its face as they did. Lunging forward, the clones all prepared different attacks, some a Rasengan, others their chakra sabers, and one even had a Rasen shuriken ready. However, it was all for naught as the beast roared aloud, its eyes glaring at them. "Shinra Tensei! Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god!" the beast exclaimed, Clone A's eyes bolting open as he and the majority of the clones were sent flying away by an invisible force. Cursing as he and the clones were sent flying, Clone A threw a Hiraishin kunai to the ground while grabbing 2 of the clones, then used the jutsu and brought them with him as the other clones slammed into the side of the crater, before all of them went out with a puff of smoke. "Crap, where did it learn to do that?" One of the clones wondered while holding its head, Clone A only wondering what it would do next. The beast then roared once more, and Clone A yelped as he and the two other clones were pulled towards it this time. Shit. I had to ask. Bancho Tenin. Heavenly attraction of all creation. The beast exclaimed with an evil grin stretched over its features. I hate this. It's like fighting a healthy version of pain. One of the clones noted as they were pulled closer and closer to the beast, said creature spreading its tails out before swinging them as the clones got close enough. Cursing, Clone A managed to twist out of the way of the creature's many swings with its tails. Flipping off of one of the tails, Clone A then widened his eyes as it lifted its head and opened its mouth, forming numerous bubbles of raw chakra into the air. Crap, not again. He exclaimed while using a kawarimi as it fired the blast without eating it first. Kakuho. Hollow canine cannon. The rough demonic voice exclaimed as dozens of balls of energy went flying into the air, only to curve in the air and fall back towards the earth. Looking up, Clone A cursed while dodging and weaving around the dozens of blasts even as they tore chunk after chunk of the ground apart. Flipping back as the final blast hit, Clone A let out several panting breaths before falling to his knees while the Jubi merely shook itself off and turned towards him, Rinnegan eyes glaring towards him evilly. Naruto's mind. The blonde was currently in an unimaginable amount of pain, his hands were clawing at his eyes as lightning and wind flowed all around his form. Kid, stop thrashing about like an idiot and get control of yourself. Kusanagi ordered in a hiss while Naruto struggled with the power that had forced its way inside of him. Ugh, easy for you to say. This shit fucking hurts. Naruto shouted aloud, his hair having taken on an odd style, his bangs now pointing upwards like horns. Yes, it hurts, I get it already. But what do you expect it to do to you? It's raw power inside you that you've never mastered. You have to take control of it, or it will take control of you. The Kusanagi retorted while Naruto grit his teeth and tried to concentrate on anything but the pain of having what felt like lightning flow through every nerve in his body. Come now, hurry. If you don't take control, the power will and you could very well hurt those you care about in such a state. The sword shouted at the blonde, making his eyes snap open and gnash his teeth together while slowly sitting up. Had he been able, he would have seen a change to his eyes, namely that they had completely turned a familiar gray-violet color, his pupil is dilated, and ripple-like pattern stretched out from the center of each of his eyes. Gritting his now fanged teeth and clenching his clawed hands, the blonde then narrowed his eyes. I won't let that happen, no matter what. The blonde growled out as he slowly started to push himself up to his feet, Kusanagi egging him on. Yes, rise. Rise up, Naruto. Take control of it. This power is yours, do not allow it to take your body for its own. The voice ordered while Naruto grit his teeth as a shadowy figure formed behind him, one with 6 glowing tomo-shaped beads around its neck, what looked like horns on its head, and a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Remaining completely unaware of the figure, Naruto roared out, purple/black chakra exploding from his body as he threw his arms out to his sides. Instantly, the Jubi was thrown from his body and Naruto fell forward, the wolf rolling along the ground before quickly getting up and running off, ramming through a gate and up yet another staircase. Crater. Clone A watched as the Jubi walked towards him and looked behind, noticing his brothers had finally finished their last resort. Finally. The blonde clone muttered under his breath while 2 of the clones poofed out of existence and the third one held a massive version of the Rasengan in one hand. Later. Clone A then shouted as he used a Kawarimi no Jutsu on the sole remaining clone, causing it to grin as the Jubi glared at it furiously. So long, Jubi. The clone shouted while throwing its arm forward with the massive jutsu. Dai Otama Rasengan. The clone shouted while shoving the attack into the creature, only to pop out of existence when it was finished, Clone A groaning lightly while watching as the attack pushed the Jubi back. Finally. He groaned out only to widen his eyes as the Jubi suddenly stopped and then dug its paws into the ground, Clone A gaping as the attack was somehow only before it. No way. He whispered, only to gape as it then grinned darkly. Izanami. It cried out once more, vanishing in a swirl of black chakra, and then suddenly reappeared to the side of the massive crater. Gaping for a moment, Clone A then watched as the attack ripped into and then through the side of the crater, digging all the way through it where it exploded over a mile away, and water started to flow from the new river and into the crater to form a lake. Our best attack, and it was completely useless. He muttered to himself while watching as the Jubi started to shake its body, before it then made its way towards him. Clone A sighed as it did, and then frowned when it saw an evil grin spread across the Jubi's face. Of course. He muttered while slowly getting up to his feet, only to raise a brow when the Jubi suddenly halted. The beast then roared loudly, the shockwave from which sent Clone A flying back. Cursing lightly, the clone used chakra to brace himself on the ground and saw the Jubi start to thrash around. Watching on in confusion, Clone then saw the Jubi rear its head back and halt, its eyes seemingly focused upon the moon. Dropping its paws back to the ground, the Jubi then closed its eyes before unleashing a great howl towards the heavens. As it did so, purple-black chakra formed around its form, soon shrinking down, then swirling around and condensing itself down into a solid black sphere. Blinking for a moment, Clone got back to his feet and rubbed his head while making his way towards the sphere as it dissipated from view. "No way," Clone whispered when he saw Naruto now lying sprawled out where the sphere and by proxy the Jubi had once been. Slowly walking over to the blonde, Clone looked at him for a moment before picking him up and throwing him over his shoulder. However, as he did, he noticed thunder roar, and looked up to find dark clouds forming above him. "I just bet the boss is doing this without noticing," Clone reasoned while narrowing his eyes on the sky, then frowned deeply as he realized the implications of Naruto's new powers. Slade better watch his back. If the boss truly does possess the Rinnegan, he's going to annihilate him utterly. Clone mused inwardly while looking to the dark sky, then turned around and started to limp towards the forest. Groaning and holding his side as he felt phantom pains from the dozens of clones that had been destroyed, Clone rubbed his face tiredly. "I'd better get out of here before someone comes to investigate what just happened out here," Clone muttered to himself before looking around their battleground, grimacing when he saw the devastation they had created. "Oh yeah, and before someone wonders who made the new lake?" he added to himself before quickly running away, Naruto thrown over his shoulder as he did so. However, at the edge of the crater stood Dr. Fate, a slight frown across his face as he'd watched the majority of that little exhibition. That was quite an impressive display, Dr. Fate noted as he looked to the devastation that the blonde-haired ex-shinobi was able to cause. And that transformation was also interesting, but still, he can control gravity as well as cause massive amounts of damage. For now I'll leave him be, but, should he prove too much of a threat, I believe we'll have to take measures. Dr. Fate mused to himself before teleporting back to the watchtower. Unaware of a raven that had also watched the whole thing, only to vanish in a plume of smoke. Naruto's mind. The blonde groaned as he slowly got up, then gripped his skull, groaning as an influx of information from numerous destroyed clones hit him. "Wonderful. I feel like a train just hit me, and my body seems to have changed into a Jubi thanks to that stupid wolf." The blonde grumbled while pushing himself up to his feet and then tried to regain his balance. Rubbing his face for a moment as he tried to sort through the information from the clones, Naruto stopped when he remembered one of them. "Amatsu Mikaboshi? But he's the kami of evil and stars, weird," the blonde muttered under his breath as he sifted through the memories. "Indeed, 'twould seem that your subconscious mind took control of your body in that strange form, much like it did when you turned into that beast thing a few weeks ago," Kusanagi noted and caused Naruto to look towards his back for a moment, before inwardly deciding it'd be worth finding out anything he could. "Oh really, then I suppose you also know how'd I changed like that in the first place?" the blonde-haired teen demanded of his sword while crossing his arms, and the Kusanagi was silent for a few moments. "Actually I do have a few ideas. You see master, due to containing the Kyubi no Yoko's yang chakra, your own in chakra is significantly more potent. This means, in effect, your specialty with shape transformations is because you don't have enough yang chakra to do most clone techniques or others that require spiritual energy to work. Although some of the Kyubi's own yang chakra has been purified and added to your own reserves, it is still a significant decrease from what one would normally have with your chakra capacity," the Kusanagi explained, and Naruto raised a brow and then sighed while rubbing his face. "In English this time, please." Naruto grumbled aloud and heard the Kusanagi sigh out in annoyance as he thought over the easiest way to explain it. "Very well then. The armor you've been creating as of late is possible due to your high amount of in chakra, just like your mother could create chakra chains. Now then, when that wolf jumped inside of you, it manipulated the overabundant in chakra inside you to change your body into a wolf as well, though I don't know exactly how it did that mass darkness or the teleportation technique," Kusanagi explained to its master, Naruto frowning as he rubbed his chin for a moment, then narrowed his eyes when he saw the broken gate that the wolf busted down, and the stairway beyond it annoying him greatly. "When I get my hands on that damn wolf, I'm going to skin it alive," the blonde growled out while lunging at the gate, subconsciously forming several plates of bone armor on his left arm. Slamming his arm into a portion of the gate as he passed it, the blonde ran up the length of the stairs, eyes narrowed dangerously, twin Rinnegan glaring out from where his azure eyes had once been. Behind the blonde, Itachi walked onto the platform calmly before looking to where he'd gone. "He's got quite the temper," Itachi mumbled as he walked towards the broken gate calmly. As he did, a familiar silhouetted figure walked beside of him, his own Rinnegan eyes looking to Itachi. Should he allow his temper to run unchecked, it will get the best of him in the coming battle. The man, once known as Pain, noted, Itachi merely humming quietly as they walked across the bridge and past the destroyed gate. True, but I have a feeling all will be well for him, Leader Sama. Itachi replied, eyes closed as he and Pain both made their way up the stairs as well, their presence still unknown to the blonde-haired teen. Gotham. Batman was working in the Batcave, preferring the solitude there, to any chance of meeting up with Satana again. He still cared for his old friend, but he honestly didn't like her input. Frowning to himself as he looked over the compiled information on Trigon and his resurrection, the Dark Knight considered all the angles that the demon could enter their world from. Added to that, he was also looking for information on an Eastern demon of equal power attempting to do the same. Thus far, his data showed only one method Trigon could enter that wouldn't force him back to hell in an hour. As for his search for the identity of the Eastern demon, that was going much slower and he was turning up less and less. Besides being a high A class, with power over fire, and the ability to make a demonic barrier, he didn't have enough information on what it could possibly be out of a long list of mythical monsters and demons. Unfortunately, demonic barriers were very common trait among the upper and even mid-tier demons in Eastern demons, as it seemed they used them a vast majority of the time, mostly to keep themselves from being found. He was currently looking over demons with some kind of fire abilities. Kitsune, Nakomata, and several others all had that kind of power, however, making it tedious at best. Thus his own search had nearly turned up nil, and he was certain that Jason was also having problems finding the right demonic entity. We don't have enough information on the demon or its abilities. Finding it until we do will be near impossible, and by then it could already be too late. Batman mused to himself with a frown as he glared at the screen of his computer, only to turn when he felt someone was nearby. Quite the intriguing place you have here. Frowning at the voice, Batman turned around and stood up, eyes narrowed on the intruder. Although I wonder if you have enough toys or not. Slade wondered aloud as he leaned back into guardrail, his arms crossed over his chest. Deathstroke. Batman growled out lowly while glaring at the masked man as he leaned forward and folded his arms behind his back. A pleasure to see you again as well, Batman. Slade replied with an incline of his head towards the Dark Knight. How did you find this place? Batman demanded while allowing his cape to cover the majority of his body, and Slade chuckled darkly. I can create nanomachines that can destroy someone from the inside out, make a neurotoxin that can induce a pseudo-realistic hallucination, a suit of armor that gives me overall control of its wearer, and even a machine that can harness the very power of nature itself, and yet you find it odd that I can find this place? Slade questioned with a raised brow, and Batman merely narrowed his eyes onto the masked madman. What do you want? Batman then questioned flatly, and Slade walked towards the Dark Knight silently. What do I want? A great many things actually. However, for now, I have certain interests in your ongoing investigation. Slade replied and quickly moved one arm to catch a kick from the Dark Knight. Do you always attack your guests? Slade wondered aloud, and a deep frown crossed Batman's lips. Only the uninvited ones, Batman replied while throwing a fist at Slade's face, the mercenary blocking with one hand and chuckling lightly. Yes, and I'd expect no less from the legendary Dark Knight. Slade admitted before backing up, Batman ducking into a crouch while raising a brow when he felt something in his hand. Do you really intend to try and stop Trigon? He's nearly invincible, you know. You'll most likely fail if you try. Slade noted coldly, and Batman narrowed his eyes on the masked madman dangerously. That's still only nearly. Even if only slim, the chance is still there. Batman replied simply, and Slade turned away from Batman, arms crossed behind his back as a portal of fire formed. I'm counting on it. Slade whispered while vanishing into the portal, Batman rising up and looking to his hand, narrowing his eyes when he found a ring of Azar. Turning to look at the spot that Slade had been only a few moments before, Batman clenched his fist on the ring and narrowed his eyes. What's your game this time, Deathstroke? Batman wondered to himself with a frown, then placed the ring into his utility belt so he could return to his work. Titan's Tower. Bad guys beware, there's a new Robin in town. Beast Boy said mostly to himself with a wide grin on his face as he sat on Nightwing's old R-Cycle while Cyborg used a fan to make it look like he was driving it. The Titanium teen is now dressed like Robin, however where it was too big for BB, it is too small for him, meaning the suit is stretched across his burly frame. Grinning for a moment, Cyborg then deactivated the fan on his right arm and quickly pulled his right glove back on. Okay man, my turn. Cyborg stated while trying to push Beast Boy off of the R-Cycle so he can get on it. However, as they push and struggle to see who will get to play on the R-Cycle, BB ending up with Cyborg pushing his head down as he pushed the Titanium teen back, though Cy still had one leg over the R-Cycle. They both hear their communicators go off. Robin calling Robin. Starfire's voice comes and BB pulls out his communicator with a wide grin on his face. Robin here. Over. He replies while speaking into the communicator, and Starfire, still dressed up like Robin as well, leans over towards them from the side. No, not you, Robin, the other Robin. Starfire said while pointing to Cyborg, distracting the green jester long enough for Psy to push him off and hop onto the R-cycle himself. Smirking as he heard BB grunt as he hit the floor, Cyborg caught the green teen's communicator from mid-air and spoke into it as well. "What's up, Robin?" he asked while mentally snickering to himself, though was glad that no one was watching how silly they were acting. Putting up the communicator when he was certain that Starfire was not going to continue, Cyborg started to mock ride on the R-cycle. Nearby, however, Starfire dug around in the utility belt she was wearing and fired a grapple line upwards before riding it up. Meanwhile, BB tried to move his cape out of his face while Donna walked into the room and blinked at what she saw. "Okay, this is really disturbing," Donna noted while looking around with a raised brow, and Starfire swung slowly over to the Amazonian warrior. "Disturbing yet magnificent?" Starfire exclaimed while releasing the grapple and falling to the ground lightly. "You must join us, friend. I never knew wearing a cape was so much fun," Starfire said while moving around Donna and spreading the cape wide with her arms, the Amazonian shaking her head as she does. "It is wonderful to be Robin," the red-haired alien then exclaimed while coming out of a spin and leaning towards one of her newest friends in the tower. "Yeah. He has all the best stuff," Cyborg agreed with a grin as he walked over while still riding on the R-cycle. Looking between her two friends, Donna only managed to make an uncomfortable-sounding grunt before BB sidled up as well. "Come on, haven't you ever wondered what it'd be like to be Robin?" BB questioned, and Donna frowned as she had sometimes wondered, though she seriously doubted that dressing up like the boy wonder would help. "You know you want to try it?" BB stated while pointing towards Donna, Cyborg, and Starfire looking at her from beside him. "Somehow I know I'm going to regret this," Donna thought to herself as she decided to at least humor her three new friends with their little game. Forest, next day. Raven and Jinx both looked over the passed-out Naruto worriedly. Clone A had returned sometime the night before, only to find that Raven, Jinx, and Clone B had moved to the cave he'd found the day before due to the heavy rain. Having eventually found them, he had laid out Naruto before promptly passing out against a wall. However, when Raven and Jinx awoke to find Naruto passed out, they instantly went to his side. Thus they had been like this all morning, while nearby to them, Clone A was leaning back into a tree and groaning lightly, while Clone B was cooking some breakfast for them. "Is he going to be okay?" Jinx questioned of Clone A, and he opened one eye before rubbing his face with a tired sigh. Outside, rain was pouring down, completely drenching everything, while lightning flashed and thunder boomed. "If the boss really is making that, he must be in one hell of a bad mood," Clone A mused to himself as he looked to the rosette and sighed as she stared at him expectantly. "I don't really know right now, but given how high our healing factor is, he should be just fine," the clone replied disinterestedly while Clone B nodded his head in agreement with his partner. "Then what should we do? He's passed out and I haven't been able to wake him up no matter how much I yell at him," Jinx shouted at the blonde clone, Clone A grunting as he gave her a look while trying to figure out just how much chakra he had left, and whether or not he was going to need to take a soldier pill. "Wait for him to wake up on his own. From what I can tell, he's probably going through our subconscious," Clone A replied while closing his eyes, Clone B rolling his eyes as Jinx frowned towards the clone. As they did that, Raven was looking at the oddity that was Naruto's bangs sticking up like mock horns, then frowned when she felt a strange energy flowing off of him and then into the air. Placing a hand onto the blonde-haired boy's head, Raven slowly opened one of his eyes, only to widen her own at what she saw. Both the iris and sclera of his eye was an odd gray-violet in color, his pupil was dilated, with several rings forming a ripple pattern out from the center of his eye. Blinking for a moment, Raven then looked over to Jinx, frowning when she saw the girl was arguing with Clone A about what they should do with Naruto when they were stuck in the middle of a storm. Rolling her eyes for a moment, Raven bit her lip as she looked back down at the eye for a moment. Sifting through her memories, the girl tried to think if Naruto told her about any kind of eye thing similar to the one Naruto had now. Let's see now, Naruto mentioned that there were 3 great Jujutsu in his world. First was the Sharingan has red irises with 3 tomo circling the dilated pupil. The Byakugan is a pale lavender color that takes up all but a small portion of the eye. And then there was? Raven thought to herself, only for her eyes to widen as she released Naruto's eye and shivered visibly. The Rinnegan? The girl whispered to herself, the shouting between Jinx and Clone A drowning it out while Clone B shook his head, wondering when he became the straight man in the act. Shaking her head for a moment, Raven frowned as she thought about what she knew about that Jujutsu from Naruto's stories. A. It allowed the use of fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and even yin-yang chakra. B. It allowed the use of abilities that could control gravity to some extent. C. It allowed the ability to see chakra and invisible barriers. D. It gave them the ability to use the 6 paths ninjutsu as well as the outer path ninjutsu, though those really creeped Raven out. E. It somehow allowed a person to control rain, much like the kind that was falling outside the cave at the moment. My exact words when I heard of it, it sounds scary. But when you look at them, they aren't scary, strange yes, kind of resemble a hypnotizing screen like MadMod used or something similar, but they don't look especially scary, or maybe that's just because of my feelings for Naruto. Raven thought to herself, then frowned as she looked at the blonde and contemplated how he could have possibly gained the fabled jujitsu. Oi, food's done guys. Clone B suddenly called out with a grin, and Raven frowned as she looked down at Naruto for a moment more before moving over to eat, with Jinx casting worried glances over to the passed out blonde. Can't you use one of your healing spells to help wake him up or something? Jinx questioned of the violet-haired sorceress, and Raven pinched the bridge of her nose before sighing. No. Because there is nothing physically wrong with him, I can't just use a spell and magically wake him up. I actually think he's in some kind of meditative trance right now. And if we disturb him, chances are we'll do more damage than good. Raven replied while taking her food from Clone B and started to eat, an annoyed Jinx pouting. Then how do we know if he's really okay or not? Jinx reminded, and Clone B decided to give his 2 cents as he handed the Rosette her food. Well, for one thing, if he were in any danger of dying we'd have already popped out of existence. Clone B replied while Clone A grunted his agreement, then reached into Naruto's equipment pouch and pulled out a soldier pill. And I told myself I wouldn't eat these stupid things, but bottoms up. Clone A grumbled while tossing the pill into his mouth, only to grimace while Raven leaned over to Clone B. What did he just take? She questioned of the blonde clone, and Clone B grinned. It's called a Hyogen or military rations pill, more commonly called a soldier pill. It replenishes the chakra of whoever takes it, as well as their stamina, and allows them to go without food for 3 days and nights. Clone B replied, causing Jinx to gape at him in shock and Raven to widen her eyes before a frown crossed Clone B's features. Unfortunately, sometimes overextensive use of the pills also cause paranoia and minor bouts of insanity. Clone B added, and saw Clone A grunt as it flipped back to its feet, breathing out a sigh of relief and glad to be back to full strength. So, does that mean that Sasuke guy ate a bunch of those things or what? Jinx asked while looking to the blonde, and Clone B snorted before snickering into his hand and grinning towards the girl. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Clone A wondered about his partner for a moment before looking out to the continuing rain and frowning. Whatever, at least I can still train Jinx now. Speaking of which, since it'd be a bit much to ask you to go out in this kind of weather, I'm teaching you how to cook today, Jinx. The clone decided with a nod of its head, and both Jinx and Raven turned to look at the clone strangely. Any particular reason why? Jinx questioned, and Clone A crossed his arms over his chest with a deep frown. Who in our group, and yes I mean Tartarus, besides myself, actually knows how to cook, and I mean something edible? Clone A questioned while remembering Blackfire and Dwella's attempts at cooking. Blackfire's food was apparently good when compared to Starfire's, but that really wasn't saying much. And Gizmo had to dispose of Dwella's cooking because it was some kind of a biohazard. How she managed that even Gizmo didn't know. Danny? Jinx replied with a nervous smile, and Clone A frowned deeply while giving the Rosette a look. The fact Danny could cook had actually been a surprise, but she was actually very good at doing so. She did mention something about her bio-dad having to learn to cook because his parents has actually brought food to life a couple times, but he decided to disregard that info, especially seeing as he couldn't believe anyone was capable of actually bringing food to life. My point exactly, which means you're going to learn how to cook so me and Danny won't always have to. He replied flatly, and Raven smirked slightly, amused that only 2 people knew how to cook in all of Tartarus. And you don't have any room to give Jinx that look, Karachan. You're just as bad a cook as Dwella, and believe me when I say, that isn't a compliment. Clone A stated, and Raven winced while muttering under her breath for a moment, even as Clone B snickered lightly while he ate his own meal. Back with Naruto? The blonde was running his way to the final gate, narrowing his eyes when he saw how they'd been smashed down. Running past the gate, Naruto quickly slid to a halt when he saw that the stairs ended, a platform standing tall in the distance. Ugh, why me? Naruto wondered before blinking when he felt a drop of water hit his face. Looking up, Naruto then noticed dark storm clouds in the air as they poured a drenching torrent of rain down on top of him. Why is it raining in my head? Naruto wondered for a moment before looking down to the bottomless drop, then up to the pillar in the distance. Now how am I going to? Naruto started to ask when the Kusanagi decided to give him a little advice. When the true path cannot be seen, perhaps a leap of faith is needed. The serpentine voice of the blade echoed out in Naruto's mind, the blonde-haired teen blinking before frowning deeply. Option A, listen to Kusanagi and possibly fall to my death. Option B, Don't jump, allow the wolf to get away, and never find out what's at the top of this stupid tower thing. Naruto inwardly mused and frowned while taking a few steps back, then quickly jumped forward, only to land on a rising piece of earth that came rising up from the dark depths below. Okay, that was weird. Naruto mumbled before looking up and narrowing his eyes before running forward, more blocks rising to make a path for him as he approached the pillar in the center of the darkness. Upon coming to the pillar, Naruto ran onto its surface and slid to a halt. Finally I make it to the top. I've already learned how to hate stairs thanks to this place. The blonde muttered under his breath before looking around, raising a brow when he noticed how odd the platform looked. At the center of it was a pool of water. A ripple pattern formed on the bottom of the pool while the rain caused dozens of ripples to form on its surface. Around the pool of water is a ring of grassy terrain, for tall spikes also formed around the ring, while the Jubi no Okami was snarling angrily across from him. Smirking slightly, Naruto reached back and pulled the Kusanagi from his back as he glared towards the large, ten-tailed, bone armor-covered wolf. Alright dog breath, it's time for you to go. Naruto growled out while only half acknowledging the spiked bone armor that had formed over the length of his left arm. The Jubi snarled lightly before roaring loudly, slamming a paw into the ground and causing numerous wooden planks to rise up to expand the platform around them, a swirl of lightning and wind spinning around them as it then crouched down low to the ground. Lunging forward, Naruto lashed out with the Kusanagi, swinging the blade at the Jubi only for it to flip over him and land on the water in the center of the platform. Growling low in its throat, the Jubi then lunged at Naruto instead, the blonde sliding to a halt and narrowing his eyes as the Jubi jumped towards him. Twisting its tails forward, the Jubi formed 5 of them into mock fingers, making a mock hand that reached out to grab hold of Naruto. Rolling out of the way of the hand, Naruto then held up his left arm as the Jubi lunged out of its tails and bit into the bone armor. Did you really think I'd fall for a stupid trick like that? Naruto quipped and then ducked and twisted around several of the Jubi's tails lashing out at him. Twisting on his heel, Naruto connected his foot to the side of Jubi's head, causing it to skip to the side, then jump up and right itself. Shaking its head, the Jubi roared out loudly before digging its paws into the ground and then opened its mouth. As it did, numerous balls of raw chakra formed in the air, Naruto frowning as it then pulled them all together to form a large ball of purple chakra. Kakuho! The beast exclaimed as hundreds of balls of energy started flying towards the blonde-haired teen. Growling lightly as the dozens of spheres headed his way, Naruto twisted and turned around them, then swung Kusanagi to start deflecting the orbs of raw chakra before flipping back and landing in a low crouch. Damn it! Would you stop using me so recklessly? I may be indestructible but those chakra bombs are still powerful. Kusanagi growled at the blonde-haired youth, Naruto merely rolling his eyes as he twisted the blade into a backhanded grip and shortened its blade down to ninjutsu length. My turn, dog breath. Naruto growled out while forming a Phase 2 Raisin Shuriken in one hand before quickly twisting around and throwing the jutsu straight towards the Jubi. Seeing the incoming attack, the Jubi's eyes widened before it then crouched down and glared at Naruto. Izanami! The beast exclaimed while teleporting out of the way of the Raisin Shuriken, causing it to explode with the outer wall of wind and lightning. The beast reappeared above Naruto and fell down towards him with a roar. Cursing lightly, Naruto ducked out of the way as it landed and then snarled while swinging its 10 tails at the blonde wildly. Grunting lightly, Naruto twisted and turned around the flailing tails of the Jubi before flipping back, evading a final swing from the Jubi's tails and formed a ball of lightning in his left hand. Eat this! The blonde cried out while hurling the ball of lightning at the Jubi, nailing it directly in the face. Landing on his feet, Naruto then lunged at the Jubi, swinging the Kusanagi and slicing cleanly through its armor. Twisting on his heel as he did, the blonde kicked the Jubi in the muzzle before flipping back to avoid a swing from one of its tails. Landing on his feet, Naruto then channeled wind chakra down to his feet and started to slide forward. Twisting on his heel, Naruto sliced through the Jubi's face with the wind at his feet. Jumping back as the Jubi retaliated with a swing of one of its tails, the blonde then lunged forward and kicked the Jubi with both feet. The attack sent the oversized wolf flying back into the air. Flipping in midair, the wolf landed on its feet and snarled while lunging at Naruto, only for the blonde to smirk as he twisted into a spinning kick, making a miniature tornado throw the beast back one more. Grunting lightly as he spun around, Naruto dug the Kusanagi into the ground to stop himself and narrowed his eyes. That was new? Jubi noted, and Naruto inwardly agreed with the beast as he watched the Jubi get back to its feet. Yeah, blame Danny and her little kickblast, it gave me the idea for that attack and I kind of went overboard with it, though not only does it make me move faster, it also makes an effective offensive technique. Naruto inwardly explained while keeping his eyes trained onto the Jubi as it then snarled before lifting up its head and breathed out a familiar dark mist. Amatsu Mikaboshi. The Jubi exclaimed loudly, the dark mist covering everything and causing darkness to blind Naruto. Cursing under his breath, Naruto looked around, only for his eyes to widen when he could see the Jubi clear as day. No, he was seeing its chakra? What the hell? Naruto wondered to himself even as the Jubi saw him and lunged at him. Figure it out later, that wolf looks hungry. The Kusanagi reminded, and Naruto blinked before lunging out of the way of the Jubi while sliding to a halt. Lunging at the beast from behind, Naruto then twisted into a kick to the back of its head, sending it sprawling forward. Landing gracefully, the blonde then twisted Kusanagi around and swung it overhead, lengthening the blade and bringing it down on top of the Jubi. However, rather than slicing the beast open, it merely slammed down on top of it while cutting cleanly through its spinal armor. Growling furiously, the Jubi wrapped its tails around the Kusanagi and slammed the blonde into the water at the center of the platform while getting back up. Roaring out loudly, the beast then flipped back and howled into the air, causing the darkness around them to slowly dissipate. Groaning lightly, Naruto shook his head, droplets of water falling from his hair when he then noticed his reflection in the water. His eyes widened upon seeing that a familiar pair of gray-violet eyes had replaced his normally azure orbs. What the hell? He questioned quietly while the Jubi formed another sphere of raw chakra before itself. Shaking his head, Naruto then turned to the Jubi as it bit down on the condensed sphere, causing it to crouch low as its body dug into the ground. Cursing lightly, Naruto managed to stand up just as the beast fired an Imari straight at him. Widening his eyes, Naruto quickly considered his options before looking to his hands and the incoming attack. Shit! Can't you do anything yourself? The Kusanagi demanded before growling lowly. Listen and listen good, we only have one shot at this. First you need to adhere to the ground by pushing chakra to the soles of your feet. Then, you'll have to feel the chakra flow through and channel it around you towards that blast. Then, you just hold on, and hope this works. Kusanagi ordered while Naruto shook his head and looked towards the incoming attack worriedly. I really hope this works. He thought to himself before forcing chakra into his eyes, and then down into his hands. Shinra Tensei. The blonde teen exclaimed, causing a circular field to form around him just as the Imari hit. Grinning evilly, the Jubi watched on, only for a snarl to form on its face when it saw a wide-eyed Naruto staring at a near-invisible barrier of gravity around himself. I really do have the Rinnegan, but how the hell do you know how to do that? Naruto wondered of the Kusanagi even as the gravity shield faded and the Jubi lunged at him once more. Worry about that later, you really need to end this fight now. Kusanagi ordered angrily, and Naruto mentally agreed with the sword, as he ducked out of the way of the Jubi and looked around. Think for a moment, you have the Rinnegan. Use it already. The sword ordered, and Naruto twitched while sliding back and shaking his head, droplets of water falling from his hair as the rain continued to fall. Looking around, an idea suddenly came to Naruto and he concentrated on pushing wind chakra down to his arms while the Jubi slid to a halt and lunged at him again. Grinning slightly, Naruto raised his arms, a freezing wind flowing along his arms and freezing the falling rain into a pair of ice blades. Lashing out with them, Naruto slammed his left arm into the side of the Jubi's head, and then twisted around and punched it with its other arm. Excellent, use your environment to your advantage. The Kusanagi stated while Naruto twisted into a kick, freezing the rain on his right foot and slamming it into the side of the Jubi's face yet again. Stumbling back, the beast shook its head while Naruto lunged at it and quickly jumped on its back. Alright, now we end this. The blonde-haired boy growled only to grunt as the Jubi twisted and thrashed in an attempt to shake him off. Grunting lightly as he held onto the beast's mane with one hand, Naruto held up the Kusanagi before plunging it down into the Jubi's head. Gritting his teeth, Naruto then slammed it down, extending the blade of the Kusanagi and allowing it to rip downwards, straight through its head, and then out of its bottom jaw. The Jubi stilled instantly and fell down, Naruto breathing out a sigh of relief before blinking as purple-black chakra started flowing out of the Jubi's body. Well, that can't be good. The blonde-haired teen noted to himself only to grunt as the chakra made its way into his body. Groaning, Naruto fell down while the Jubi's body itself turned into purple-black chakra, the barrier around them doing so as well, before flowing inside of the blonde-haired teen. Gritting his teeth and gripping his skull, the blonde then cried out loudly, his body becoming surrounded by a black sphere of chakra. However, as the sphere of chakra vanished, it revealed the black and red-orange Jubi that Naruto's body had become. Blinking for a moment, even as the rain continued to pelt him, the new Okami shook itself off and then looked around in confusion. Okay, that felt really weird. He noted before walking over to the pool of water and looked down at himself, only to look at what he'd turned into in shock. Crap! I'm a wolf. Wait, how do I change back? Naruto wondered and heard the Kusanagi snicker to itself for a few moments. Be calm, master, I believe that all shall be well soon enough. However, while you're in this form, why not give a good little victory howl? The Kusanagi offered, and Naruto blinked at the victory howl suggestion before looking back to his altered appearance in the pool of water. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt anything, Naruto admitted before spreading his paws and snarling in his throat as he threw his head back and let loose a loud howl into the air. Blinking, Naruto then felt the rain slowly stop, the clouds parting to reveal the moon from before hanging above, and twitched as chakra flowed over his form, changing him back to his original shape soon after. Well, that was certainly interesting, if nothing else. Naruto mused to himself while looking up to the full moon when a thought came to him. The Jubi is said to have been sealed in the moon. Is this supposed to mean something? The blonde wondered to himself while cupping his chin in thought, the Kusanagi chuckling lightly as he did. Indeed, it was quite interesting, master, though I must admit that I do hope you'll howl more often. You have such a lovely singing voice, and it would be a shame if you didn't use it often. The Kusanagi quipped dryly while Naruto shook his head and walked over to the edge of the platform and looked out into the darkness around it. You two can come out, I know you're there, Naruto stated flatly while crossing his arms over his chest, then turned around to see Itachi and Pain walking towards him. I'd normally want to know how the hell Pain got in my head, but considering I just changed into a 10-tailed wolf not but a scant few seconds ago, I'm going to just skip it and ask what the hell is going on around here, Naruto stated in a low tone. His Rinnegan eyes narrowed on the two and Pain walked forward, the shadows flowing away from his body. Please, my name is no longer Pain, call me Nagato instead, Pain requested while Naruto couldn't help but notice that Nagato had the same fair skin and shade of deep crimson hair as his mother had. Simply put, someone brought me here. But as for the Rinnegan, I believe that it's naturally yours, Nagato replied curtly, and the blonde-haired boy looked over to where the Jubi had been only a few moments before. Alright, then what was up with that Jubi thing I just turned into? Naruto questioned of the two flatly while tapping his foot lightly on the floor. That I can't truly explain, however that is not the point of this visit, Nagato replied while Itachi walked over to the side and sat down, closing his eyes and sighing as he waited for the two to finish. From what I've managed to learn, it would seem a great threat is coming to this new world, Nagato states, and Naruto rolled his eyes while wondering what else was new. If you mean Slade, well, maybe I could use that soul extraction thing you had on him without feeling bad, especially considering he stripped Karachan down to near no clothes. Naruto mumbled to himself with a slight grin, though growled as he remembered the state he'd found the girl in. Can't grow back without a soul? He mused to himself, and Nagato shook his head for a moment before poking the blonde's forehead to get his attention back on him. No, not the man in the mask. I sensed something far more ominous at work. Slade could not have come back without some kind of help, Nagato reminded the blonde, and Naruto frowned, remembering Raven's talks about her father, aka Trigon the Terrible. Oh yeah, him. Naruto grumbled out under his breath while Nagato walked over and stood beside of the blonde-haired teen. So I take it this visit has something to do with Karachan's old man? Naruto asked the scarlet-haired man with a raised brow, and Nagato nodded his head silently. Indeed it does, Nagato replied, and Naruto looked at the man for a moment before sighing tiredly. So, any words of wisdom or advice you want to give me? Naruto asked the man, and Nagato turned his head slightly, a familiar smile on his lips. Remember Jiraiya-sensei's teachings, as you did before. Remember the words that you told me, and that hatred can never bring peace, Nagato replied curtly, and Naruto frowned darkly while glaring at the man. In case you've forgotten, between the two of us, you're the only one who ever forget Erosenen's teachings? I never killed anyone unless I absolutely had to, Naruto reminded the scarlet-haired man, and Nagato nodded his head slowly. Perhaps, but I do have some other words of wisdom for you, Nagato then stated while walking forward and gave the blonde-haired teen a dead serious look. Cherish your friends while you still can, because you never know when you could lose them, Nagato replied softly, his voice carrying the weight of his experience on that particular matter, and Naruto blinked before rolling his eyes. I already knew that. But speaking of friends, I really need to go make sure two haven't killed each other yet, Naruto replied with a smirk as he walked towards the pool of water, slowly fading away until he vanished without a trace once he reached it. Looking over to Nagato, Itachi then crossed his arms over his chest. I wonder if he can really manage to master the powers of the Rinnegan in time, Itachi said mostly to himself, and Nagato looked over to the dead Uchiha for only a moment before turning his back to him and looking out to the darkness. He need not master them all too quickly, Itachi, he has a power within him that is all his own now, Nagato replied curtly, and Itachi looked over to the man for a moment before standing up and holding out one arm, a familiar raven appearing and landing on his outstretched arm. It seems we had someone witness Naruto-kun's transformation, Leader Sama. Itachi noted as the raven vanished in a plume of smoke and Nagato silently looked to the moon hanging overhead. Really now? Nagato questioned of the dark-haired man and Itachi raised a brow while looking at his former leader. You don't sound surprised? Itachi noted and a slight smile worked its way onto Nagato's face as he looked back to the dark-haired man. This world isn't small like our own is Itachi, but its people are far more numerous than ours ever were. The chances that no one would have seen him in that state are nearly slim to none. Nagato stated while Itachi walked over to the former leader of Akatsuki and then looked out into the darkness. It would seem your time here is running out? Itachi noted while looking to see Nagato's feet were fading out of existence. Yes. I'll soon return to my friends. Nagato replied before turning to look at Itachi with a serious expression on his face. Do take care of Naruto Itachi, though he doesn't wish it, he will be needed for the coming war. Nagato ordered even as he faded away completely, leaving the dead Uchiha standing alone. Closing his eyes, Itachi turned on his heel and made his way towards the stairs down. As you wish, Leader-sama. Itachi replied to no one before his body changed into a murder of crows that quickly flew down into the depths of the strange tower. Forest. Naruto's eyes slowly opened and the blonde groaned while slowly sitting up and reached up to rub his head. I really don't want to go and do that again. Naruto mumbled to himself, only to grunt as Jinx pounced on him with a hug. However, when she did, the clones got a clear view of Naruto's eyes, Clone B gaping in shock while Clone A frowned for a moment. You're okay? The pink-haired girl said happily and Naruto grinned nervously, well aware of Raven's jealousy-driven temper problems, Raven twitching to the side as she glared at the rosette. Don't kill her yet, she's just happy to see he's okay. If she holds on to him like that for more than 3 more seconds you can rip her spine out. Raven thought to herself as her eyes started to turn red and Naruto wisely pushed Jinx off of himself to save her from the wrath of his girlfriend. Oi, Kara-chan, you're looking well. How has your training been going for you? Naruto asked the violet-haired sorceress quickly and Raven sighed, and then stared at his Rinnegan eyes for a moment before answering. Fine. She offered dryly while Jinx grabbed Naruto's face and stared into his eyes for a moment. Growling when she did, Raven glared at the rosette's back angrily, even as she tried to restrain herself lest she cause the cave to crush them all. What happened to your eyes? Jinx asked the blonde and Raven blinked, her anger ebbing while Naruto winced slightly. That's kind of hard to explain, Jinx, but suffice it to say, things are going to be a lot more interesting from now on. Naruto offered the girl and she pouted for a moment, only for Naruto to look to his clones and smirk. Alright boys, how has their training been going thus far? Naruto asked and Clone A decided to give his report first and not worry about the Rinnegan eyes staring at him. Jinx has only made a little progress with tracking, clearly it's not her thing, but she is better at cooking than most of the others. Clone A reported in and Naruto nodded his head, glad that he or Danny wouldn't have to cook the majority of the team's meals when they didn't order out. Good. And how has Kara-chan's training gone? Naruto then asked and Clone B shook his head, still gaping in shock at the Rinnegan eyes he was seeing. Minimal, she's really not built for physical work, but she's managed a few things. Clone B replied and a frown crossed Naruto's lips as he wondered how he was going to fix that. But, can I ask how you have the Rinnegan? Clone B then questioned and Jinx blinked for a moment when she heard that word. Samsara-ai? As in the cycle of reincarnation? Jinx asked with an arched brow and both Naruto and his clones nodded their heads. What do they do then? Jinx asked and Naruto scratched his cheek for a moment while trying to think of a way to explain the Rinnegan that wouldn't freak the pinkette out. Besides reviving the dead, controlling gravity, rain, granting the ability to control the elements, create life, and use any of the jutsu that exist in his world. Raven asked flatly while watching the two, Jinx gaping as she turned to Raven, Naruto giving her an annoyed look in response. You can't be serious? Jinx stated while looking at her violet-haired rival and Raven looked to Jinx and stared at her in the eyes. I'm dead serious. The girl replied and Jinx's head snapped around to Naruto as he muttered under his breath. You can revive the dead? She demanded and Naruto rolled his eyes. No. I don't know how to do that kind of thing. And even without these eyes there were always jutsu that reanimated corpses back home. Hell, Orochimaru used one of them on more than one occasion. Naruto responded, causing Jinx to gape for a moment before shivering violently when she remembered the snake-like man. Then what about all the other stuff? Jinx asked and Naruto sighed before looking to where it was raining outside and narrowed his eyes. Holding out a hand, Naruto felt some of his chakra hanging in the air and pulled it all back into himself. When he did, the clouds slowly began to fade, the rain slowing, until finally they vanished completely and the blonde looked back to a gaping Jinx. Oh, Jinx said demurely as she stared at him for a few more moments. Yeah, the rain thing is actually just my chakra flowing into the air and then stimulating cloud growth. Not sure how some actually got into the air, but at least I know that trick isn't too hard to use now. Naruto admitted while Clone A grunted a Mendokus under his breath and Clone B shivered for a moment. Anyways, are you going to be okay, Jinx? Naruto then asked his best female friend with a worried look, and she slowly blinked her eyes before nodding her head and grinning nervously. Yeah, well, you certainly live up to the name Tempest now, huh? Jinx noted with a nervous chuckle, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement with her. So, what do we do now? She then asked, and Naruto considered that for a moment before looking to his hands with a frown. The clones are going to keep training you too. I've got to train to use the Rinnegan properly, and preferably somewhere far away from anyone I might hurt as I do. Naruto replied with a nervous grin, Raven inwardly agreeing as she could only guess how much damage learning to properly control gravity was going to cause him. Are you sure, Temp? I mean, you could always help me or Raven with our training. Jinx reminded, and the blonde-haired ex-shinobi nodded his head before crossing his arms. Yes, I could, but I came out here to train as well, Naruto reminded while getting back to his feet and looked to Clone A and B and grinned. Keep up the good work, boys. I'll see you guys again in a few days, Naruto told the clones as he walked out of the cave, and then sighed while summoning the Kusanagi, grunting when it ripped through the flesh of his hand. Damn it, why does that still hurt? Naruto wondered aloud and heard Kusanagi chuckle slightly for a moment. Oh, shut up. Now then, we need to talk about how you know how to use the Rinnegan's abilities and jutsu. Naruto growled at the sword as he walked into the forest, the Kusanagi groaning as he did so. Days later. A pizza rests on the table of the Teen Titans kitchen when someone uses one of Nightwing's old Robin birdarangs to cut out a slice. Do you desire another slice of the cheese, Robin? Starfire questioned with a smile on her face, still dressed up like Robin as she hands the slice of pizza over to BB. Don't mind if I do, Robin. BB replies while holding out a plate for Starfire to put the pizza on. He then pulled a bow staff from his belt and allowed it to flow out before pushing the box of pizza across the table toward Cyborg. Care for another one, Robin? BB asked the titanium teen with a raised brow, and his friend started to rub his hands together with a grin. Don't mind if I do, Robin. The titanium teen replied while taking out the rest of the pizza and started munching on it. Next to the titanium teen is Kid Flash, and the speedster is snickering to himself as he watches the three act as Robin. Nearby is a familiar little slug named Silky, Starfire's pet, who has been dressed up in a tiny cape and even a mask of its own. I still can't believe they got you to dress up too. I mean, come on, you of all people. Kid Flash snickered out to Donna as she sat next to Kid Flash, feet propped up on the table and arms behind the sofa. Strangely, the Amazon is also dressed in Robin's clothes, however unlike the others she seems to fill the old costume out almost perfectly. You know Robin's? Donna started while Kid Flash shook his head and leaned back with a smirk when he saw someone walking up behind them. I have to admit the mask makes me feel cool, Donna said with a slight blush, a familiar teen in black and blue standing behind the Amazon causing the other Titans to pale. What? Donna asked before grimacing at the wide grin on Kid Flash's face, turned around, and then ducked over to the others when she saw Nightwing. Hiding behind the others and looking at Nightwing with wide eyes, expecting him to yell, she and the other Titans are confused when the black-clad teen smiles. Hey pizza, sweet, the teen said while moving over the back of the sofa to sit down and grabbed a slice of pizza. Taking a bite out of the pizza, and savoring the looks on his friends' faces for a moment, Nightwing then swallows as he gives them an amused look. You know, Robin's. The mask makes me feel cool too, Nightwing admits while taking another bite out of his pizza, causing Kid Flash to fall over laughing while the others merely fell over in shock. Do I even want to know why we have a Robin convention going on in our living room? Raven asked as she walked into the room, reading a book with a frown on her face. Grinning to himself, Kid Flash sat up and looked to the returning gray-skinned girl. Yo Raven, man, you missed out. Everyone was dressed up like Robin over here and even started playing with all his old stuff, Kid Flash said while pointing his thumb over to Nightwing as he continued to eat his pizza, Raven shaking her head as she walked over and sat down with her book. Seeing the girl sit down, Nightwing smirked while leaning back in his seat and propping his feet up on the table. So guys, did anything interesting happen around here while I was gone? Nightwing questioned of his two friends, and a sly smirk crossed Raven's features as she continued to read her book silently. No, not really, Raven replied as she leaned back in her seat, lightly tapping one of the gems on her chain belt where Naruto had placed a Hiratian seal before they had returned to the city. Chapter 51, The Prophecy. Jump City. In Titan's Tower, a screen shows a replay of the Titans' last battle with the newly resurrected Slade. It shows Raven running up a flight of stairs, the familiar area caught ablaze by Slade's new powers, as a large cylinder falls to the ground. It has begun. Slade's voice drones out in a dull monotone, the S-shaped rune on his forehead blazing a brilliant crimson color. Freeze! Nightwing orders while looking to the screen, arms crossed over his chest and an intent look on his face, BB sighing as he does so with a bored look on his face. Rewind. Nightwing then orders while Beast Boy tiredly does so, still very clearly bored with what he's being ordered to do for the former Boy Wonder. Dude, we've been looking at this thing all day. I'm telling you there's nothing else there. BB notes while turning around to Nightwing while planting his right fist against his cheek. There has to be, play it again. Nightwing orders and a tired BB sighed once more while playing the scene yet again, for what felt like the millionth time. Dude, would this have anything to do with the fact the JLU are helping us that's got you so bent out of shape? BB asked of the former Boy Wonder, thus gained an annoyed glare from his leader. Shut up and play it again. Nightwing ordered with a slight twitch of his brow and BB rolled his eyes while turning back to the TV. Slade kicks butt, take 304. BB muttered as he did as ordered, languidly sitting on the sofa as Nightwing watched the screen like a hawk. Meanwhile, Jason Blood and Cyborg walked into the room, Jason holding a book while Cyborg frowned slightly. Cyborg, anything? Nightwing questioned without turning around and Cy let out a slight sigh while walking over to his leader. Sort of, I cross-referenced that symbol with every database on the planet. Cyborg replied and Nightwing narrowed his eyes even as Jason Blood walked to the side and started work on a computer terminal. And? Nightwing questioned and Cyborg clicked his tongue. Well, I couldn't find anything. No matches, no mentions, it was as if it didn't exist. Jason here on the other hand? Cyborg admitted while motioning over to the scarlet-haired man as he brought a large version of the symbol on the screen, Nightwing frowning as he did so. The symbol belongs to the Order of Scath, a cult of worshippers whose only goal is to break open a portal to allow their master entrance into our world. Jason replied while Cyborg and Nightwing grimaced visibly. Dude, what's a freaky demonic cult want with Raven? BB wondered aloud and Cyborg looked to Nightwing who frowned as they both had a few ideas on that matter. New powers, cryptic threats, targeting Raven, and working with a demonic cult, Slade's playing a whole new game now. Nightwing noted to himself as he walked closer to the screen and glared at the vision of Slade. Mr. Blood, do you have any more information on the cult or its master we can use? Nightwing questioned and Jason frowned for a few moments, deciding it was Raven's place to tell them her involvement to the master of the cult, not his. Yes. The Order of Scath has a sister group known as the Church of Blood led by a man you've had encounters with in the past. Jason replied while lacing his fingers together and a scowl crossed Cyborg's face. Brother Blood. The titanium teen growled out and Jason nodded his head silently while staring intently at the screen of the terminal he was using. Correct. Brother Blood's mind control powers are common among the leaders of the Church of Blood, but given how he hasn't been aiding Slade, I believe he felt his powers were all he needed and wished to try to take control of the world on his own. Jason replied and Cyborg frowned, Nightwing merely narrowing his eyes as he looked towards the still of Slade. Dude, this is like so out of our league, we are supposed to take on whack jobs in costumes, not psycho-cultists. BB exclaimed while throwing his arms into the air and Cyborg gave the green-furred jester a look. Yeah, well, unfortunately this fell into our lap, like it or not Slade's our bad guy, and not to mention the fact Raven's the one in danger this time around. Cyborg reminded the green teen and he slowly nodded his head in agreement with his metal friend while Jason narrowed his eyes. Something wrong, Mr. Blood? Nightwing asked the crimson-haired man and watched as he closed his eyes and concentrated intently. Contrary to popular belief, Knight was actually glad to have Jason around right about now. It was only Batman he couldn't stand to work with anymore. He knew Jason because he was an ally of Batman's in Gotham, thus they would work together at times. Yes. I sense that Raven is most distressed by something. I need to get to work on some wards around your tower. Jason replied before getting up and making his way out of OPS just as Starfire, Donna, and Kid Flash walked in. Kid Flash got his cast off a few days earlier, thanks mostly to Raven using her healing spells, but also with an herbal potion or two Donna was able to make. Hello friends, have you found any news on Slade or his recent activities? Starfire asked as she flew into the room, Kid Flash zipping over to the sofa and sitting down with his arms behind his neck. Yeah, like what Slade wants? KF questioned and Donna shook her head while sitting next to the red-haired teen. Not really. Whatever he wants has to do with a cult known as the Order of Scath. I'm going to try and look them up on the internet, and maybe I'll find out what their master wants with Raven. Nightwing replied before walking out of the room, leaving the others behind while BB suddenly frowned in thought before snapping his fingers. Hey dudes, you guys know how Raven can teleport and use magic spells and such? BB asked and got nods from his friends. Well, what if this cult wants Raven to open up a portal for that scath thing to come through or something? BB offered the others, only for Cyborg to frown in thought before nodding his head. Yeah, that does make some sense, and I don't suppose running the idea by Mr. Blood wouldn't hurt anything. Cyborg admitted, and a grin crossed BB's face at the compliment. But, I do have one question. Cy then continued, and BB blinked for a moment as the titanium teen pointed at him accusingly. Who the hell are you and what have you done with Beast Boy? He demanded, getting laughs from Kid Flash while the girls snickered, BB grumbling under his breath. Tartarus HQ. Seriously Gizmo, why do you keep making new suits for me? Naruto asked flatly while sitting in Gizmo's workshop, a pair of sunglasses covering his new eyes. Maybe because this is the final model I'll be making for years to come. Gizmo replied with a deep frown on his face, and Naruto couldn't help but doubt that even as Gizmo cleared his throat. However, before the tiny terror could continue, Dwella popped her head into the doorway, dressed in her Joker's daughter outfit once more. Hey! What are you guys doing? Dwella asked from the doorway, causing Naruto and Gizmo both to grimace when she does so. Nothing that involves you, Dwella? Gizmo shouted at the girl while Naruto rolled his eyes as the clown girl grinned cheekily. Oh really? I beg to differ. Dwella stated while sashaying into the room, Gizmo groaning while holding his face in his hands. Moving around Naruto, Dwella then sat down on the table next to Gizmo with a twinkle in her violet eyes. So then, what's going on that's so important, Pipsqueak? Dwella asked the bald midget while leaning over next to him, Naruto frowning as his Rinnegan eyes spotted a green blob hovering above them. Danny, get down from there? Naruto ordered flatly, causing both Dwella and Gizmo to look at him before the ghostling girl appeared with a pout. Danny is currently in her hybrid form, as apparently her full human half no longer existed. Her original human form had adopted some of her ghostly features into itself. Her long black hair is held back by a blue band and has a small white streak in it. Her eyes were odd, one being blue, the other a dark green color. Her skin is the fair color of her human form, and her eyes have dark rings forming around them. She is wearing a red beanie, a black midriff-bearing tank top with a blue swirl on the front, a pair of red shorts, a blue zip-up hoodie that she's left open, a pair of fingerless black gloves, black socks, and blue high-top sneakers. How do you keep spotting me? I can't even turn invisible to sneak up on you anymore. Danny complained while crossing her arms over her chest, Naruto rolling his eyes as he smirked towards his apprentice. My eyes see more now than you'd ever expect. The blonde-haired teen replied while Danny grumbled under her breath and Gizmo scowled deeply. Whatever. Now then, I want you both to get out of here. Gizmo ordered, only for Dwella and Danny to look to one another, then to Gizmo, before both began to shake their heads. Grumbling under his breath, Gizmo slapped his face while Naruto scratched his chin and looked at the tiny terror. Come on Giz, it's not like it has to be a secret from the others, it's not like they won't find out about it eventually. Naruto reminds, and both Dwella and Danny grin as the tiny terror twitched and then muttered something under his breath. Fine, the bitches can stay. Gizmo finally allowed, both Dwella and Danny glaring at him for what he called them. Walking over to the side, Gizmo then stopped before something similar to a locker, only with 2 doors on it and clearly his throat. Now then, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, I give you the Omega X suit. Gizmo then stated while pressing a button at the side of the locker, causing a pair of doors to slide open and reveal the new suit at last. What the? Naruto mumbled while leaning forward, one eyebrow raised when he saw this newest version of his suit. This suit was unlike the others, because at the moment it was totally black, the eyes a dull gray color, down the length of the spine and attached to the back of the helmet was a series of ash-gray spinal plates. Along the length of either forearm were 3 separated metal plates, obviously replacing his old gauntlets, with metal plates on the backs of the fists, and white segmented plates on the fingers. The legs of the suit were also black, only with 3 separated gray plates along the shins replacing greaves, metal lining the soles of the feet, and of course the ash-gray belt that seemed to be made up of numerous plates as well, each separate from one another with a circular buckle. If he's supposed to be RedX, where are the X's, or the red for that matter? Dwella asked, and Gizmo twitched before reaching over and pressed 2 buttons on the buckle, activating the suit. Instantly, a red X appeared on the mask, the 2 lower arms curving down over the eyes of the suit, the jagged and fanged teeth of the invisible skull silhouetted by red, another red X appearing on the chest, one on either palm of the suit, and the final 2 plates appearing over the tops of the feet. The crimson glow from them was noticeably dull, Naruto noticing that they didn't even seem to give off any kind of light. Cool, Danny said with a grin on her face while Gizmo smirked at the surprised look on Dwella's face. As you can see, I did a radical overhaul on the suit's overall design, though kept it similar to the original. I call it an Omega X suit because Omega represents the end, and I'm hoping I'll never have to make another of these suits for you," Gizmo said before crossing his arms over his chest with a smirk still across his face. Blinking for a moment, Naruto got up and walked over to the suit, looking around it with a slim frown across his lips when he couldn't see any seams on it. "Okay, then how do I put it on? I don't see any seams on this one," Naruto questioned of Gizmo, and the bald midget twitched for a moment before muttering under his breath. Sighing for a moment, Gizmo pushed Naruto out of the way before he twisted the circular buckle of the suit, causing several latches to open while he pressed on the front of the buckle, opening the belt as the suit's metal plates started coming apart to reveal the inside. The helmet/mask of the suit also came undone, and the plates that made up the front of the mask/helmet slid back. "Whoa, that's new," Naruto said aloud, and Gizmo smirked towards the leader of Tartarus. "Yeah, now then, the inner portion of the suit is made up of metal plates. They are as durable as titanium, yet 3 times lighter," Gizmo explained while tapping on the metal plates inside of the suit. "Hey, what happened to the moving jaw it used to have?" Danny suddenly asked, and Gizmo twitched while glaring at the girl for a moment, and then decided not to ask how she knew about that. Technically, it was never supposed to have a movable jaw. That was actually a malfunction with the locking mechanisms and vocal synthesizer causing vibrations that made it look like it was moving on its own. "But anyways, I did manage to fix that little problem yesterday," Gizmo replied flatly, and Danny blinked before slowly nodding her head as Gizmo then pointed back to the suit. "Now then, the outer portion of the suit is comprised of synthetic nanofibers I developed. They not only offer some extra protection, but also repair themselves by using your chakra," Gizmo then added with a smirk as Naruto whistled lightly while looking at the suit for a moment. "Wait, how is it so thin if it's made of both metal and synthetic fibers?" Dwella asked while Danny floated over to the suit and felt how thin it was, being about as thick as Blackfire's own armor, which was only about as thick as normal cloth. "Because I used the same alien metal Blackfire's new suit is made out of. Therefore the armor's metal is not only thin as freaking paper, but also malleable, and as such it's extremely flexible while also retaining the overall durability of a metal. Unlike Temp, however, Blackie wanted her armor to look the same as her usual armor, so I didn't have to overhaul the design for her suit," Gizmo replied while Naruto finished looking over the suit, pulling his head back and rubbing his chin for a moment. "Not bad, you've actually managed to outdo yourself this time, Giz. Anything else I should know about this thing, before I take it out for a test run?" Naruto asked, and Gizmo took a thoughtful expression for a moment before nodding his head. "Yeah, this puppy is also designed with a built-in self-defense system. If anyone tries to put it on but you, they're going to be in for one hell of a surprise. The suit has my newest invention, a chakra converter equipped into the belt, which basically molds your chakra into electricity that can shock anyone trying to use it. And it also functions when someone tries to take off your mask. Oh, and it's got an internal temperature control. No matter where you go, you'll be fine up until the extremes, like a volcano or even outer space," Gizmo replied while crossing his arms over his chest as Naruto looked over the inside of the suit for a moment, lingering on the back. "What are these things along the back of the suit, Giz?" the blonde asked of his tiny friend, and Gizmo mentally grumbled about making an instruction manual for future suits or devices he made for Naruto. "Those are scanners that monitor your brain activity and also allow the use of the neural controller. It not only increases response time, but the suit will no longer need you to twitch or move your fingers to use its various gadgets and weapons. Or for the short version, all you have to do is think it and it'll happen," Gizmo explained to the blonde-haired teen as he continued to look over the all-black/ash gray suit. "Now if you're done asking questions, put it on so you can give this baby a test run," Gizmo ordered, and Naruto grinned as he grabbed the suit, momentarily surprised by just how light it was considering it was armored this time, and then rushed into a nearby room. Titan's Tower. It is nighttime at Titan's Tower, yet none of the Titans are able to find sleep, though her friends are looking to discover meanings in a video. The Dark Titan herself rests within her room. Raven sits cross-legged while floating in the air among a great deal of books in her room, and 4 of them floating around her, while a familiar glowing S-shaped rune over the gemstone at her forehead. A light sweat coats the girl's brow as she tries to calm herself, a nightmare from Slade having completely shot any composure she might have had. "It's my destiny, there has to be a way to change it." "I know there is," Raven states to herself while waving a hand, black energy forming over 2 of the books and causing them to flip rapidly. "I just need a little help finding it," Raven admitted to herself as she looked at each book only to linger on the familiar book showing the Kyuubi. "From what Naruto told me, Kyuubi is at only half its original power because his father sealed the other half inside himself with help from the Shinigami. My father is a high A-class demon, and Kyuubi is a demon lord, thus an S-class demon, but with the missing portion of his power he'd only measure to be about a B to mid A class demon at best. Not only that, but QB is still only a mid-level S-class at its strongest. The Jubi being a high S-class and almost on par with the strongest demon lord, Agni of Hellfire himself. Raven noted to herself silently while biting her lip and crossing her arms over her chest. QB is still at the very least on par with my father, even with the drain. Maybe Naruto and I could convince it to help us destroy him. Raven thought to herself before frowning as she thought of the numerous ways that would backfire. Namely it demanding its freedom and killing Naruto. She thought to herself with a frown, even with the Uzumaki lifespan, she doubted that Naruto could survive without the Kyuubi's chakra. It had been inside of him since birth. Tearing it out of him would obviously put a strain on the chakra coils he had inside of him. Flipping a few pages away from the fifth Lord of Hell, she stopped at a picture of the Shinigami and raised a brow. While this book was from Azarath, it was clear to her that they had had encounters with Naruto's people, as it detailed all of the different beasts in their lands quite well. However, from his stories, Raven gained further knowledge that all but the 9 Bijou and the zero-tailed beast, or as Naruto called it the Rabi no Menhairu, had been destroyed by the Rikudo Sennin nearly 1,000 years ago, at least according to legend that is. Shaking her head, Raven flipped the 4 books around, replacing the 2 behind her with the 2 in front of her. She then pointed at the 2 books in front of her and made them flip through several pages before her eyes widened as they stopped at a familiar S-shaped rune and gasped. No. She said to herself before taking hold of the book, the other 3 books falling to the ground as she did. This has to be wrong. She told herself disbelievingly before looking to her door when she heard someone knocking. Closing the book and holding it to her chest, Raven awaited someone to speak and mentally sighed in relief when she heard Nightwing's voice. Any luck finding the symbol? The former boy wonder questioned, and Raven quickly used her powers to slip the book under her bed. Taking a quick calming breath, the violet-haired girl then pulled her hood up to shadow her face and hide the symbol on her brow while walking over to her door. No. It's not in any of my books, Raven says shakily as she moves over to the door and mentally twitches when Nightwing opens it and looks at her worriedly. I thought we had a discussion about opening my door without my permission after Beast Boy caught me after I'd just taken a shower. Raven thought to herself with a slight twitch of her brow, wondering if she'd have to do to Nightwing what she did to Beast Boy, which was let him spend a day in a nightmare world of infinite horror. Are you okay, Raven? You look a little, well, paler. Nightwing noticed, and Raven mentally sighed, though given her earlier nightmare she could understand why she might look paler than normal. Didn't mean she liked the thought. It's nothing, I just haven't been able to meditate lately, that's all, the violet-eyed sorceress replied while placing a hand on the edge of her door. Look, I know Slade scared you, but we'll find out why he was after you, Nightwing told the girl seriously, and Raven looked straight at the boy wonder for a brief moment before answering. Slade doesn't concern me, she stated, only to look up as the Titan's alarm went off and Starfire's voice echoed across the comm system. Friends, come quickly. The alien princess beckoned and Nightwing instantly ran off, Raven staying at her doorway for only a moment before following after her masked leader silently. JLU Watchtower. Batman sits at a computer with a deep frown, Green Lantern and Dr. Fate sitting to either side of the Dark Knight. Batman had decided to move up to the Watchtower because of Slade's unwanted presence in the Batcave earlier. Why would Slade willingly give you a Ring of Azar? He must know that we are going to attempt to stop Trigon's ascent to power. Dr. Fate wondered aloud while looking at the ring, making sure it wasn't cursed or trapped in some way. Maybe he knows that, and it's why he gave it to me, Batman replied flatly while looking over his compiled information. So he's planning on double-crossing Trigon? Doesn't sound like Deathstroke to put his neck on the line for others. John Stewart noted with a frown on his face, and Batman narrowed his eyes on the screen. No, he's not. But this isn't just others, not only is he in danger, but so is his son and daughter should Trigon succeed, Batman reminds, causing Dr. Fate to shake his head and chuckle lightly in his throat. Ah, so he can be a father after all? Dr. Fate mused while crossing his arms as Batman continued to compile information, and then stopped. As he did, John narrowed his eyes and looked over what they had managed to compile with a frown. Alright, what we know so far is that Trigon has resurrected Deathstroke to do his dirty work on Earth until he's finally free. Most likely old Redbutt will then do away with Deathstroke completely, feeling he's useless to him by that point, John started to say while pointing to a still of Slade with an S-shaped rune on his forehead. Trigon also plans on using Raven as the portal to enter our world, Batman continued for the Green Lantern, Dr. Fate nodding his head before continuing where the Dark Knight left off while showing a still of Raven with numerous crimson runes adorning the majority of her body. Add on to that, the cultists from the Order of Scath prepared for, and quite possibly intended to die in order to power the portal that would bridge the gap between our world and Trigon's prison. Dr. Fate supplied while Batman brought up pictures of the numerous runes he and Jason Blood had found in the tunnels underneath Jump City. Also, the Ravager murdered the numerous members of the Order of Scath and took their Rings of Azar for a still unknown reason. John reminds pointedly, and both Batman and Dr. Fate nod their heads. Don't forget that a demonic barrier was also set up by an unknown Eastern demon at the old Jump City library. The demon also appears to be aiding Trigon in his attempt to break into our world. Most likely it's a partnership, with the Eastern demon seeking entrance into our world as well, or possibly something else of equal value to it. Batman added while Dr. Fate nodded his head with a frown across his face, hidden beneath his golden helmet. And finally, from what Jason managed to explain to me, a strange aura of some kind that attempted to either constrain or outright destroy anything demonic appeared in the Jump City forest very recently. And, from what I could see, it was being generated by a strange wolf-like beast. Dr. Fate added to the list of facts while leaving out whom he believed the beast might have really been. All these happenings lead only to one conclusion, Batman noted while lacing his fingers together and staring at the screen silently. And that is? The Green Lantern questioned with a raised brow, and Batman turned to the man with a deep frown. We're running out of time, Batman replied, and Green Lantern nodded his head in agreement with the Dark Knight while Dr. Fate rubbed his chin. Indeed, and we have still yet to learn anything useful about Trigon's mysterious compatriot. Should it be a demon of above-average strength, not only will we not be able to prepare, but I fear we may meet our end against the both of them together. Dr. Fate added, and Batman nodded his head with a deep frown on his face, going over the vast list of different things that needed to be done. All we know for a fact is it's a fire demon, even it being an Eastern demon is up for debate. While Western demons aren't as known for it, they still must have the ability to use a demonic barrier. Batman reminds, and Dr. Fate agreed with the Dark Knight, while not known for it, he was aware of at least a few Western demons who could use demonic barriers and the like. You know, we've been talking about solutions all night but forgot one thing, John noted, and both Batman and Dr. Fate turned to the Green Lantern as he leaned forward with his arms still crossed over his chest. That Naruto kid Raven stating, far as I'm concerned, he's connected to this situation as much as anyone. Green Lantern reminded the two, and Batman frowned deeply while quickly bringing up a surprisingly short file on the mentioned blonde. As of now, all they knew was he was trained in some form of ninjutsu and was classified as a shinobi. He was a sage of some kind where he was from. He also had wind/lightning-based elemental attacks, had several attacks that were made of pure energy, could increase his strength, speed, durability, or even his agility at will, wielded the legendary Kusanagi no Tsurugi itself, has an ongoing relationship with Raven of the Teen Titans, and seemed to currently be some kind of mercenary. I must admit he did prove capable enough in fighting Slade and protecting Raven for a short while. Dr. Fate replied, and Batman frowned once more while looking to the information he had on the boy. Perhaps, but he's also a wild card. He only gets himself involved when he feels it's absolutely necessary. Batman reminds the two while gazing coolly at the file, and Dr. Fate frowned in thought for a moment. True, but he's also shown himself to almost always come to Raven's aid when she needs it. I highly doubt he'd refuse to aid her in this kind of situation. Dr. Fate reminds the Dark Knight, and Batman grudgingly agrees with him before closing his eyes as he considers his options. He would be useful if we actually have to outright fight Trigon and his new buddy. Hell, if nothing else he might just least level the playing field a little. Green Lantern noted, and Batman let out a slight sigh before rising up from his seat. Agreed. Batman finally relented while turning around with a swish of his cape to face the two men. However, we don't know where to find him. Nor do the Titans. Whenever he makes an appearance, he always does so of his own accord. Batman reminds the other heroes flatly, and both nodded their heads slowly. Before the conversation could continue further, Wonder Woman suddenly burst into the room and rushed over to the three. Jump City is under attack, and Deathstroke has been spotted in the area. Wonder Woman stated, and Batman narrowed his eyes before looking to John, the man nodding his head before all three looked over to Dr. Fate. You three go on, I'm going to look into a few things here. Dr. Fate replied, and Batman silently nodded his head before he, John and Diana made their way to the transport room. Rubbing his chin in thought, Dr. Fate then sat down at the seat Batman had been in prior and began to look into some Japanese mythology. Not only to find their rogue demon, but also to confirm a growing theory he had on the truth behind the many shinobi of Naruto's world. Tartarus HQ. Naruto stood in the new Omega X suit, a pair of straps attached to his twin ninjutsu added onto it. Man, this thing feels weird. Naruto noted to himself while flexing his fingers in the suit, then stretched out his limbs. Finished with that, the blonde-haired teen then crossed his arms and looked upwards. Alright Giz, start up the simulation so I can try this baby out already. Naruto ordered and smirked at the odd dark-sounding voice the new vocal synthesizer made. Alright, keep your panties on. First I should mention this baby has a HUD like the last few. The HUD not only monitors your current location, but also your energy levels, physical health, and mental state all in real time. Gizmo shouted over a comm and Naruto twitched at the crack as the tiny terror activated the room. As he did, Naruto found himself standing in a vast forest, a city appearing in the distance. Also, you really don't need your ninjutsu for this, Gizmo stated, and Naruto frowned before crossing his arms over his chest. Hey, I like using the Kusanagi as much as the next guy, but I am not summoning it when it has to tear its way through my hand, which is covered by armor for the moment, Naruto retorted, and Gizmo muttered something under his breath before then clearing his throat. Not what I meant, but whatever. Now then, the first feature I need to mention is that this suit has 3 different modes: basic, stealth, and assault. Gizmo started to explain over the intercom, Naruto raising a brow as he does so. 3 modes? And why would I even need an assault mode in the first place? Why not just make an all-around mode? Naruto asked the tiny terror, and Gizmo slapped his face before grumbling under his breath about annoying blondes. First of all, with all the hell you've put yourself through recently, I felt a heavy armored setting was prudent. Also temp, it's one damn suit, it's still all-purpose, but it has 3 settings because the armor hardens or softens based on whichever setting you're using. If you turn on assault, more energy is pumped into the armor, hardening it. If it's on stealth, less is to make it more flexible, with the basic setting being in between those two, Gizmo explained with a frown on his face, and Naruto blinked before thinking back to the past few fights he'd had in the X-suit. A plant invasion that had managed to span the entire city, heading to Gotham, fighting an armor of the Ravager's killer robots. Yeah, I guess I could always use more armor, Naruto admitted while rubbing the back of his neck as Gizmo nodded his head. Now then, temp, look down to your belt buckle, Gizmo ordered, and Naruto frowned before doing as told, noting it had an ash-gray button on the top and bottom, and the entire front of it was the button that would release the clasps of his suit. Alright, unlike your weapons, your suit settings will only change if you press the buttons on your belt buckle. Just like how the locking mechanism is integrated into the buckle, the suit setting will shift based on which button you use. The top button activates the stealth setting, which you're currently in. The lower one activates assault. And pressing them both activates basic? Gizmo explained to the blonde-haired teen, and then cleared his throat as Naruto looked to the mentioned buttons. Alright temp, activate the stealth feature first, Gizmo then ordered, and Naruto rolled his eyes before pressing the required switch, and then blinked as the ash-gray plates that covered his arms and shins slipped under the black nanofibers. Blinking for a moment, Naruto then pulled out one of his swords and looked at his mask, raising a brow when he saw his mask and suit were now completely black. Looking over his form, Naruto then realized this version was solid black, save only for the belt buckle at the center of his waist. Now as you can see, stealth mode turns the suit black and the armored plates of basic mode fold down into the underlay of the suit. This mode also has a sound dampening feature, making all your footsteps completely silent. It also has a stealth camouflage feature that will completely conceal you from vision. However, only the nanofiber overlay will actually become invisible, any of your normal armor will remain completely visible, hence this mode is to optimize the stealth features of your suit, Gizmo explained while Naruto sheathed his ninjutsu and crossed his arms over his chest. Now try the assault mode, Gizmo ordered, and Naruto pressed the button, blinking as even more plates of metal folded out from his suit, completely covering his forearms and shins/calves in ash-gray metal, another plate forming over his heel and the front of his toes. Afterwards, several plates that resembled a rib cage folded up over his chest, covering most of the RedX that had been on his chest, and a metal plate folded out over each of his upper arms, 3 forming over the sides of his thighs. Several plates also folded out of the spinal plates of his suit to cover more of his back, and even more formed into the classic jawless skull with an X cut out of it over his face. Blinking for a moment, Naruto then pulled one of his ninjutsu from his back and looked at himself. This actually looks sort of like my mutated form when I managed to take control of it, the blonde realized as the metal plates took on the same basic shape and formation over his body as the bone armor that had when he first mutated almost a month earlier. Is there a reason it looks like my mutated form? Naruto asked while noticing the red X's of the suit had also reformed when he turned on the setting. Yeah, I thought it looked cool for one thing, and it vaguely resembled the X suit for another, albeit a demonic one, the tiny terror replied while Naruto then flexed his arms and legs with the suit in the setting, making sure he lost no mobility. Also, this setting completely loses the sound dampening field and stealth camouflage feature, seeing as you'll obviously not need it if you get into a fight and need to use this setting. However, as a trade-off it's 3 times tougher than your basic armor, and it also increases your overall strength at least 2-fold. The tiny terror added while Naruto crouched down and then flipped back before landing in a crouch, humming lightly as the armor was rigid, yet still allowed for him to move about as he normally would. Switching back to the basic setting, Naruto watched as the numerous plates that had been added to the suit by the assault setting started to shift and move, folding back under the black nanofibers that made up the top portion of the suit and leaving only the light amount of armor he'd started off with, leaving his mask black with a red X and a red silhouette of the skull's teeth. And now for the basic or default setting. This one has elements of both the assault and stealth mode. However, obviously they are less effective during this setting because it wasn't built specifically around them. Gizmo explained, and Naruto nodded his head as he moved around in the default version. Now for weapons, these don't change in any of the suit's various settings. The first and foremost is your X Shuriken. All you have to do is think of what shuriken you want and it'll form in your hand. Gizmo explained, and Naruto narrowed his eyes, forming a normal X Shuriken into his hand. Wow, it actually works. Naruto mumbled while looking at the nondescript X Shuriken for a moment before throwing it at a tree. Thinking of an explosive X, Naruto then threw that shuriken as well, and then watched as it exploded upon impact with the tree. Nodding his head slowly, Naruto then formed a static X into his hand and threw the weapon towards the same tree, the weapon exploding in a shower of sparks upon impact with the holographic tree. Good. Also, you also have retractable claws in the suit, since I know how often you use them for that one glass cutting thing you do like Catwoman. All you have to do is just think of them extending and they will. Gizmo added suddenly, Naruto looking to his hands before thinking about the claws extending, causing the white segmented armor on his fingers slid forward to reveal sharp claws. Okay, next up is your thermal blasters. They are positioned at the frontal plates on your arms. Gizmo then stated, and Naruto held his arms forward, narrowing his eyes before smirking as the 2 black cylinders that made up the front of the thermal blasters folded out of the plates. Nice, Naruto said with a grin before twisting around and firing one of the blasters, tearing a chunk out of the dirt below him. What else does this puppy got in it, Gizmo? Naruto questioned while flexing his fingers for a moment, only to blink when he heard an alarm go off somewhere. What the hell just happened, Gizmo? Naruto demanded and heard the tiny terror curse somewhere deep inside of the base before finally replying. Shit. Temp, Slade's just been spotted setting the abandoned section of Jump City on fire. Gizmo replied loudly, and Naruto's eyes briefly blazed red before narrowing dangerously as he looked upwards. Gizmo, how does the new teleportation feature in this thing work? Naruto asked flatly, and the tiny terror was silent for only a moment before finally replying. Just think of the place you want to go. If it's within a 100-mile radius you should be able to make it. However, the thing is still a little glitchy when it comes to long-range transport, so I'll just pre-program the coordinates for you. Gizmo replied, and Naruto muttered an of course under his breath before blinking as he was teleported out of the room in a flash of red. Jump City. Naruto landed on a rooftop in the city and stood up with his arms crossed over his chest. Now I just need to find Candy Corn Face. The blonde-haired teen thought to himself before an idea came to mind. Well, that jutsu could help me find him, and it'd at least help with his damn fire-based powers. The blonde-haired ex-shinobi mused before taking a deep breath and forming several hand seals. Bird. Rat. Ox. Monkey. Rat. Snake. Naruto thought as he finished the seals and then raised his hands up into the air. Yuko Jaizi no Jutsu. Rain Tiger at Will Technique. The blonde exclaimed as chakra rose off of his body and into the air. Instantly, a hail of rain began to fall down onto the village, a smirk crossing Naruto's lips even as it did so. Alright, Candy Corn Face, let's see you get away from me now. Naruto thought to himself before his eyes widened beneath his mask, feeling the presence of every single living thing out and about in the massive city. Holy shit, is this what Pain felt whenever he used this jutsu? And does Kara-chan feel like this in a crowded room? Naruto wondered to himself before feeling a dark presence to the south of his current position. Frowning deeply, Naruto made his way across the roof before jumping to the next one over and landed in a low crouch. Looking to either side, the blonde then blinked as a small explosion of fire go off to the side. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's over there. Naruto thought to himself before lunging forward, jumping from roof to roof and landing on a building. Narrowing his eyes at a small explosion of fire, Naruto made his way to the edge of the building and looked down from it to see Slade calmly walking out of a wall of fire. The rain seemed to be putting out the small fires, however that from Slade himself was clearly too hot for even the heavy rain to put out. I do love my job. Slade mused to himself in a dull monotone as he formed a ball of fire into his right hand. Turning to throw it, Slade grunted as a sonic blast from the side knocked the fireball out of his hand. Vandalism? I'd say you've hit an all-new low, Slade. Nightwing noted while standing before his team, Slade merely narrowing his soul eye on the group. The Teen Titans. How nice of you to drop by. Slade noted coldly, Raven shivering as he then gave a mocking bow. But as you can see, I'm right in the middle of something. I'll deal with you in a few minutes. Slade told the teens curtly while slowly leaning back, Naruto narrowing his eyes on the man and considering his options. Attacking right now wouldn't be the best option, not enough room around here for me to go all out normally, and with my new suit and abilities I'd cause way too much damage. The blonde mused inwardly, mentally cursing even as he did so. No. We'll deal with you now, Nightwing stated as BB changed forms and Starfire powered up her starbolts. Raising a brow under his mask, Slade merely held his hands to the sides, causing a pair of fireballs to form in his hands. You can't always have what you want, Nightwing. Slade mused aloud, then quickly threw his hands towards the ground, producing a jet of flames which he rode straight past Nightwing and the Titans. Titans, split up and take him down. Nightwing ordered before the team rushed after the masked villain, unaware of Naruto following closely behind them. Jumping from roof to roof, the blonde kept an eye on Slade as he fought with the Titans even while evading them and then waited for his moment to strike. Seeing Slade's back to him at last, the blonde quickly jumped from the roof he was positioned on and lunged towards the masked madman. Gripping his hands together, Naruto then slammed them down into Slade's head, slamming the man into the ground and creating a small crater. Landing in a roll, which he quickly came out of, Naruto twisted on his heel and tossed an explosive X-shuriken directly towards Slade. The weapon exploded on impact and Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously as he watched the man to get back up. A crackle of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, making Naruto wonder if he caused it for only a second before watching as Slade slowly rose to his feet, only to stumble for a moment. Off to the side, the Titans looked at the black-clad thief in no small amount of surprise, BB being the only one to voice this. Dude! Like what's X doing here? BB demanded while the black-clad thief moved like a bolt of lightning, grabbing hold of Slade by his throat and slamming a fist into the side of his face. The force of the blow sent the man flying to the side, skidding across the ground before impacting with the side of a building. Seconds before Slade could reorient himself, Naruto rammed his shoulder into the man, ramming him through the building at high speeds. Offhand, I'd say he's doing our job for us, Kid Flash offered with a shrug of his shoulders before quickly rushing past the others to find the two. On the other side of the building, Naruto continued forward, ramming Slade through the next building, and then the next after that before finally stopping, sending Slade skidding across the ground to land in a ditch. My, I didn't expect to see you here, at least not so soon, Slade noted calmly even as he pushed himself back to his feet, standing with his back noticeably hunched. Ah, RedX, and I see you have a new suit? Slade noted while pushing himself to stand up straight, then tilted his head slightly while gazing at the blonde. Impressive, but I must ask, who's your tailor? Slade quipped dryly and Naruto silently held up his right arm and aimed his thermal blaster at the man. Would you just shut up? The blonde growled out darkly while firing the weapon, ripping out a chunk of Slade's torso as it tore through the man. Frowning when Slade merely braced himself before standing up once more, Slade calmly brushed off his arms as the hole in his chest healed up. Charming. However, the dismemberment tactic didn't work the last time, my friend. Do you honestly think it'll work now? Slade questioned aloud and Naruto blinked before growling low in his throat when he realized what the man meant. How did you figure it out? Naruto demanded and Slade calmly crossed his arms over his chest, his single eye gazing towards the blonde coolly. Let's just say my daughter has more than a healthy interest in you and leave it at that. Slade replied and Naruto briefly wondered if he was starting to get fangirls before shaking that thought off. Well, shouldn't daddy disapprove of his daughter doing such a thing? Naruto asked even as he started to circle Slade from a distance. The masked madman folded his arms behind his back as he did the same, each keeping their eyes glued onto the other. Actually, I find it rather cute. Besides, her obsession has proved itself to be of benefit to me. Slade replied coldly and a guttural growl echoed from Naruto's throat as he glared at the masked madman. So what, are even your children pawns in your games, Slade? Naruto asked while coming to a stop and spitting out the man's name as if it were poison. In response, Slade chuckled lightly while keeping his soul eye locked onto the blonde and coming to a stop as well. Of course. Everyone is but a simple pawn to someone in some way, though. I suppose you're more of a rook or a knight than a mere pawn, perhaps you're even a king of sorts. Slade replied and Naruto twitched at the analogy before hitting the switch on his belt buckle, changing his suit to assault mode. My, someone really has gone all out this time, Slade noted while Naruto merely threw his arms to his sides, a pair of obsidian black blades shooting out from his wrists and causing him to pause momentarily. So that's why Giz said I wouldn't need my ninja too. The blonde realized before quickly shaking that off and lunged at the masked madman, dragging the tips of the blades along the ground and causing sparks to fly. Roaring out as he neared Slade, Naruto swung one of the blades at the masked madman merely moving back to evade. Twisting on his heel, Naruto swung at the man once more, Slade blocking with the armor on his left forearm. Growling lightly, Naruto swung his other arm and cut Slade's head from his shoulders before twisting into a kick, knocking the man's body back. Watching as Slade's head fell to the ground, Naruto picked it up and glared at the man, only for his eyes to widen as Slade's eye turned bright red. Really now, you're going to have to do better than that. A demonic version of Slade's cold monotone echoed out before Slade's body rammed into Naruto while grabbing hold of its head. Quickly putting its head to its neck, a brief flash of red was all that alerted Naruto that he was back to normal. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto flipped into a kick to Slade's chin, causing him to stumble back while Naruto landed in a crouch. Disengaging the wrist blades, Naruto then lunged forward, slamming his fist into Slade's gut. The one-eyed madman grunted and buckled forward, Naruto twisting on his heel and throwing him into the air. Jumping up, the blonde then brought his foot down on Slade, plowing him into the ground and not paying attention to a shocked Kid Flash as he watched on silently. Reaching down, Naruto grabbed Slade by his throat and lifted him up into the air, a sly smirk hidden under his mask. Throwing him into the air once more, Naruto then grabbed one of his legs and slammed him into the ground. Groaning, Slade kicked out at Naruto, a jet of fire pushing Naruto back. Sliding back for a short distance, the blonde then grunted as he impacted with a wall. I need to thank Giz for the assault mode later. Naruto thought to himself while watching on as Slade twisted into a spin and landed on the ground, eyes narrowed onto the blonde. This little game we seem to be playing is beginning to grate on even my nerves, my friend. Slade stated while glaring at the blonde, and Naruto merely rolled his eyes before lunging forward once more. Growling lightly, Slade fired 2 jets of fire towards the blonde, only for him to flip to the side and run along a wall before twisting into a kick to the side of his head. Grunting, Slade stumbled to the side before cracking his neck back into place. Grunting, the man then held out a hand, forming a ball of fire in it and narrowing his eyes as numerous tendrils lashed out from the ball and reached for the masked thief. Cursing lightly, Naruto flipped out of the way of several of the tendrils before activating one of his wrist blades to slice another, then narrowed his eyes. The blonde then quickly formed a Rasengan into his hand and lunged at Slade, slamming it into the man's chest where the attack ground and shredded its way straight through him. Twitching as he noticed Slade was still standing even with his arm in the man's chest, Naruto turned on his heel, throwing Slade to the side, where the madman landed in a heap. Remind me not to fight you when I'm not immortal. Slade managed to get out as he pulled himself to his feet, a deep frown on Naruto's features before he looked up to the sky and narrowed his eyes. I really wish I'd learned a few Suiton techniques. With my ability to create rain, it'd be real useful right about now. Naruto thought to himself while Slade shook his head and then glanced to the side as the Titans, sans a gaping Kid Flash, finally showed up. However, Naruto noticed no sign of Raven, causing a thin frown to cross his features as he wondered where she went. Among the teens, Beast Boy shook his head with a frown, even as his furry features grew more and more matted down. Dude, like, what is up with all this rain? The weatherman said it was going to be sunny all week. BB demanded while Nightwing narrowed his eyes on Slade, then glanced over to Naruto and raised a brow. X is back now, and he's got another new suit. This one looks more armored, but a minute ago it was less armored. Nightwing noted silently while narrowing his eyes on the two as they glared at one another. Bart, report. Nightwing ordered, and Kid Flash shook his head for a moment before answering. Report what? The beating X just gave Slade? Or how Slade got up after having his head cut off? Bart demanded of his leader, and Nightwing blinked before frowning at that tidbit, though had seen Slade diced into more pieces by Naruto. What are you planning, Slade? Nightwing demanded of the man from his point, and Slade turned his eye over to the former Boy Wonder. I'm not planning anything. Slade replied before forming an S-shaped run in midair and then a fireball around it. I'm merely providing a needed public service. Slade replied while taking hold of the ball of flames and holding it over his head. Illumination! He exclaimed while hurling the ball of fire towards the Titans, Naruto cursing lightly as he moved to intercept the ball of fire, his forearms raised to shield his face. His new suit easily took care of both the force of the blast and the heat, allowing Naruto to lower his arms only to growl as he saw Slade was getting away. Damn it! Get back here! Naruto shouted while lunging after Slade, closely followed by the Titans. Naruto then jumped upwards, landing on a building's roof and disengaging his assault mode, his suit shifting back to its basic mode. Lunging forward, Naruto leaped from roof to roof and spotted Slade landing in front of a building up ahead. Jumping down, Naruto landed behind Slade just as Raven appeared from her soul self and floated down to land on the stairs to the building with a frown. "What do you want, Slade?" she questioned, and the man backed up slightly while keeping his eye on her. "Only what every messenger wants, for his message to be heard," Slade replied coolly, and then watched as Raven landed on the ground, Naruto raising a brow, wondering what they were talking about. "It's time your friends learned the truth. And if you don't tell them, I will," Slade stated darkly, and Raven narrowed her eyes on the masked madman. "Leave them out of this," Raven ordered while Naruto turned to see if the Titans had caught up and caught Kid Flash by the back of his suit. "Wait, something's going on here," Naruto stated and placed a hand over Kid Flash's mouth to keep him from speaking. "I didn't bring them into this," Slade stated while holding his hands out and then pointed an accusing finger towards Raven. "You did. The day you came into their lives," Slade reminded simply, and then backed up while keeping his eye glued to the girl. "Tick-tock, Raven. Time is running out," Slade stated while raising his arms, a swirl of fire forming and rising up around him, Raven quickly making a shield to block it while Kid Flash's eyes widening while Naruto's narrowed as the man vanished into a swirl of fire. I've seen it before," Naruto muttered while releasing an incredulous Kid Flash while walking over to Raven. Only to brace himself as the ground began to shake and rock, Kid Flash cursing as he ran over to the two. Elsewhere, Nightwing grit his teeth and quickly pulled out his communicator while looking around. "Titans, do you read me?" the former Boy Wonder demanded, and Cyborg braced himself while BB stood at his side in the shape of a bloodhound. "I read you, but I don't see you," the Titanium teen replied while in the sky, Donna and Starfire looked down at the city in shock. "I see you all, and something else," Starfire replied while she and the Amazonian looked down at the city, the rain doing little to douse the roaring flames that had been spread over the city in the shape of a familiar S-shaped rune. Back with Naruto, the blonde shook his head before walking over to Raven and helping her up to her feet. "You okay?" he asked, and Raven raised a brow upon seeing Naruto, more confused by the fact he was in an X-suit than anything else. "Yeah, but what are you doing here, X?" she asked while looking over to Kid Flash, and Naruto chuckled slightly while crossing his arms over his chest. "Let's just say an old pal of mine sent me to keep an eye on you," the blonde replied with a sly smirk across his face, only to grunt when he felt several more people walk up behind him. "Crap, the kid and his team are here," Naruto thought to himself while turning around and sighed for a moment. "Kid, what took you so long to get here? Candycorn Face already made his big dramatic getaway without you," Naruto noted while Nightwing frowned as he glared at the masked thief. "Here's a better questions. What are you doing here, X? Are you working with Slade?" Nightwing demanded of the masked youth, and Naruto twitched before giving the dark-haired teen a flat look. "Oh yeah, I'm totally working with the guy whose head I just cut off not even 5 minutes ago," Naruto replied sarcastically, and Nightwing narrowed his eyes onto the thief. "Geez kid, Naruto asked me to look after Raven for him while he's working on mastering a few new techniques to take down that zombie freak," the blonde replied, and saw a frown cross Nightwing's lips for a moment. "Is that alright with you, or are you going to throw me in jail for doing my job?" Naruto then questioned flippantly, and Raven mentally sighed before looking to the thief with a frown. "Is Slade still in the city?" she asked, and Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, then growled lightly. "No. I can't even feel a trace of that nasty energy he was putting off either," the blonde replied, and the Titans exchanged looks before all of them turned to the building Slade had stopped at. "Dude, since when can you sense things like that?" BB asked while looking to Naruto, Nightwing listening in as well, and he crossed his arms over his chest. "Trade secret, green bean," the blonde replied while looking to the library and narrowing his eyes on the building. "Yo, Karachan, you sensing the same bad vibes from this place as me or what?" Naruto asked in his head, and Raven blinked for a second before mentally sighing. "Unfortunately, yes," she replied while Nightwing walked towards the building, BB moving over to its side, and Cyborg opening his wrist-top computer. "Everything in a 3-block radius has been destroyed, except this. Slade left it standing for a reason," Nightwing noted with a frown while looking to a large building with the word library on the front of it. Cyborg made to check something on his computer, however Naruto turned around, causing the Titans to follow his gaze. "Yes he did," Batman stated as he, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman walked towards the Titans, Nightwing growling in his throat as they did so. This was originally the Jump City Town Library. It was closed down after a group of cultists broke in and a young girl was raped inside during a ritual. The Dark Knight stated, noticing the slight wince of Raven, and then snapped his eyes onto Naruto, the blonde tilting his head. "Guano Man's here now. Why is it so many people from Gotham are paying me a visit so much recently?" Naruto wondered aloud, an amused smirk crossing Knight's lips at the crack, and Batman merely rolled his eyes. "We're here to help," Diana offered while Naruto gave the Amazonian warrior an annoyed look. In case you haven't noticed, you're just a wee bit late for that, babe. Naruto told the Amazon with an annoyed tone, and John sighed for a moment before holding up his hands in a placating manner. In any case, this isn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves or arguing with each other. We have more important matters to deal with. John reminded the others while looking to the two groups, Cyborg nodding his head in agreement with him. Yeah, I'm with GL on this one, we can use all the help we can get, Sai said while nudging towards the man, BB nodding his head in agreement from where he stood off to the side. Yeah, especially if we have to search this place, it's a total dump, BB noted while kicking a column, causing it to fall down. Yelping, BB quickly moved out of the way as the entire front of the building collapsed, revealing a familiar bright red S-shaped rune below where the original sign had been hanging. The mark of Scath, Nightwing said with a frown and saw a look of shock on Raven's face. Mr. Blood mentioned it earlier? Knight said in explanation, though it clearly did little to ease the girl's frazzled nerves while Naruto closed his eyes and tried something else. How you holding up, Kara-chan? Naruto asked in Raven's mind, the violet-haired girl blinking before releasing a sigh in her mind. Not good, my nerves are more or less shot thanks to all this. Raven replied inwardly, while Batman walked towards the building, Nightwing moving to follow him inside and making her eyes wide. Wait, she called out, drawing the attention of not only Batman and Nightwing, but the others as well. We shouldn't go in, it might be a trap. Raven tried to explain and a thin frown crossed Batman's lips for a moment. It's not trapped as far as the main room, any deeper is left for debate. Me and Jason found this library a few days ago, the only reason we didn't search it completely was due to some kind of barrier in our way. Batman explained simply and Nightwing frowned for a moment before mentally relenting. It's also our only lead, Nightwing reminded before looking to Starfire and Donna, both girls nodding as they walked to the doors and pushed them open, illuminating the building in a pale glow while Batman pulled a flashlight from his belt. Frowning at the low amount of light, John used his ring for some extra light and Cyborg activated a flashlight on his shoulder as the group walked inside. Dudes, even without the creepy librarians, I'm not digging this place, Beast Boy mumbled as they made their way into the building, Naruto turning on his ultraviolet vision setting, causing the eyes of his mask to turn violet as he does so. There's some kind of demonic barrier up ahead, when Jason and I tried to enter we were burned by it, Batman stated while pointing his flashlight towards a wall, a scarlet-colored field of energy completely covering it. Wait, something like that is all that's keeping you guys out? Naruto asked with a noticeable amount of humor in his tone and got looks from the gathered heroes. TCH, you guys wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes back on my world. Naruto mused while shaking his head, then walked ahead of them and started looking around, arms crossed over his chest as he did so. What are you looking for? Donna asked the teen and he narrowed his eyes, following the demonic essence that made up the barrier and finally found its source on a wall to the side. That's simple. All barriers in my world require a medium to keep them running, in this case, a seal. You see, unless it is constantly maintained by the physical presence of its creator, a barrier would only last a couple minutes before burning out. Naruto explained as he walked over to a wall and wiped away some dust, chuckling when he found several kanji written on the wall. People can get around this by creating a seal to maintain it for them, thus allowing them to protect something like treasure or a family heirloom indefinitely. Naruto finished explaining while still looking around and BB looked at the masked youth, clearly confusion. So, what does all that mean, dude? Beast Boy questioned while scratching his head and Batman grunted while crossing his arms. It means if you destroy the seal keeping the barrier maintained, you also destroy the barrier itself. Batman replied and Naruto nodded his head, smirking as he did so. Correct, Guano Man, nice to know you have a brain in that pointy-eared cowl of yours. Naruto quipped, Nightwing smirking at the annoyed look on Batman's features. Ignoring that, Naruto then held up his hand, a purple seal appearing on it as he slammed his palm onto the wall. Kai! He exclaimed, destroying the seal and causing the barrier to fade away instantly. Also, since that the seal was outside of this barrier, that generally means that someone wanted this thing to be broken at some point. Naruto added more as an afterthought than anything else, a frown across his lips as he did. Meaning it could still be a trap. John realized and Naruto nodded his head silently, turning only when he heard Raven sigh. It's still a dead end? Raven reminded and Naruto muttered something under his breath before looking around for something else. Mentally sighing for a moment, Raven frowned before feeling a familiar S-shaped rune appear at her brow. When she did, the same S-shaped rune appeared on the wall where the barrier had been and a stone door slid down into the ground. Looking to the new passageway, the group saw a long dark path of stairs leading down into the depths. Cool, secret passage. Kid Flash mumbled while looking at the newly opened doorway and then zipped over to Naruto and pushed him towards it. You go first. Kid Flash insisted and got an annoyed glare from the blonde before he muttered something under his breath and walked into the passageway, soon followed by Batman and the others. Making their way down, Naruto soon walked out into a large circular room and switched his vision setting to night vision, his mask's eyes turning green as he does, raising a brow at what he saw. The room is large and circular with large seals and runes carved into the stone, several arches over doorways, and numerous evil-looking statues, each one dressed in a hooded robe with a skull-like face. Ugh, who's the decorator? The same guy who designed Dracula's castle. Naruto wondered to himself while looking around, Starfire shivering slightly as she saw one of the statues when Cyborg's light passed over it. I did not realize your libraries housed such unpleasant sculptures. Starfire noted aloud and Batman narrowed his eyes while looking around. They don't. The Dark Knight stated while Cyborg opened up his wrist computer and narrowed his eyes. This part of the building is old. I mean old, as in before the city was even built. Cyborg stated and Batman nodded his head while walking forward and looking around with his flashlight. The Order of Scath built this around the same time this area was first settled. The cultists came here to perform rituals and rites in an attempt to summon their master to this world in hopes that he would grant them power. Batman explained as he looked around, Diana shaking her head as she heard that. How can people believe such beings would ever help them? She wondered aloud and Naruto shrugged his shoulders while looking around. People are idiots. I should know, I met my unfair share of them back on my world. Naruto replied simply and got looks from some of the others, Raven slowly walking into the room, before stopping as the rune appeared at the center of her brow again. Oh no. She thought while her eyes widened as the numerous seals and runes around the room began to glow a bright burning red. The glowing seals and runes spread around the room, ending on the opposite side of the room and causing the eyes of the many statues around the room to start glowing. Cyborg hit a record switch on his arm as it did so and looked on as something started to happen. The gem was born of evil's fire. A plethora of voices echoed out as ghosts seemed to float out of the statues, Naruto shivering as they did so. The gem shall be his portal. The ghosts' echoing voices continued while hovering around the room and looking down at those gathered below them. He comes to claim, he comes to sire, the end of all things mortal. The spirits finished while floating back down into the statues, while Raven's body began to glow, the numerous seals and runes that Slade had put on her body glowing fire red once more. Noticing it, Raven gasped and quickly closed her cloak, Naruto blinking when he heard her. Raven, he asked and the girl quickly turned and ran back up the stairs, Naruto cursing as he ran after her, soon followed closely by Nightwing. The other Titans, Batman, John, and Diana stayed back however, the Dark Knight taking pictures of the seals and runes around the room with a deep frown. Meanwhile Raven ran up the length of the stairs, only for Naruto to reach her and place a hand on her shoulder. Kara-chan, Naruto said, instantly drawing the girl's attention and looked at her in concern. What's wrong? The blonde asked with worry clear in his tone and the girl looked down. It's this place, I shouldn't be here, it's all wrong. She replied vaguely and Naruto would have said something only to be shoved out of the way by Nightwing. Kid, I swear I'm going to pound you into the ground someday. Naruto thought darkly while Nightwing walked towards Raven. What's going on Raven, what aren't you telling me? Night questioned while walking towards his violet-haired teammate and she slowly backed away from him. I can't explain, I just need to leave, I can't go back in there. Raven replied while changing into a black silhouette and flowing up into the roof. Wait. The former boy wonder cried only for the girl to vanish without a trace, leaving Nightwing confused while Naruto frowned towards him. Leave her be Wonder Bread, she's probably got a reason for not going back in there, and if she's freaking out like this, I don't want to know what it is. Naruto states while turning around and walking back down the length of stairs, back into the room where Batman is studying the many runes and seals. That was the prophecy of Kara-chan's birth, this is so not good. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself while walking into the large room, where Cyborg was replaying what the apparitions had said. It appears to be some form of prophecy, Donna noted as she watched a recording of the ghostly apparition Cyborg had made. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Cyborg noted with a frown while BB looked from the seals and runes on the walls to his friends. This is some serious evil, even for Slade. Beast Boy noted and Naruto scoffed while walking over to them. This sure as hell isn't Candy Corn Face's work, kid. I'm thinking this is from whoever it is that's pulling his strings. Naruto noted aloud and BB looked from him to Nightwing as he walked back into the room as well. As much as I hate to admit it, I think X might be right. And we all already know who he's working for. Nightwing reminds while walking over to his friends and Starfire nods her head. Scath, she says lowly, and then looked over to where Batum and the other two JLU members were standing. Please, Mr. Man of Bat, you know much of this, do you not? Would you please enlighten us with what you know? Starfire asked the man, and the Dark Knight turned while stowing away his camera with a frown. All I know currently is that Scath is coming, and this prophecy speaks of a ritual already conducted by the cultists who caused this building to be abandoned 18 years ago. One to create the gem which shall bring Scath into our world, allowing him to reign over it for the rest of eternity. Batman replied, and Nightwing grit his teeth before twisting into a kick, knocking down a wall where the S-shaped rune was. Diana, I want you and John to head to Titan's Tower and get Jason, have him look over these runes while the rest of us continue to look around. Batman ordered the Amazonian, and she looked to the Titans for a moment before nodding her head. We'll be back as soon as we can. Diana replied while flying off, John frowning as he looked to Batman, the Dark Knight merely glaring at him. Understanding what the man wanted, John sighed before flying after Diana, leaving Batman with both X and the Titans. Wait a second, where's Raven? Kid Flash suddenly asked while looking around, and Knight clenched his fists before answering. She's not coming, he stated, and then ran into the darkness of the cavern, Naruto following after him at a sedated pace, with the rest of the group following their lead, Batman at the head of them. Walking through the darkness for a long while, the large group soon came to a downwards leading spiral staircase, Naruto whistling when he saw how far down it seemed to go. Man, just when I didn't think this place could get any weirder. Naruto noted as BB knelt down and looked into the deep pit, Cyborg frowning as he looked down from behind the green teen. So, how far down do you think it goes? The titanium teen questioned, and Naruto produced a basic X shuriken before letting it fall down into the pit. Listening for it to make a sound, it was a full 10 seconds before they heard a light clatter, Cyborg's eyes widening as he realized how far down it had to be. That's far? He stated, and Naruto had to bite back a sarcastic remark when Batman walked past him and down the flight of stairs. We all probably shouldn't go down, our combined weight might be too much for these old stairs. Naruto noted, and Nightwing nodded his head in agreement with the black-clad thief. Turning around, he walked over to Donna and Bart and pulled them to the side while Naruto walked over to Batman, the Dark Knight looking around with a scanner of some kind clutched in one hand. So, do you have a better idea of what's going on than the kids, or is it just me? Naruto questioned while looking around, and Batman nodded his head silently while putting the device away. Alright, I'm having Donna and Bart hang back and guard the entrance in case the rest of us need to make a quick exit. Knight explained while Naruto rolled his eyes, and Batman let his cape drape around his form and started down the staircase. Then we better get started. Batman stated simply while draping his cape around his arms like a cloak, BB scratching his head from behind the man. So do you think that gem thing is down there? The Green Jester questioned of the caped crusader, and Batman seemed to ignore him completely. Right, forget I asked. Beast Boy replied while sighing, and Nightwing walked beside of his old mentor with a frown across his face. Do you have some idea of what we'll find down here? Nightwing questioned, and Batman narrowed his eyes before finally replying. Yes, he admitted flatly, causing the frown already on Knight's face to deepen even more than before. Then are you going to share your idea? Nightwing questioned, yet Batman remained silent this time, causing the former Boy Wonder to mutter something under his breath while Naruto walked behind them. You know, I think those two have several major issues that they really need to resolve. Naruto noted aloud, Donna, Cyborg, and Kid Flash all agreeing with him as they followed behind the two former partners. Moving further down the spiral staircase, Nightwing soon stopped when a strange sound reached them from below. Sounds like we've got company. The former Boy Wonder noted aloud, and Naruto had to bite back another sarcastic remark as he looked into the pit with a frown. Looking down into the darkness, Naruto whistled upon seeing numerous apparitions rising up from below, both Starfire and Beast Boy screaming as they saw them. Turning around as the apparitions rose up, Naruto raised a brow. They were all a pale blue, with 4 crimson eyes, wore tattered robes, a scythe clutched in thin gnarled hands, a long beak-like face, and skeletal wings coming off of their backs. This is new. Naruto mused to himself while the apparitions started to swing at them, Nightwing flipping forward to evade before taking a swing at the creatures, his fist passing through it harmlessly. I can't hit them. The masked teen exclaimed while rolling out of the way of another swing from the astral scyther, Batman twisting and turning around them with a frown while Cyborg was knocked to the ground by one of the strange specters. But they can hit us. Cy stated loudly as the same specter tore a chunk out of the ground with its scythe, only for the titanium teen to move out of the way. Flying into the air, the creature did a full U-turn to slam back into Cy, knocking him back into a wall and passing through both him and the wall. Grunting as he fell to the ground, Cyborg then unlocked his sonic cannon and moved over to BB and Star before firing at a specter, only for it to reform after he hit it. Powering up her starbolts, Starfire fired a constant stream out towards the specters, while BB turned into a kangaroo and tried to kick them. The green jester nearly fell instead as he passed through the specters, then quickly turned into a bird and flew back up to join his friends. Watching all this even as he evaded the apparitions that came at him, Naruto mentally groaned. Ghosts, we're fighting ghosts, ugh, I really wish I had Danny here about now. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself before remembering one of the many abilities his Rinnegan allowed him to use, only to shiver as he did so. Well, it would help, but I don't know if it'd work on all these ghosts. Naruto couldn't help but think while Batman and Nightwing moved up towards the rest of the Titans. Nightwing quickly swung his bow staff at the apparitions to disperse them temporarily, while Batman reached into his belt and turned around, swinging his cape and slamming it into the apparitions as a weapon of some kind and causing Naruto to twitch. Does he have anything on him he can't use as a weapon? Naruto wondered to himself before deciding not to question it while twisting into a kick to one of the strange apparitions, then grunted as they started coming out of the floor, screaming as they nearly dragged him down. Roaring out loudly, the Titanium team then fired a spray of his sonic cannon while Batman and Nightwing ducked behind him. However, while Cyborg successfully dissipated the apparitions for the moment, he also tore a sizable chunk of the stairs out with them. Nice work, Stonehead. Naruto grunted out while Sai winced slightly and Batman merely frowned before jumping off of the stairs and falling down the long chute. Not one to be outdone, Nightwing moved to do the same before turning to his team. Follow me, he ordered while jumping down into the chute, Starifer and BB following while Sai slapped his face. Maybe you didn't get the memo, Knight, but you and me can't fly. The Titanium teen shouted loudly, Naruto grunting as he saw several apparitions heading straight towards them. Well, you better learn quick, Naruto stated as the apparitions surrounded them, Sai groaning as he took a deep breath before jumping into the pit, Naruto following after him and unsheathing his twin ninjutsu. I'm really starting to wish I knew how to do that damn Iwagakure flying jutsu. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself as he rolled in midair to evade an apparition, then sliced one with his swords. Spotting the Titans below himself, Naruto watched as Batman and Nightwing both fired a grapple to the side. Turning in the air, a smirk crossed Naruto's features when he saw a stone with the familiar S-shaped rune on it. Nice, he thought while activating his teleport feature and landed next to the stone while Batman and Nightwing zipped over. In the chute, Starfire gasped as Cyborg continued to fall downwards, then moved quickly and grabbed the teen before hefting him up just before more of the ghostly apparitions would have gotten hold of them. Beast Boy then landed next to Batman and Nightwing as they pulled on their cords at the same time, yanking down the stone and revealing a new passageway. Another passage, this way. Knight ordered while ducking inside with Beast Boy hot on his heels, Batman and Naruto watching for Starfire and Cyborg. Seeing them coming, Batman ducked into the passage as well, Naruto waiting on as Starfire tossed Cyborg inside then ducked in while Naruto fired his thermal blasters into an oncoming stream of apparitions before moving into the passageway as well. Noticing the apparitions following them, Naruto then formed an explosive X in one hand before twisting around and throwing the object towards the apparitions. Turning and making his way from them as it exploded, a smirk crossed Naruto's features as he entered into a circular room with numerous arched doorways. Which way is the gem? BB asked while looking around and Batman narrowed his eyes before spotting the S-shaped rune on one of the arches. There. Follow the mark? He ordered and then ran into the doorway, followed by the other Titans while Naruto looked around and then threw another explosive X into each of the doorways, just in case, and then ran into the doorway the others had gone down as the X's exploded. Spotting a staircase down the passageway, Naruto mentally groaned when he heard the apparitions were still coming. Don't these things ever just give up and die? The blonde-haired teen wondered to himself while spinning around and slicing into the apparitions, only to grunt as two slammed into him. Dude, there's no mark here. BB exclaimed while Naruto landed on the ground and growled while kicking the apparitions off of himself. Just shut the hell up and pick one of them already. The teen exclaimed while flipping to his feet and charging at the apparitions, slicing them apart while BB started looking at the doors with wide eyes as the other Titans and Batman prepared for combat. BB looked at the doors, noticing different shapes were on each of them, albeit each was also very distorted. Eenie. BB said while pointing to the door with a distorted human face carved into its keystone. Meanie. He said while pointing to one that had a dragon on the front of it. Miney. He continued while pointing to one with what looked like a wolf carved into it. Mo. He then exclaimed while pointing to one that had an eagle's head carved into it and ran inside while the Titans held back and Naruto flipped back to them and groaned lightly as the apparitions continued coming at them. As they prepared to fight, the group heard BB scream and turned in time to see him running from an even larger amount of apparitions hot on his tail. Not Mo. Not Mo. The green teen exclaimed as he jumped forward, the apparitions that had been behind him joining with the others as Cyborg and Starfire fired a volley of blasts into them. Twitching for a moment, Naruto grunted before looking back at the doorways and then narrowed his eyes on a keystone with a wolf on it. Well, that is my lucky animal as of late. Naruto thought before looking to the one with a dragon and narrowed his eyes. But a dragon is always connected to the demonic in some way. He realized while also noting that the dragon was curled in an S-like shape. This way. He cried while ducking into the passageway, soon followed by Batman and the Titans while a stone slab fell down and sealed off the exit, leaving them all trapped in darkness. Frowning, Batman, Nightwing, and Cyborg all turned on their lights, Starfire growling as she pressed on the stone slab, only to exhale when she was unable to move the stone slab. It appears that we cannot get out. Starfire noted aloud as she pushed on the stone slab for a moment, Cyborg scratching his head as he looked around for more of the apparitions that had been chasing them. Yeah, but at least those things didn't follow us in. Cyborg reminded, and the girl nodded her head even as Batman, Knight, and BB stood over to the side. Guys, you kinda need to see this. BB cried while looking out of the passageway, and Naruto made his way over, sheathing his ninjutsu on his back as he did. Coming out of the passage, Naruto whistled upon seeing a large altar in the shape of a clawed hand with its fingers splayed. Large arched shapes are arranged along the walls around the room, and a shaft of light flying from the center of its palm and into the air. I'm getting a serious déjà vu vibe here, Cyborg noted as he looked around, and BB frowned as he looked over the room. Not only that, but something about this place seems really familiar, the Green Titan noted while looking around, causing Naruto to slap his face and wonder if he was ever that stupid, then muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Starfire flew up to one of the arches and her eyes widened upon seeing it resembled Raven's raised hood, a faceless head set within them. Yes. It looks like Raven, she said aloud, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before teleporting to the palm of the large altar, followed by Batman who used his cape to glide over. Knight followed suit with his own glider wings, BB flew down in the form of a raven, and Starfire carried Cyborg down last. The gem. Knight cried while looking to the hand, a scowl crossing his features when he saw nothing was there. It's gone. Nightwing cried out, and Naruto's eyes widened when he sensed a familiar presence, his eyes shooting upwards. You must be disappointed. The calm, cold, monotone voice of Slade echoed out, Naruto groaning when he saw the man standing atop one of the hand's fingers. Ugh, talk about déjà vu. I thought I'd seen enough of that crap. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself as he remembered the Akatsuki commonly stood atop the fingers of the King of Hell statue. Where's the gem? Nightwing demanded of the masked madman, and Slade tilted his head to one side. Not here, he replied simply, and then jumped from his finger to land before the group, a frown crossing Batman's features. But, much closer to you than you think, Slade noted while walking forward, his body noticeably slouched down and hunched forward, arms hanging at his sides. Growling, Knight made to attack the immortal madman, but Batman held out an arm and glared toward Slade. Exactly what do you get out of helping Scath, Deathstroke? Batman demanded of the man, and a smirk crossed Slade's hidden features. Wouldn't you like to know, though sadly, you wouldn't be around long enough to find out. Slade replied before holding up both of his hands and sending a stream of fire towards the group. Crying out, Cyborg and the other Titans quickly jumped out of the way while Slade managed to tear a chunk of the altar with his flames. Upon landing on the ground, Knight and Star turned to see Cyborg with BB over his shoulder, Batman looking to the side where Naruto stood up as Slade came down at them. Now, Titans, you're just delaying the inevitable. Slade mused aloud, and Nightwing lunged at the man, swinging into a kick towards him. We're not leaving without that gem. Knight growled towards the man, and Slade narrowed his eye while throwing the teen to the side. You don't understand. You're not leaving at all. Slade replies darkly, only for Starfire to come at him trying for a headlock but only managing to throw him into a large statue to the side. Focusing her eye beams, Starfire then cut the statue in half, causing it to fall on top of the man. Quickly flying over to the statue, Starfire looked around for the masked madman, only for the girl to gasp when she saw him crouched on top of the overturned statue. One of Slade's hands then began to glow bright red before a beam of heat slammed into Starfire, smashing her down into the ground. Jumping down to the ground, Slade held up a hand and formed another ball of fire around his outstretched limb, aiming for the disorientated alien princess. However, Cyborg quickly fired his sonic cannon into Slade, knocking him back. Slowly getting up, Slade narrowed his eyes and marched towards a shocked Cyborg, the titanium teen gritting his teeth as he fired several more blasts towards the masked madman. However, with speed that defied logic, Slade evaded the many blasts before dodging several punches from Slade, only for the undead madman to grab him by his arm and then slam him into a wall to the side and sent him flying back. Turning around, Slade watched as Beast Boy came charging at him in the form of a triceratops and narrowed his eyes. Forming a fireball in either hand, he then fired a stream from both, slamming them into Beast Boy and sending him flying back into Cyborg, knocking the titanium teen to the ground as well. Blinking for a moment, Slade then rolled out of the way as Starfire began hurling starbolts at him and flipped back as Batman lashed out with a quick punch. Scoffing mentally, Slade then rammed into the Dark Knight and slammed his fist into his stomach. Batman slid back from the attack and fell to one knee, a frown on his face while Slade then twisted around. Swinging his arm, the masked madman created a crescent of fire that flowed towards Starfire. Gasping, Starfire quickly flew out of the way, landing next to a groaning Nightwing while Slade frowned. "Is that all?" he questioned and then looked to the side as Naruto quickly pulled his ninjutsu from his back and marched towards the masked madman silently. "Ah, so we meet again, my young friend?" Slade noted while tilting his head over to the side, and Naruto scoffed lightly and then leaned one of his swords along his shoulder. "So, I guess this means it's time for round 2, a candy corn face?" Naruto quipped while looking to the downed titans and walking towards Slade, the masked madman chuckling lightly as he held up a flaming hand. "Indeed it does. However, you simply must allow me to take care of the peanut gallery before we begin our rematch," Slade replied before slamming his fist into the ground, causing a wall of fire to form around him and Naruto, then spread out to separate them from the titans. Cracking his neck, Slade then stood straight and crossed his arms over his chest while Naruto lowered his arms, a ninjutsu grasped in either hand. "Now, let us begin," Slade offered, and Naruto lunged forward with lightning-quick speed, swinging one of the blades at the masked madman. Dodging the attack, Slade slammed his fist into Naruto's side, only to narrow his eye as the masked blonde chuckled lightly. Twisting around, Naruto kicked Slade back and then swung his ninjutsu, creating a massive blade of wind that flew straight towards the masked madman. Rolling out of the way, Slade slammed his hands into the ground, causing two hands of fire to rise up and reach out for Naruto. Raising a brow, Naruto merely twisted around, forming a shell of wind chakra around his body, which the hands of fire were unable to penetrate. Coming to a stop soon after, Naruto blinked when he saw Slade had vanished, then narrowed his eyes as he went over what he'd been able to find out about Slade in his head. He's an expert in hand-to-hand combat, not to mention most types of firearms and melee weapons. He's got enhanced strength and physical abilities. Mentally he's more advanced than almost anyone in the mercenary business, and if I remember correctly he also likes to play mind games. Naruto thought to himself while looking around and frowned when he couldn't even spot a shadow. Got to give him one thing, he really knows his stealth. The blonde admitted, if only to himself, and then frowned when he finally heard something. It's amazing really, so many things you can learn about someone from his many enemies trapped in hell. Slade noted to himself from seemingly everywhere, Naruto's eyes narrowing as he looked for the masked madman. The little things that have built him up to be the man he is today. Slade mused aloud, and Naruto turned around, frowning when Slade didn't appear to be anywhere, not on the giant altar, not behind the crimson flames, nowhere. "Ah yes, your mother was murdered right in front of you when you were still only 8 years old, wasn't she?" Slade asked, and Naruto's eyes twitched, a deep growl echoing from his throat as he looked around once more. "Then, you ran away, scared out of your mind, and were nearly killed yourself, until the assassin cornered you, and in a fit of rage, you ripped him apart limb from limb. And years later a boy named Haku, that you befriended, sacrificed himself to save his master, and of course his master also died." Slade continued, the growl growing as the old memories started to come to the surface. "Would you shut the hell up and show yourself?" Naruto demanded angrily, and Slade chuckled from seemingly everywhere at once. "Oh, but then years later, the man you considered a grandfather was murdered by his own student, that Orochimaru fellow, I believe." Slade mused aloud, and Naruto twitched once more, his eyes darting all around in search of the man. "Not even a few months later, your best friend betrayed your home village, and nearly killed you by shoving his hand straight through your chest, dangerously close to your heart I might add." Slade continued, and Naruto put a hand to his head, his left eye twitching rapidly as he tried to calm himself down. "Seriously, candy corn face, shut the hell up before you really piss me off," Naruto warned loudly while looking all around, only for Slade to continue, clearly unconcerned, and given his immortality, Naruto knew why. "After that, the sensei of your good friend was murdered by men hunting you down, leaving his lover and unborn child without him," Slade continued, and Naruto bit his lip as he remembered Asuma. "Of course, after that your own sensei was murdered in cold blood, by one of his former apprentices," Slade continued as Naruto remembered Jiraiya. And after all that, a man with power beyond imagining came and destroyed your entire village in a single day, leaving nearly no one left, and even murdered a girl who proclaimed her love for you and drove you mad with rage. Slade continued, and Naruto clenched his fists at his sides, his eyes twitching violently. That same man would later die to revive the fallen dead, because of a few mere words you spoke to him. Slade continued, and Naruto remembered Nagato as he died with that strange smile on his face. And finally, the woman, the man's angel, she died defending both his body, and because she wished to protect you, to think her noble sacrifice was worthless in the end? Slade noted darkly while still remaining hidden, and Naruto twitched violently as he briefly remembered Conan, and then grit his teeth. Is there a point to any of this, candy corn face? Besides bringing up a lot of memories from my time as a fucking hero that I'd really rather forget. Naruto demanded loudly, teeth gritted in anger and looking all around for the man. Simple, from what I can tell, you bring nothing but misery and death wherever you go. Your mother, your friend and his master, your grandfather, your other friend sensei, your own sensei, both a powerful man who sought peace through destruction, and his friend, and then your own father, all of them died and were connected to you in some way. But I must wonder, is it all merely just a simple coincidence that they all knew you in some way? Slade quipped from the shadows, and Naruto took several deep breaths before closing his eyes. Candy corn face. Naruto started to say before opening his Rinnegan eyes and clenching his fists at his sides. Don't say I didn't fucking warn you. The blonde growled out, his tone becoming demonic at the end as he twisted on his heel and held out his hands. You want destruction? I'll give you destruction. Shinra Tensei. The furious blonde roared out while spinning around and causing a mass wave of gravity to press down in a wide circle that soon encompassed the entire room. Slade fell to his knees as the blonde did so and then looked up to see him walking straight towards him, the eyes of his mask glowing a furious red even without the thermal setting. Dude! What is this? I can barely move. BB exclaimed as his body was pressed down into the ground, Cyborg growling as he barely managed to kneel before using an arm to hold himself up, his teeth gritted as his body struggled with the enhanced gravity. I think X somehow increased the gravity around us. Psy gritted out while Nightwing and Batman both tried and failed to rise up from the floor. Starfire however managed to stand with a slouch, only to yelp and fall to her knees while looking past the flames to see Naruto, red-eyed and marching towards Slade. When did the Red X acquire the power of gravity? Starfire questioned of her friends while BB turned into a gorilla and grit his teeth as he tried to stand up. Who knows? X shows a new power every time we see him. For all we know, he could always do this. Knight shouted in reply while he and Batman both used some nearby rubble to push themselves up. I'm more interested in what Slade was saying, and if what he's saying about his past is the truth, Batman said, and Nightwing only mentally agreed with his former mentor as he watched the masked thief march towards Slade. Judging by his damn reaction to the shit Slade was spouting, then yeah, I'd say it's the fucking truth. The titanium teen managed to grit out, Batman agreeing with him fully as the reaction clearly stated that what Slade had said about the masked thief was true. However, at that moment, Naruto snapped his fingers, causing the weight of gravity to lift off of them, and BB let out a relieved sigh. Dudes, I mean seriously, if I ever piss off X or NAR, shoot me first, it'll be a lot less painful that way. The green teen mumbled while rubbing his head, Sai half agreeing with him as Naruto swung both of his ninjutsu. A blast of chakra flowing from either blade and then cutting into Slade, slicing off his arms and making him fall to his knee once more. Looking up with a wide eye even as his arms started to reform, Slade gasped as Naruto lunged forward and shoved a ninjutsu straight through the middle of his head before lifting him up by it. Sheathing his other sword onto his back, Naruto then narrowed his eyes onto Slade's face furiously. I warned you, candy corn face. Naruto growled out furiously towards the man's masked face before forming a Rasengan into his left hand and slamming both it and Slade into the ground at the same time. Ripping out his ninjutsu as he did so, the Rasengan easily ripped its way through Slade's masked face and then his head before leaving nothing but a pulverized mass of mush and gore. However, Naruto then flipped back as Slade's head started to reform, the blonde throwing his arms forward and creating a thick casing of bone-like armor over his right arm. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Wind release, swirling shuriken. The blonde roared as a swirling sphere shaped like a shuriken formed into his right hand. Quickly lunging forward, Naruto slammed the attack into Slade's chest, the attack exploding outwards and shredding everything in its path down to their very molecules. Gritting his teeth, Naruto constantly shifted his chakra to his right arm to repair the bone armor, making it denser and denser while hoping to keep the damage to his arm to the bare minimum. Flipping back only when he was certain he'd not only hit Slade but hopefully ripped apart any possible part of him that could reform, Naruto panted lightly while looking down to his right arm. The bone armor seemed like it was steaming from heat, however it also looked warped, as if it had been twisted around and then melted down. Given numerous molecules had probably been destroyed by what he just did, he considered himself lucky it hadn't failed entirely. Breaking down the armor into a fine mist, Naruto then reabsorbed its chakra and looked to the massive gaping hole that had once been the wall behind Slade. "Dude!" BB shouted and got nods of agreement from the Titans while Batman frowned for a moment. "That won't stop Slade," he stated flatly, and Nightwing turned on his creator with an incredulous expression. "In case you didn't just notice, but that attack has taken out the entire far wall and some of the roof with it." Nightwing shouted at his mentor, and Batman frowned deeply while Naruto shook his arm, trying to get feeling back into the limb. Slade was resurrected when his body was melted down by molten lava. If he can reform from that, this will be no different. Batman replied and then narrowed his eyes, as a tiny speck of crimson light appeared where Slade had been only a moment before. Soon the red light expanded, a skeleton slowly forming where the speck of light was hovering, only to give out a deep groan/moan. Growling low in his throat, Naruto closed his eyes and began to pull nature chakra into himself while the skeleton finished forming itself. The skeleton then threw its arms to the side, causing 2 jets of fire to flow from its arms as a familiar costume and mask slowly formed over its body, Slade falling to his knees as he tried to regain his breath. "You can cut me apart?" Slade said in a low demonic growl while glaring at the blonde-haired teen. "Grind me to dust." The masked madman continued to growl before rising up to his feet shakily and then glared towards Naruto. "Burn me alive," he continued while cracking his neck and then glaring at Naruto. "Or even destroy my body completely." Slade continued in the same demonic growl and then chuckled lightly while folding his arms behind his back. "No matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, you just can't kill me," Slade finished, his voice returning back to normal as Naruto opened his eyes and glared at the masked madman. "Oh really? Well, let's just see about that, shall we?" Naruto replied while chuckling as 6 bone-like Magatama beads formed around his neck. "Senjutsu, Sannin Moto," the masked thief stated darkly, several orange marks appearing on his suit, Slade grimacing slightly as he knew what that meant. However, Naruto then held his hand out and narrowed his eyes dangerously as he glared towards Slade. "Bancho Tenin," Naruto growled out while twisting around on his heel, causing the entire room's gravity to decrease. Widening his eyes, Slade grunted as he floated off of the ground, the Titans doing so as well, only Starfire unaffected by the loss of gravity. "Dude, I'd really like to know when X picked up all these gravity abilities," BB exclaimed while trying to right himself as he floated upside down, Batman and Nightwing firing a grapple to the ground as a sort of tether. Batman then grabbed hold of Cyborg to keep him from flying away, Nightwing grabbing Beast Boy for the same reason. Whenever he picked them up doesn't matter, right now he needs to stop using them on such a grand fucking scale. "I can't take being pressed into the ground or thrown into the air like this much more today," Cyborg complained loudly while Starfire merely giggled as she watched her friend struggle with the loss of gravity for a moment, before turning to where Naruto was marching towards Slade as he also clearly had trouble with the loss of gravity as well. Reaching the masked madman, Naruto then yanked Slade over to face him and gripped him by his throat, gravity returning in the room as Naruto ended the technique, a furious look in the glowing blood-red eyes of his mask. "What now? Are you going to break me in half? Crush me again? Or would you prefer more useless dismemberment?" Slade quipped dryly, and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the man before glaring at the S-shaped rune on his forehead. "Master, you still have that ability?" Kusanagi suddenly reminded in the blonde-haired boy's mind, and a nearly evil grin passed Naruto's lips as he looked at Slade dangerously, the man noticing the change in his demeanor almost instantly. "Oh no, nothing so simple for you, this time. I have a special technique reserved just for you," Naruto replied in the same almost demonic tone his voice had become before placing his hand onto the man's head. "Calm down, Slade, don't even bother struggling, besides this won't hurt a bit," Naruto hissed darkly, then pulled his arm back, gripping onto something as he did so, Slade's eye widening as a transparent blue essence started to flow from his body. "Now your soul is mine," Naruto hissed out darkly, Slade's eye widening as he then looked down to see his feet crumbling to dust as Naruto pulled the strange blue essence from his body, his legs quickly following suit. However, before Naruto could finish ripping out Slade's very soul from his being, Raven formed out of a portal to the side, crimson runes covering her skin and body. Looking around for a moment, she gasped seeing Naruto and then flew straight at him, ramming into him from the side and causing the blonde to release Slade's soul. "Naruto!" Raven cried in his mind, and the blonde struggled to get up, Raven quickly using her powers to hold him down. "Naruto, it's me. Naruto, please, you have to calm down," Raven told the blonde as she grabbed his shoulders, and Naruto blinked upon seeing her and then groaned while clutching his head. "Oh man, my head seriously hurts. Oh, and please remind me to get some anger management in the future. Naruto muttered quietly and Raven released a relieved sigh before turning to look at Slade, the man groaning from the ground. I thought I told you to leave my friends out of this. Raven growled out towards Slade and he sat up, placing a hand to his head and giving the violet-haired girl a look. This? He asked while motioning around to the destruction around the room. You honestly think I caused any of this myself? Slade questioned dryly even as he climbed up to his feet and steadied himself, making a note to never let Naruto grab his head again for the foreseeable future. Well, I'm sorry to report I didn't cause this, or at least not all of it. The majority of this was caused by him, Slade stated while pointing to Naruto as he stood up and glared at him angrily. It's just as I told him, he brings nothing but death and destruction to all those around him. Slade stated simply and Raven narrowed her eyes onto the man as he then started to back away. So long as he's here, there will only be destruction, all he can hope to cause is death or destruction. It's all his power is good for, and all he's capable of bringing, but then again, you're the same way, aren't you Raven? Slade mused aloud, a furious growl leaving Naruto's throat only for Raven to hold him back. Got him on a short leash I see. Good, he needs someone to rein in his temper. Slade mused aloud and Raven had to turn and push Naruto back at the crack. I'll show you a temper, candy corn face. Naruto shouted at the man and Slade chuckled lightly while looking at the masked thief. I rest my case. The one-eyed man replied flatly and Raven mentally sighed, though wondered what Slade did or more likely said to rile up the blonde so much. Now if you all will please excuse me, I really must be going. But I'll be sure to give him your fond regards. Slade then told the girl while slowly flowing into the ground, Raven narrowing her eyes as he tried to get away. I'm not finished yet, Raven stated while placing a black-coated hand to the ground and lifting it up, causing Slade to rise up with it. Coming back to his feet, Slade narrowed his eyes onto the girl and formed a pair of fireballs into his hands. You really don't want to do this? Slade warned darkly and Raven scoffed before marching forward. Well? What are you waiting for? Raven demanded while Naruto blinked as she walked closer to the masked madman. Aren't you going to attack? Reduce me to ashes? Raven demanded while walking to stand in front of the man. Or did your master forbid you from hurting me? Raven questioned and Slade remained silent, gazing down at the girl coldly. Did he order you to keep his precious gem safe? Raven continued to question, loud enough for the Titans to hear her and Cyborg scratched his head. So wait, Raven has the gem? Cyborg asked and a frown crossed Nightwing's lips as he realized what Slade's words, and the numerous scarlet runes littering Raven's body meant. No. Raven is the gem. Nightwing stated while Slade released his fireballs and glared down at Raven with a frown. What do you want? Slade questioned coldly and Raven held up her hand, encasing Slade in black energy and lifting him from the ground. This time I have a message for you. Raven replied before throwing Slade back, slamming him into a wall and then twisted around, throwing him to the other side while Naruto blinked. You tell him he'll have to destroy me before I'll help him. Raven stated while floating past her surprised friends, Naruto whistling as he saw her unleash her own temper for once. You can tell him yourself, the hour is near. Slade replied while looking up at the violet-eyed girl, only to mentally groan as she slammed a large stone slab down on top of him. The girl then grunted as she threw her arms to the side, throwing Slade out of the rubble and into the ceiling, grunting once more she threw Slade down into the ground. Raven then quickly raised Slade to hover in midair before slamming several boulders into him from all sides and allowing him to tumble to the ground in a heap. Though Slade inwardly admitted to himself that this was actually by far less painful than what Naruto had done to him earlier. Looking up towards Raven, Slade mentally groaned as she then formed her soul self before hurtling it towards him. This just isn't my day. Slade noted inwardly as the massive Raven slammed into him and exploded on impact, kicking up dust and debris all around. Slowly standing back up and cracking his neck back into place, Slade watched as Raven hovered towards him silently. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Raven declared and Slade silently looked over her shoulder before narrowing his eye onto the girl. You might not be afraid of me, but look who's afraid of you. Slade uttered darkly, Raven turning around to face her friends and the masked madman quickly made his escape. If I never fight her and the boy together, it'll be too soon. Slade inwardly admitted to himself with a shiver as he vanished without a trace soon after. Tartarus HQ. It had been an emotional evening for Raven. After freaking out her friends, she'd finally explained the truth to them about her family and her destiny. Surprisingly, however, they didn't seem to care and took it in stride, and while she wouldn't say it, she was grateful to them all for sticking by her. However, now she was going to visit Naruto to see how he was holding up from his freak out on Slade. As such, Raven appeared in Tartarus HQ and sighed while walking through the living room. Hey Raven. Danny said while holding up a hand as if it were the most common thing in the world to see her. I really do visit too often to be healthy. Raven couldn't help but think to herself as she entered the many hallways around the base, passing by Kid WYKKYD who looked more pale than normal. Didn't he go visit a relative in Silent Hill? Wonder if it's someone related to Aunt Alessa. Raven mused to herself while remembering one of the few things she knew about her family on Earth. Shaking her head and deciding it wasn't worth overthinking about, the violet-haired girl made her way to Naruto's room. Blinking as she approached, Raven sighed when she saw Jinx sitting outside of Naruto's door with a worried frown on her face. You know, you're really starting to seem like a stray puppy, Raven noted aloud while looking at the girl with a shake of her head, and Jinx glared at her rival angrily. Yeah, well, Temp hasn't come out of his room all day and I'm getting worried, Jinx replied while pointing at Raven accusingly, the violet-haired sorceress frowning lightly as she walked forward and opened the door. Hey! You can't just... Jinx started to protest before blinking when she noticed no one was inside. Wait, when did he leave? No, better yet, how did he leave? Jinx questioned aloud, and Raven looked around the room before shaking her head. With him, it's impossible to tell, she replied before closing her eyes and feeling out for the blonde-haired teen. Not feeling him inside of the base, though made a note that Dwella felt weird, she did notice something on the roof and mentally sighed. He always goes to the highest place he can to think, she mused to herself while Jinx crossed her arms and gave the girl a flat look. Find him? She asked, and Raven breathed out a sigh before flowing into her soul self and rising up through the ceiling. Hey! Jinx complained before huffing and crossing her arms over her chest. You really need a new hobby, Dwella noted from nearby, sitting on the floor and eating a cup of ramen. Staring at the red-haired girl for a moment, Jinx huffed while crossing her arms and walking away from her. Who asked you? Jinx shouted while walking away, more because she still had a bit of a thing with clowns, and Dwella smirked as she left. Is it just me, readers, or is she seriously too serious to be good for her health? Dwella asked the readers with a grin and then ate some more of her ramen before continuing. I mean, seriously, how serious can one chick be before it's unhealthy? Oh, and I need to say hello yet again. Nice to be back and talking to you guys. Did you miss me? Come on, did you miss me? Dwella suddenly asked while leaning forward with a wide grin and looked towards the readers. Meanwhile, Raven found herself on top of Tartarus HQ, then saw Naruto sitting at the highest point possible, his eyes locked on Jump City. Seeing the intent look on her boyfriend's face, Raven shook her head for a moment before walking over to stand before him, though he was still above her. Look too intently and you won't see what's right in front of you, Raven noted aloud, and caused Naruto's eyes to shift down to her for only a moment before returning to the city. Yeah, well, sometimes I just feel like staring into nothingness, Naruto replied while gazing forward intently, his eyes briefly creeping out Raven. Shaking her head of that, the girl flew up and sat down next to him, looking out to the city for a moment before sighing. Something wrong? Naruto asked while continuing to look out at the city as if there was something interesting out there. I finally told my friends about Trigon and the prophecy, Raven admitted, and Naruto turned his eyes to his girlfriend with a worried look. And? He asked, and a smile crossed Raven's lips. Actually, they took it pretty well, she replied, and a smile crossed Naruto's features even as he looked back to the city. Yeah, true friends will always look past stuff like that, Naruto replied, and Raven leaned to the side, her head landing against his shoulder while he raised an arm over her shoulders. Scared? Naruto asked while looking to her again, and Raven raised a brow while looking to the blonde. What makes you think I'm scared? She asked him, and the blonde smirked. You leaned into me, you don't normally do that on your own, Naruto replied, and watched as a small smile crossed Raven's lips. When did you start knowing me so well? Raven asked, and Naruto took a thoughtful expression for a moment. Hard to tell actually, he replied with a smirk, Raven letting out a tired sigh while she closed her eyes. Still, you haven't answered my question, Naruto reminded, and Raven kept her eyes closed even as she answered him. Just stop asking questions, she whispered, and Naruto blinked before pulling her further into his side while looking back out to Jump City with a frown. And so the end finally comes, and I have to wonder, are we ready for this? Naruto wondered to himself before looking to the sky and letting out a deep breath as he nearly ripped out Slade's soul. And I have to wonder, just what am I becoming? Naruto wondered to himself before leaning his head down on top of Raven silently. Unknown. Deep below the earth's crust, Slade kneels down before a stone with a familiar S-shaped rune emblazoned upon it. The prophecy has been revealed, Slade says while looking up and narrows his eyes. The portal has accepted her fate, and the boy remains in the dark to the truth of his own. Slade continues while four glowing crimson red eyes open up above him, followed by QB's eyes opening up behind him. You serve us well, Slade, Trigon's deep voice suddenly echoed out across the underground cavern. Continue to please us, and we shall honor our deal. I shall return what you have lost. Trigon continued while narrowing his eyes onto the masked man, Slade looking to one of his hands silently as he did so. I am depending on it. Slade replies even as the mark of scath upon his brow glows brightly. Chapter 52, The NPT-1. Jump City. The time has come. The prophecy shall be fulfilled. Tonight at dusk, when the planets align, the portal will be open. The deep demonic voice of Trugian echoed out in the depths of his subterranean lair, Slade kneeling down as his master spoke. Finally I shall be free of this prison, and the earth shall be mine. Trigon then declared, and QB opened its eyes in the depths of the earth, narrowing them onto Trigon dangerously. You mean we will be free, and the earth will be ours? QB growled out at the four-eyed demon, causing him to wince. Yes, of course, do forgive me, but I have been waiting for this day patiently for over 18 years. Trigon reminded, and QB snorted while narrowing his eyes onto the other demon, a cruel grin crossing his face as he did. Oh, don't worry Trigon, you'll have your freedom, for a time, muhahahaha. QB thought to himself as he watched Slade lift his head to look at Trigon. I will make sure that Raven realizes her destiny. Slade declared while looking to the familiar stone with the S-shaped rune emblazoned on its surface. And in exchange for bringing you your precious gem, I expect you to keep your end of the bargain and return what is precious to me. Slade replied while looking above the stone to the four crimson red eyes that seemed to float in mid-air. You will bring us the gem, and you will get what you deserve. Trigon replied while causing dozens of S-shaped runes to encircle the massive room he lay within. Deal? Slade agreed while standing up, QB grinning darkly behind the man as he narrowed his crimson red eyes onto his back. Foolish Ninjen, don't you know the first rule of working with a demon of any kind? They always stab you in the back. QB thought to himself, a dark chuckle echoing from his throat as he watched on silently. It's a beautiful day for the end of the world. Slade declared before suddenly vanishing in a burst of fire. The day was finally upon them, the time for freedom had finally come. Titan's Tower. The sun slowly rose upon the horizon, its warming rays filtering into the room of the dark Titana herself, Raven. The sun soon raised up high enough to completely blanket the girl in a warming aura, her face scrunching up as it did. Why does the sun have to be so? She started to think until her eyes bolted open as a strange feeling welled up within her, one she was becoming increasingly familiar with. Throwing her covers back, Raven sat up and looked down at her body in shock upon seeing dozens of familiar crimson-red runes were covering her body. No. She half-whispered in horror upon realizing what the markings meant. Closing her eyes as she did, the girl then bowed her head in defeat, already well aware of what would happen today, on October 10th of all days. Shaking her head, Raven then looked around before getting out of bed and quickly pulling on her things. Finishing with her usual blue cloak, Raven then flew up and phased through the ceiling, soon coming out onto the roof. Letting out a sigh as she saw the still rising sun, the violet-haired teen made her way over to the edge of the tower and looked to the rising sun silently. I wonder, would a fall from this height be enough to kill me? Raven briefly wondered while looking at the runes on her arms, considering it only for the fact it would be preferable to the utter destruction of all life on the entire planet. What are you doing up so early? Nightwing questioned as he walked up from behind the girl with a slight smile on his face. I could ask you the same thing. Raven replied demurely, eyes closed and her body covered by her long cloak. I love sunrise. The promise of a new day, anything's possible. Nightwing replied simply, and Raven gazed over towards her leader for a brief moment. You always so cheery this early? The violet-haired Titana asked, and Nightwing smirked slightly to himself. Pretty much. He replied honestly while crossing her arms over his chest, causing Raven to look to the side. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. He noted mostly to himself, and Raven lowered her eyes and sighed softly. Yeah. She whispered quietly and then had a thought cross her mind. If this is going to be the last day for everyone, I should at least make it special for my friends, and those closest to me. She thought to herself before breathing lightly and turning to Nightwing with a small smile across her face. Hungry? She asked, the slightest uplift to her usual tone drawing the Dark Squire's immediate attention away from the slowly rising sun. Tartarus HQ. Naruto grunted as he walked out of his room with a deep scowl across his face, muttering something under his breath as he crossed his arms over his chest. Oddly, he was wearing the Omega X suit today, the helmet having broken apart and slid to cover the back of his head. Not only did this leave his face completely viewable, but it also allowed the scowl on Naruto's face to be seen by all. Oddly, he was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses over his eyes, and a long tattered black trench coat with the sleeves rolled up past his elbows, his usual twin ninjutsu stationed on his back. Hey Temp. Mammoth greeted with a slight raise of his hand only to get an angered grunt in response as the blonde walked past him. Blinking for a moment, Mammoth opened his eyes and looked back to where the blonde was making his way towards Ops. Blinking at the inexplicable rage he was sensing from his normally carefree leader, Mammoth raised a brow before walking towards Gizmo's shop to see if he'd know why Naruto was so pissed. In Ops, Dwella was happily bobbing her head from side to side while sitting at the table where some syrup-soaked pancakes rested, only to blink when she felt some seriously bad vibes heading towards her. Looking to the door, Dwella raised a brow as the pissed-off-looking Naruto walked into the room. "Hey bossman, why you looking so pissed?" Dwella asked with a tilt of her head, Naruto snapping his eyes over to the red-haired girl and growling lightly. "October 10th. He replied in a low growl while walking past the redhead and sat on the sofa, the scowl never leaving his features as he turned on the TV and started to look for something to watch. Blinking for a moment, Dwella scratched her head as she tried to remember why that day sounded significant. Snapping her fingers a moment later when she remembered it was the blonde-haired youth's birthday, Dwella then stopped and a wide grin crossed her features. "Cool!" she exclaimed while running out of the room, right past Jinx who shivered slightly as the clown girl passed. Running down the hall, Dwella then slid to a halt when the doorbell was rang and looked around. "I'll get it," she exclaimed loudly before running to the door and opening it up, only to blink upon seeing no one there. Looking down and half expecting a baby, she was pleasantly surprised to see a small satchel with a note attached to it. Picking up the sack, Dwella then opened up the note and read it to herself. "Here's something to help in the coming storm, one for all but the strongest of you so that you may remain safe." Dwella read aloud and oh-oh'd while looking at the back, then opened it up with a grin, only to tilt her head when she saw several familiar gold rings with red lettering on the band. "Weird, oh well, might as well give these to the guys." Dwella mused to herself while turning around and made her way further into the HQ, looking for the other members of Tartarus. Meanwhile, just shook her head when Dwella was gone, Jinx then walked into Ops and over to the sofa. Flipping over the back of the sofa, the pink-haired girl sat down with a light sigh. Closing her eyes for a moment, she only then noticed a slight weight to the side and looked over at Naruto in surprise for a moment. Seeing the angry scowl that was stretched across his features, the girl mentally shifted a bit away from him. Temp, why do you look so pissed?" Jinx questioned, and Naruto merely muttered something under his breath while glaring at the TV as if it had done something to him recently. "It's October 10th and I want to leave it at that?" Naruto replied while glaring at the TV, causing Jinx to briefly remember that it was not only Naruto's birthday, but also the anniversary of his mother's death. Shifting uncomfortably at the blonde-haired teen's side for a moment, Jinx tried to think of something that wouldn't rile the blonde's clearly shortened fuse. "Jinx," Naruto said, breaking the terse silence and causing his pink-haired friend to yelp slightly before looking to him with a raised brow. "I just wanted you to have this for putting up with me and the shit I seem to make you and the guys deal with," Naruto said while reaching into his coat and pulled out a long string of beads, all of the beads being an off-brown save only for the largest of them, which was ivory in color with a red swirl on it. Taking the beads, Jinx raised a brow at the length of the string, as she was easily able to encircle her entire arm with them. "Prayer beads?" she questioned of the blonde with a raised brow, and Naruto cleared his throat while rubbing the underside of his nose. Yeah, my mom gave them to me when I was really little. Said that no matter what, so long as I kept them with me no one would be able to harm me. Unfortunately I kind of sealed them after that and put them under one of the floorboards of our place, so I didn't have it with me for the longest time," Naruto admitted uncomfortably while Jinx's eyes bolted open and she stared at the blonde for a moment. "Wait, then why don't you give them to Raven?" she asked the blonde in surprise, and an uncomfortable look crossed Naruto's face. "The thing about that, they kind of burn her," Naruto admitted uncomfortably while rubbing his biceps, and Jinx raised a brow, wondering when he figured that out. "I might have taken one of the beads off of it and touched Karachan with it." Clearly, she didn't like the results. "My mom always said the string of beads is a kamikazari, or in English," Naruto started to say, but Jinx grimaced, as she was easily able to translate that word for him. Meaning that it's a holy artifact, and Raven is about as far from holy as they come. Jinx realized before looking to the ancient relic in her hand, and Naruto nodded his head reluctantly. "But where did your mom get something like this? If it really is a kamikazari, and if I didn't know better I'd almost say it was the Yasakani no Magatama," Jinx questioned of the blonde while looking to the prayer beads, wrapping them around her arm enough times to make 3 X's along the underside of her forearm. "I think Mom once said she found the beads individually over the years and then made the string herself," Naruto admitted with a shrug of his shoulders, and Jinx raised a brow, finding it odd for someone to look for a bunch of stray beads that were just lying around. "Well, in any case, thanks Temp." Jinx then offered with a smile and Naruto waved it off while looking back to the TV silently. Looking down to the ivory bead upon the string for a moment, Jinx then bit her lip before sighing. Turning to her blonde-haired friend she smiled slightly and leaned over to him. Still, I don't see why you'd give something like this to me. I thought you liked to collect things. Besides, aren't I supposed to be the one giving you something today? Jinx reminded with a slight smirk on her lips and Naruto blushed lightly before rubbing his nose. Yeah well, you've put up with me and my quirks for so long. I mean, just look at the hell I've put you through. I'm dating a titan who's supposed to be your enemy. I've pretty much taken control of this entire group and turned us into mercs without really talking to you or the guys about it. Admittedly you guys don't seem to mind, but I've also repeatedly caused more than a little hell in the form of the shinobi, Harley and Ivy, that freaky transformation of mine, now Slade, and who knows what else. Naruto replied and Jinx shrugged her shoulders while fingering the string of beads on her right forearm lightly. Come on Temp, you've been there to help all of us. You've given Gizmo someone who always uses his weapons and tech. You've given Mammoth a friend he can rely on when he can't turn to others. Given Private Hive, Seymour, Kid, and even Dwella a home. You've saved Billy from the Joker himself. Taken in Danny as your apprentice to help her grow. And even fought off the Titans on your own to help Blackfire. And sure you boss us around, but that's what a leader does, and you do it well, Jinx stated while poking the blonde-haired boy in his chest, Naruto merely smiling slightly in response. Sure, and I bet putting up with Raven, since she is essentially our enemy, has been a piece of cake for you guys as well? Naruto retorted and Jinx nodded her head lightly, admitting that was a bit of a problem as the others were becoming more than a little used to Raven as a result of her near-constant presence around the HQ. Okay, you got me there, Jinx admitted before crossing her arms over her chest. However, thanks to that job we pulled in the mall with Harley and Ivy, we really haven't been strapped for cash as of late, so that's not much of a problem. Besides that, Giz has been sending the guys out on small missions for the last couple of months, easy little things we figured no one could screw up. But it's still making us all more than enough to keep us going for a long time. Jinx explained and Naruto blinked for a moment while leaning back on the sofa, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. So that's how we keep going without doing any big jobs. Should have known Giz would want a steady income, he's anal about that kind of thing. Naruto mused to himself before sighing as he leaned back in his seat once more. Okay, that makes sense, but do you really want me to take that back? Naruto asked with a sly look on his face and Jinx chuckled nervously before whistling innocently. Who me? No. I like it, Jinx replied and Naruto rolled his eyes while leaning back and closing his eyes. Watching the blonde for a moment, Jinx fingered the string of beads once more before mentally sighing as she tried to come up with another conversation starter. So Temp, how's your training been going lately? Jinx questioned of her blonde friend and Naruto mumbled something under his breath while crossing his arms behind his neck. So, have you really been making a big rain cloud to water your garden for you like Giz has been saying, Temp? Jinx asked and Naruto's eyes shot open, a nervous grin crossing his face as he turned to the girl. Wha? Why would I do a thing like that? How can you even think I'd do something like that, let alone say I'd abuse my powers in such a silly way? Naruto exclaimed, Jinx frowning when she noticed how defensive he was being about it. Tempest, she stated flatly and Naruto groaned while hanging his head. Alright, yes I've been doing that, but in my own defense, I don't get to water my plants all that often lately. Naruto said in his own defense before whistling for a moment as the slightest of smiles crossed his features. It was also a good way for me to learn how to use the rain jutsu in the first place, Naruto added and Jinx shook her head with an amused look across her face. Temp, you're like a kid with all your powers, Jinx stated and nodded her head while Naruto reached up to lower his sunglasses to the bridge of his nose and glare at the rosette with a frown. Oh really, and just how am I like a kid? Naruto demanded of his pink-haired friend and she grinned towards him. Because you use your powers to do your work for you, she replied and Naruto gaped at her for a moment before thinking about it, frowning when she kind of had a point as he still used Kagebunshin to do maintenance on his weapons while he would train. Yeah well fine then, I'm a kid with godlike abilities. Naruto stated and nodded his head as if that was that, Jinx snorting before snickering into her hand as Naruto smirked towards her. JLU Watchtower. Batman, Dr. Fate, and Shayera Hole sat before a computer, Batman frowning as Dr. Fate typed on the console. It is as we feared Batman, the time is finally upon us, the planets will align tonight at dusk, and then. Dr. Fate left off even while showing a projection of the planets on the screen, Batman's frown turning to a scowl as he saw that they would align within a matter of hours. The end will finally be upon us, Dr. Fate whispered and Batman leaned forward and stared at a countdown on the screen for a few terse moments. Any luck finding more rings of Azar? Batman questioned and Dr. Fate shook his head while Shayera crossed her arms over her chest. Then how are we going to fight this menace if we'll be susceptible to his powers? I thought he was planning to turn all mortals to stone once he escape his prison. Shayera questioned of the man and Dr. Fate silently lowered his head while lacing his fingers together in a thoughtful expression. Only you, Batman, myself, and Etrigan will be able to fight Trigon should he actually manage to succeed with his plans, I'm afraid. I don't have the power to protect any more people or I risk us all. Batman's Ring of Azar shall keep him safe from the stone spell. Etrigan is not affected by demonic magic. And I shall cast a spell to protect the two of us from its effects, Dr. Fate explained to the winged woman before Batman frowned deeply while looking to the man. That plan is tenuous at best, even your powers have limits. Chances are you'll stop the spell from turning either of you to stone, but drain yourself and be too weak to be of any help to us in the main battle with Trigon himself. Batman reminded the helmeted man flatly and Dr. Fate silently nodded his head in agreement. True, but hopefully Shayera's nth metal mace will be an adequate weapon to combat Trigon. He may be a demon, but as we all know from past experience, her mace can do tremendous damage to otherworldly creatures and the like, Dr. Fate reminds, and Batman nodded his head, being well aware of just how damaging her mace would be to such a being. But what about the other demonic members of the League? Certainly we can call to them for aid. Shayera reminded and Batman shook his head with a deep frown across his face. Unfortunately no. The League is spread thin at the moment and each of them is on a mission. Besides that, only Blue Devil is a demonic being, and he's not powerful enough to help us against Trigon. His ability to send souls to hell might help, however Trigon would instantly see him as a threat and most likely crush him before we had a chance to weaken him sufficiently. Batman replied casually as always, Shayera frowning to herself while Dr. Fate continued his work on the console for only a moment longer before sitting up. It's almost time, we best be off. The Titans along with Jason created a containment room in their tower for Raven. It should keep anything demonic from getting to her and allowing us some small chance of protecting her and keeping Trigon from entering our world altogether. Dr. Fate explained and Batman nodded his head while turning and walking out of the room, Shayera and Dr. Fate following behind the Dark Knight as he made his way to the transport room. Tartarus HQ. What do you mean it's Temp's birthday? Gizmo demanded loudly while Dwella snickered slightly at the face he was making. After remembering it was her leader's birthday, and somehow hearing Jinx's little speech from the author, Jinx decided she need to get everyone together to give the blonde a party. Thus, she'd literally dragged everyone to the hollow room and then explained the situation to them. Well tarnation, why didn't he tell us about his birthday? Billy wondered aloud, his clones nodding in agreement with him. Yeah, we could have gotten Olgrim to stop by with one of his presents. One of the clones suggested only for two of the clones to jump on it and start trying to shut it up, visibly pale and with wide eyes. While totally ignoring the random statement from Billy. I still have to agree with him, how come Temp didn't tell us? Mammoth wondered aloud while frowning, and then remembered the sour mood the blonde had been in earlier. And for that matter why is he so angry today? Mammoth wondered aloud while crossing his arms over his chest and Dwella popped up over his shoulder. Maybe he's pissed someone forgot his big day. The red head suggested and caused Seymour to blink before snapping his fingers. Well when you think about it, he's closest to Danny, Jinx, and Raven. Seymour reminded and they all nodded before looking over to the ghostling girl as she hovered in the air. Blinking for a moment, the dark-haired girl looked around before frowning deeply as they stared at her. What? He didn't tell me it was his birthday, and Dwella somehow knew about it. Danny reminded and the others looked to the clown girl as she blinked for a moment and then grinned widely. Yeah he told me and Jinx about it, then mentioned something about being 19 today. Dwella mused aloud and the others frowned, as that really didn't make any sense. Okay, so Temp is 19 today, it's his birthday, and he's pissed about something. Gizmo mused aloud while sitting on one of Mammoth's shoulders and rubbing his chin with a frown. What does that tell us? Danny wondered and Gizmo held up his finger for a moment, before frowning deeply, as he couldn't think of anything. Nothing really, Jinx would kill herself before forgetting something important about Temp. Gizmo said aloud, getting nods of agreement from the others as they all knew how Jinx felt about the, as Danny often called him, clueless blonde. And Raven can't always escape her team to visit or I'm sure she'd be here as well. Gizmo then added and Private Hive snorted while crossing his arms over his chest. Don't know about you maggots, but I think she'd be better off changing camps to our side. She fits in better, we don't ask questions, and it's not like we really do much thievery lately, though personally the mercenary work we do is really more my speed. PH stated with a nod of his head, getting some agreements from around the room while Dwella shook her head with a smirk. She doesn't want to be evil because she's half demon already. Dwella stated simply and got the attention of those in the room. What, wasn't it obvious? Dwella asked and got shakes of the head as her response from all but Kid Wykkyd, the gray-skinned teen rubbing his face with a frown. Oi, in any case we still have the problem of it being Sensei's birthday, he's unhappy, and we're just sitting around doing nothing. Danny stated while glaring at the others around the room, Gizmo nodding his head. For once I'm with the bitch. Temp's been our leader and friend since day one. When we needed someone to help he was there. So let's put together the biggest bash in history. Gizmo cried with a grin, the guys whooping in agreement save a silent Kid Wykkyd who merely nodded his head. Now then we need to spread out and get everything ready quick. Gizmo stated only for Dwella to snap her fingers and fish around in her backpack, pulling out a sack after she did. Oh yeah, and I found these on our doorstep, Dwella added while fishing out a familiar gold ring with glowing crimson marks around the band. What do you mean you found them? People don't just leave jewelry lying around for no good reason, or do they on this place? Blackfire questioned while snatching one of the rings and looking it over with a frown. I mean I found them with a note at our doorstep, there's one for each of us but the note said not to include it X. Dwella replied with a grin and the guys looked to one another before taking hold of the strange rings. Gizmo frowned as he pulled out a scanner and held it up over the ring for a moment, and then narrowed his eyes. I don't know what these are but these things are putting of a small amount of magical energy. Gizmo noted to himself while flipping the ring in hand and then stowed it away in his pocket. Who did you say left these? Blackfire questioned even as she slipped the ring on and smirked while looking at it. Frowning in thought for a moment, Dwella tried to keep her train of thought, memories, and everything else straight however failed and thus shrugged her shoulders. Like I said, I found them with a note? And the note said that they would help with the coming storm or something like that. Dwella replied and Gizmo looked over to the other members of Tartarus for a moment before they took them as well and looked at the strange rings. What do y'all reckon these things are for? I mean, how could they help us with a storm? They just a bunch of rings, and for that matter, who in tarnation left a bunch of silly little rings for us? Billy wondered while looking at the ring with a little too much scrutiny to be normal. Who cares, they're free remember. Seymour stated while pocketing the ring and got nods of agreement from several of the other members of Tartarus before Gizmo growled lowly. Alright, enough distractions. Let's get to work already. The tiny terror cried out and the rest of Tartarus huddled up and listened to him as he described what they were going to be doing. Jump City. Naruto walked through Jump City, still wearing his Omega X suit though it is set to stealth mode, his sword sealed away, and his coat worn over top it and buttoned up in order to give the illusion that he was dressed in an all-black outfit. Sighing softly, the blonde-haired boy adjusted his sunglasses as he walked down the street, a black/red bucket hat over his head as per usual. What to do? Naruto considered silently even as he made his way through the city, stopping only when he felt the ground shake beneath his feet. Blinking for a moment, Naruto turned to the side and shook his head when he saw a spot of red hair, a spot of green, and a spot of violet all sitting on the upper floor at Domino Pizza. Looks like either Starfire or Donna wanted the last slice. The blonde mused to himself since whenever either girl wanted the last slice of pizza, they either got it or there was going to be pain for someone in the very near future. Clicking his tongue for a moment, Naruto then grinned as he jumped onto a street light before jumping over to Domino Pizza and landing on the outer rail of the balcony. As such, he couldn't help a slight smile upon seeing the Titan sitting down, Starfire squirting mustard onto a slice of pizza while BB and Sai sat crying to the side, both having obviously wanted it for their own. Grinning inwardly, Naruto then raised a hand when Donna and Kid Flash noticed him behind, Raven. Yo Titans, what brings you out and about today of all days? Naruto questioned with a wave, drawing the teens' attention to him and Raven blinking in surprise. Naruto? What are you doing out? I thought you had issues with today. Raven questioned and Naruto briefly twitched, a slight scowl marring his features. Yeah, well I decided not to mope around about it. So I'm trying to find something to let out my misplaced aggression on. Any baddies out of prison I should know about? Naruto asked with a wicked grin across his face, cracking his knuckles ominously as he did, causing Nightwing to roll his eyes and shake his head. You just missed, Plasmus, he replied and Naruto snapped his fingers in mock disappointment while BB slipped over to the blonde. Dude, what's with all the black? You finally acting like a real ninja or what? BB questioned and Naruto knocked him on the head lightly, the green jester yelping and rubbing his head when the older teen did. Nah, I'm in a bad mood and feel like hitting something. Naruto replied with a slight smirk and BB chuckled nervously before sliding over to the side. Soon enough Starfire finished her slice of pizza and smiled happily before grabbing Naruto into a hug and grinning at the blonde brightly. Please. You must come with us friend Naruto, friend Raven has even suggested that we go and do the hanging out at the park. Starfire exclaimed, causing Naruto to raise a brow since that was really out of character for Raven. When did I become friend Naruto? The blonde also had to wonder since he wasn't exactly around the bubbly red-haired alien too often. No offense meant to Kara-chan, but isn't that kind of odd? Naruto asked and Starfire considered it for a moment before nodding her head. Yes, I do believe you are correct, but perhaps friend Raven is merely used to us all at long last. Starfire suggested, Raven rolling her eyes at that while Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and considered his options. Option 1, lock myself in my room like I do every year. Option 2, say no and walk aimlessly around and look for a fight. Option 3, follow them and at least have Kara-chan's company, while waiting for the inevitable fight to find them. Naruto thought to himself before sighing slightly as he mentally decided that option 3 was really the only choice he had. Fine, I'll come with, besides, knowing you kids I'll end up in a fight soon enough, Naruto said with a nod of his head, Raven mentally groaning, as she knew he was right, they seemed prone to danger after all. Thus the now 18s found themselves walking through the park, Naruto half asleep as he followed the Titans, and was unfortunately bored out of his mind. Why couldn't they do something that would give me something to hit? Seriously, I need to let out my aggression soon or I'm going to go X and attack them for the hell of it. The blonde-haired teen thought to himself, Raven hearing the thought and mentally groaning as she tried to ignore his issues with today. Dude! BB suddenly exclaimed and Naruto looked to the green teen, only to lightly growl when he saw him hold up a penny. Find a penny, pick it up, something something something, good luck. It's my lucky day. BB cried out with a grin and started to do a silly dance. Watching the green teen for a moment, Naruto then pinched the bridge of his nose with a frown. Yeah, it's your lucky day and the worst day of my life? Naruto muttered bitterly, Kid Flash blinking when he heard the blonde. What's that mean? Kid Flash questioned while drawing the attention of the other Titans onto the blonde. Feeling them looking to him, Naruto grunted before crossing his arms over his chest with a frown. None of your damn business, Red. He grumbled out and then marched off, Raven sighing as he marched off from the group. Following behind the teen there was a noticeably terse silence before Cyborg cleared his throat. Anyone up for a game of extreme stankball after lunch? The metal man questioned while taking a ball made of old sweaty/stinky socks out of the drawer on his chest plate. Yeah, sure. Raven allowed with a slight upward lilt to her tone, Naruto stopping in place when he processed what the girl said. As a result, Raven passed him, leaving him with the others staring after the violet-haired girl. But you hate anything extreme? Kid Flash noted with a raised brow and BB popped up at his side. Or stanky. The green jester added as more an afterthought than anything else and Raven stopped, mentally cursing even as she turned Aaron to look at her friends. Maybe I never gave it a chance. She offered and Starfire flew up to her from the side with her hands clasped together. Raven, would you still have time to join me in the painting of the toenails later today? Starfire questioned with a smile and Naruto narrowed his eyes on his girlfriend, already knowing something was seriously wrong with her. Sounds like fun. Raven replied with a slight smile and Naruto was in front of her faster than the flash. Poking her on the forehead with a flat look, the blonde-haired teen leaned forward with a frown. Alright, did one of your other personalities take over or what? Naruto asked flatly, BB snickering as Raven gave the blonde a look. No, seriously, even I have to admit you're acting weird, Kara-chan. Naruto stated and Nightwing nodded his head in agreement with the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Yeah, what's up, Raven? Pancakes, pizza, stankball, toenails. Knight started to list and Kid Flash decided to drop in his own 2 cents as well. Yeah, and she hasn't called BB stupid all day. Kid Flash noticed, the green jester nodding his head in agreement with his red-haired friend. I know. Did someone replace Raven with a robot or what? BB asked while looking to the gray-skinned girl suspiciously. In response to the unwanted attention, Raven flew to the side, her back to the looks she was getting from her friends and of course her boyfriend. I just want everyone to have a nice day today, Raven offered while not allowing any of them to see the downcast look in her violet orbs. Come on, we have a lot to do before sunset, Raven then stated, causing Naruto to raise his brow and wonder when they ever had anything they had to do. However, his attention was then drawn to the sun as it slowly started to turn black, a frown crossing Naruto's features. I've got a bad feeling about this, Naruto thought to himself as the sun was soon completely blocked out, the sky turning dark as day suddenly became as night. Dude, what's going on? BB asked with wide eyes while Naruto lunged forward and caught the girl before she could hit the ground, numerous familiar red runes having formed over her body. Is she okay? Nightwing questioned while walking up behind Naruto, however someone else chose to answer him instead. No, Batman stated as he and Shayera walked over to the group from behind, a grim frown upon the Dark Knight's face. Because today is the day. He started only for Raven to finish for him, tears welling up in her eyes. The end of the world? She whispered while allowing her tears to fall at last, a scowl crossing Naruto's features as he held her close. Batman, what are you? Nightwing started to question while the Dark Knight walked over to Raven as Naruto stood up, holding the girl bridal style. Dr. Fate uncovered a date for Trigon's coming. At dusk today, when the planets align, the portal shall be opened. Batman explained simply, and Starfire flew over to the Dark Knight with a worried look on her face. Please Mr. Man of Bat, is there no way to save friend Raven? The red-haired alien questioned of the older hero, and Batman was silent, Shayera eventually answering for him. We don't know yet, she replied, and the alien girl looked to her friend with visible worry, Naruto looking to Batman with a deep frown on his face. I've only got one question. What do we do next? The blonde asked Batman, and the Dark Knight narrowed his eyes before replying. We return to Titan's Tower. Dr. Fate and Jason have finished something that should keep Raven safe, for the time being. Batman replied while turning on his heel and marching towards Titan's Tower, followed closely by the Titans and Naruto. Unseen by any of them, however, and watching on silently from the sky, was four eyes belonging to Trigon. Titan's Tower. The Titans, Naruto, and the JLU members with them walked through the halls of Titan's Tower, a frown on Nightwing's face. Okay, everyone, just as we planned, the Dark Squire ordered as they wandered deeper into the tower, Raven looking around from Naruto's arms with a confused expression. Where are you taking me? She asked, and you said there was nothing we could do. Nightwing reminded while turning his head to look to his friend, then turned around as they approached a door. We didn't agree, so we've been preparing for this day. Nightwing finished while placing his hand onto a pad at the side of the room, opening up a doorway to a strange room that was predominantly blue, inside of which Jason and Dr. Fate were putting some finishing touches on the numerous seals lining the strange room. You did all this for me? Raven asked of her friend, clearly touched by the gesture, and Kid Flash smirked. You're our friend Raven, of course we'd do all this and probably even more. The speedster replied with a smile, Nightwing nodding his head in agreement. We're ready to defeat Trigon, Nightwing added, and Jason Blood scoffed while walking over to the group with Dr. Fate. We're nowhere near ready for such a thing, Nightwing. To battle an A-class demon such as Trigon requires power which we do not currently have available to us, Jason stated, Dr. Fate nodding his head in agreement with the scarlet-haired man. Perhaps you are right, but hopefully it won't come to that. Our plan is simple. Raven is the portal, she is the key to Trigon's escape, Donna reminded, and Cyborg took over for the Amazonian warrior. So if Trigon can't get to the portal, he can't take over. Cyborg continued, and Starfire took over the explanation from there. So all we must do is keep the Trigon from getting to Raven. Starfire finished with a smile, and Batman thought of roughly a dozen holes in that plan while Dr. Fate nodded his head slowly. You can't, Raven said with an exasperated sigh, and Nightwing narrowed his eyes while looking to the girl. We will, and that is what this room is for, Night replied while walking inside, Naruto watching as Dr. Fate shook his head. Yeah, I've equipped only the most state-of-the-art equipment in here. Nothing alive is getting in, Sai explained while walking inside, and Starfire smiled while floating over to Raven and Naruto. And the symbols Mr. Blood found in your books shall hopefully keep out everything else? Starfire finished, and Raven looked skeptical for a moment, Dr. Fate deciding to speak up at that moment. This room shall protect Raven so long as she is inside of it, yes, Dr. Fate admitted, but then looked to the violet-haired girl stoically. However, should she leave it of her own accord, it will do her little good, and we shall find ourselves with little choice but to battle the beast himself, Dr. Fate reminded the teens, and Naruto rolled his eyes while putting Raven back to her feet and letting her walk into the room. Looking around, the violet-haired sorceress looked at the many symbols and seals on the walls before turning to her friends. This is all great, but it's not going to make a difference, Raven stated while turning and walking towards the back of the room. Today the prophecy will be fulfilled, Trigon is coming, there's no stopping him, Raven stated softly, eyes closed, and Naruto frowned deeply. However, before he could speak, Nightwing walked forward, a determined look across his face. There's never been a villain we couldn't stop before, Night stated, and Raven shook her head solemnly while turning to her eyes towards her leader. Trigon isn't a villain, he is the incarnation of evil, the source of all darkness, the Raven tried to say, only for Naruto to stop her with a frown across his face. I don't care if he's an even bigger pain in the ass than Madara was, if this fucker thinks he's touching you with me around, he's got another thing coming, the blonde declared with a scowl across his face, Raven shaking her head as she heard her boyfriend. You don't know Trigon, Naruto, he's more powerful than you could possibly imagine, Raven told the blonde, and he scoffed, a sly smirk crossing his features as he looked to the violet-haired girl. Somehow I really doubt that, the blonde replied, and Batman walked forward with a frown across his face. In any case we should head out. Stay in here, you'll be fine so long as you don't leave the room. We'll be close by on the off chance you need us, Batman stated while turning around, walking out of the room, soon followed by the others. BB stopping for a moment and then quickly turned around and ran up to Raven. Here, BB stated while placing something into the girl's open palm. For luck? He explained while rushing out of the room, followed by Naruto whose arms were crossed over his chest as the door to the room slid shut. Opening her hand and looking to what BB left her, Raven found the penny that the green changeling had found only a short while ago in the park. All the luck in the world won't help us now, Raven said to herself solemnly, then sighed while looking around the room for a moment and leaned back into a wall. Deep beneath the earth's crust, within the tomb Slade found himself more and more often, the masked madman awaited. Good, Rose has given the rings to Tartarus, no doubt Raven will protect the Titans, and the JLU most likely have ways to protect themselves, all according to plan. The masked man mused to himself while Trigon's eyes suddenly appeared on the wall. The hour is approaching, Slade declared while looking up to Trigon's eyes. The army is ready, he states simply, even as QB's own eyes open up and peer down at him. You had best perform, Trigon ordered darkly and Slade rose to his feet while gazing towards both demons. I'll do my job, you better have my payment ready when I get back, the masked madman stated, Trigon's eyes narrowing on him while QB twitched. Stupid mortal, to dare make orders of his masters. QB couldn't help but think to himself, his twin red eyes narrowing as Slade raised his hands upwards. Rise! Slade ordered darkly, the earth bursting open to reveal dozens upon dozens of flaming wraiths, all of the creatures bearing demonic red eyes as they flowed forward. Bring me the portal. Trigon ordered with finality to his words, Slade walking to the front of the army with a dark glare. Warriors, march! Slade cried out to the army and then made his way forward, followed by the army of fire wraiths. Row after row of the beings moving forward until a portal opened before Slade, then stretched out, allowing all of them to march through it. Jump City. Naruto stands atop Titan's tower with a deep frown on his face, looking to the sky for a moment with narrowed eyes. You seem troubled? Shayera noted as she walked onto the roof and looked at him strangely. Turning slightly, the blonde scoffed for a moment before reaching up for his hat. Throwing the object from his head and off of the tower completely, he then turned away from the winged woman with a deep frown stretched across his face. Not at all, Tenchi-san. I'm just evening the playing field with old Firepuss, by making a little deluge, he replied before forming several hand seals and holding up his hands towards the sky. Yukojaizi no Jutsu. The blonde cried out as he spread his chakra into the air, the clouds darkening and gathering above, causing Shayera to look up only to widen her eyes as it began to rain upon the entire city much as it had the week before. You can control the rain? She questioned and Naruto silently turned around, removing his sunglasses at the same time, and unintentionally causing the woman's heart to briefly stop. The Rinnegan eyes were not something she had expected, in pictures she'd seen a clear azure blue as the color of his eyes, but she was also aware of the Sharingan that the ones known as Sasuke and Kakashi were supposed to have from reading a report on them, but the eyes of the blonde were completely different from those eyes, something about them just put her on edge. Yes, and so much more, Naruto replied coldly while forming a familiar T-shaped hand seal with a frown. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Naruto cried, causing 3 more of him to appear before he looked to them seriously. Spread out across the city, you know what to do, Naruto ordered and the 3 clones nodded before they each vanished in a plume of smoke. What was that? Shayera demanded while looking to the blonde-haired teen and Naruto silently turned and sat down, legs crossed under himself and took a deep breath. What that was doesn't matter, what does is that soon our enemy will show himself, and I wish to be prepared for that event, Naruto stated simply and then held one hand forward, concentrating on the Omega X suit. He had the plates at his palm shift away and then threw his arm to the side. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the blonde exclaimed, the familiar blade tearing its way through the flesh of his hand where he quickly gripped its hilt as the plates on his hands reformed over his palms. Leaning the blade along his shoulders, Naruto ignored Shayera's presence as he felt the Kusanagi speak to him. Master, 'tis good to be outside once more. I prefer the battlefield to being hidden away like an old relic. The Kusanagi hissed into the blonde-haired teen's mind and Naruto merely hummed for a moment while opening his eyes. He's here, Naruto whispered while looking to the ground below, Slade crawling out of the water around the tower, steam rising off of his form. Naruto slowly stood up as Slade approached, the Titans rushing past him and jumping from the tower to the ground below. Looking down at the scene for a moment, Naruto then turned to see Batman, Dr. Fate, and even Jason Blood walking out of the tower. Slade, we're ready for you, Nightwing declared while pulling 2 of his batarangs from his belt and gripping them tightly. Instantly a pair of blades shot out from them, making 2 swords each of which he in one hand. "Give me the girl?" Slade ordered in a no-nonsense tone, and Nightwing narrowed his eyes onto the man. "No way," Kid Flash declared boldly, the rest of the team getting ready to combat the masked madman. "You don't really have a choice in the matter." "I'm taking her," Slade stated darkly while glaring at the teens, BB scoffing as he did. "Oh yeah, you and what army?" the Green Jester demanded, and Slade reached up with one hand to obscure his face. The S-shaped rune on his forehead began to blaze even as the rain hitting his body steamed. Instantly the dozens upon dozens of fire wraiths appeared and formed all around the Titans, BB gaping as they did so. "You just had to ask, didn't you?" Cyborg muttered to himself while looking at the vast number of enemies around them. "Attack!" Slade ordered while pointing to the Titans, the teens lunging into action while Naruto cracked his neck. "So it was you who made the rain?" Batman guessed, and Naruto was silent as he then stepped off of the tower and towards the ground below. Frowning for a moment, Batman looked to the Justice League members with him with a frown. "Ready?" Batman questioned, and Shiera didn't answer. Instead she lunged into battle, followed by Dr. Fate as Jason took a deep breath. Change! Change, O form of man! Release thy might from fleshy mire. Boil the blood in the heart for fire. Gone! Gone! The form of man! Rise, the demon Etrigan! Jason exclaimed before his body was consumed by fire, grasping his head as he was changed as well, a pair of hellfire red eyes soon glowing from the flames before Etrigan roared loudly. The new being had ruddy orange skin, 2 small horns forming off his head, a pair of fin-shaped ears, sharp claws and fangs, and a gaunt face. He wears a red outfit that covers his torso and the upper portion of his legs, leaving them bare from the mid-thigh down, with a black belt around his waist, black bands with studs around his forearms, a blue cape with a silver clasp, and a pair of old faded red boots over his feet. "Nice to see you again, Etrigan, though I wish the situation weren't so dire," Batman noted simply, and Etrigan merely grunted before lunging into the fray, slashing at the fire wraiths with his claws while Batman jumped down behind him, then reached into his belt and pulled out a pair of electrical brass knuckles. As soon as they landed, the JLU lunged into action, attacking the fire wraiths while Naruto passed them all, moving to the side to avoid Nightwing as Slade sent him flying. Walking towards Slade while the Titans and JLU dealt with the fire wraiths, Naruto felt lightning surge down his right arm before quickly dispersing it. "Ah, Mr. Uzumaki, how nice to see you again," Slade noted upon seeing the blonde-haired teen, only to stop when he saw the almost deranged-looking eyes that the blonde-haired youth now possessed. "Although, perhaps I should wonder about those new eyes of yours," Slade stated aloud, and Naruto silently stopped before the man and closed his eyes. One of his clones in the distance, having finished gathering nature chakra, quickly dispelled itself. "Senjutsu, Sannin Moto," Naruto stated flatly, only for a burst of power to flow off of him as 2 spikes of hair raised up from his head like horns. Red-orange markings then appeared beside of his eyes and over his whisker marks. Slade narrowed his eyes as white bone-like armor began to form over the blonde. First it formed into a pair of wind-shaped greaves and forearm guards, then 6 Magatama beads formed around his neck, a series of spinal plates formed down the back of his coat before branching out into 10 lengths that ran the length of his coat, giving the illusion of 10 tails. Finally, a white bone-like mask formed over his face, this one only covering the left side of his face. "I see you're pulling out all the stop this time," Slade noted, only for Naruto to vanish in a flash and land a powerful left hook to the man's jaw. The force of the punch sent Slade flying across the bay, skipping over the water for a time before he threw his hand back and created 2 jets of flame from them. Propelling himself back to the island, Slade rammed into Naruto. However, the blonde dug the Kusanagi into the ground and rammed his arm into Slade's back, plowing him into the ground. Growling lightly, Naruto then grabbed Slade by his bandolier and lifted him out of the ground, holding him in the air with one arm and a deep scowl on his face. "I am done playing around with you," Naruto exclaimed furiously while twisting on his heel and throwing Slade into the air. Growling lightly, Naruto twisted into a Maku Katen first before adding a 1000 blades jutsu together, forming a swirling torrent of spinning wind blades. "Tatsumaki no Jutsu. Tornado technique," the blonde exclaimed loudly as the dozens of blades began to rip and shred Slade into pieces while he was still in midair. Soon enough Naruto landed on the ground and threw his arms out, dispersing the wind and sending the dozens of individual pieces of Slade flying apart. However, not long afterwards, beams of heat flowed into the air from the pieces of Slade and connected together. The beams of heat then drew the man's body back together, Slade grunting as he reared back his completed arm and formed a sphere of flames into his open hand. "Come now, you didn't really think it'd be that easy, did you?" Slade mocked coldly while throwing the ball of fire down towards Naruto, the blonde-haired teen slamming his forearms together and freezing the rain falling towards him, causing a shield of ice to form over his forearm guards. Growling lightly as he blocked the fireball, Naruto dug his feet into the ground and threw his arms to the side. Throwing the Kusanagi into the air, Naruto then smirked as he remembered one of Orochimaru's jutsu with the weapon. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kuno Tachi. He exclaimed, causing the blade to obey his command and fly towards Slade before spinning around like a buzz saw as it approached him. This is just not my day. Slade thought to himself even as the flying sword ripped through his body before turning around and slicing through him a second time as Naruto caught it in his outstretched hand with a deep frown on his face. Falling to the ground in several piles, the one-eyed man then reformed once more and slowly got up and glared towards Naruto. Keep this up, boy, and your little secret will be out in the open for all to see. Slade noted aloud, and Naruto merely looked back and smirked when he saw Cyborg powering up several weapons on his body. Looks like I won't have to. The blonde noted while vanishing in a plume of smoke, reappearing with the Titans and the JLU. Fire! Naruto shouted and Cyborg roared while firing two massive cannons from his arms towards the man, while also tearing through the remaining fire wraiths near him. Falling to the ground with a groan, Cyborg looked up with the others, the Titans gaping as Slade appeared unharmed, snapping his neck back into place while Shayera gripped her mace as more and more fire wraiths started to pop up around Slade. As if we didn't have enough problems? Shayera noted while Etrigan growled and lunged forward, soon followed by Naruto and the others, lunging into the fray and wildly attacking both the fire wraiths and Slade. Naruto mentally twitched even as he ran towards Slade, forming a Rasengan into his free hand and ramming it into the man's head when he got close enough, shredding it to pieces before landing in a low crouch behind him. Twisting on his heels, Naruto then sliced Slade's legs out from under him as the Titans and JLU tried to deal with the never-ending amount of fire wraiths. Haven't we gone through this before? Slade questioned as he reformed his body and turned to face a deeply scowling Naruto. You can tear my body apart, but you can never destroy me. Slade reminded, only for Naruto to grab the man by his neck and glare at him furiously. Me destroying you is going to be the least of your problems, Slade. Do you honestly believe that Trigon is going to help you? He's a demon. They betray anyone they make a deal with and turn it back on them. Naruto shouts at the man and Slade narrowed his eyes before slamming a sphere of fire into Naruto's gut, sending the blonde flying back before skidding along the ground. Grunting, Naruto twisted the Kusanagi in hand and dug it into the ground, sliding back to a halt before he would have fallen into the ocean's depths. Growling angrily, Naruto got up and lunged at Slade with a roar, only to slide to a halt as Slade threw his arm to the side, revealing the Titans held by the fire wraiths. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Slade noted darkly and Naruto growled lightly, then saw Etrigan, Batman, Shayera, and Dr. Fate back down as well. Now then. Drop your weapons? Slade ordered flatly and Naruto frowned before dropping the Kusanagi to the ground, Shayera doing the same with her mace, Batman dropping his electric knuckles to the ground as well while the masked madman chuckled lightly. Stop! A voice cried and Naruto turned to see Raven walking out of the tower. Kara-chan. Naruto wondered before shaking his head and giving the girl a look. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto demanded as the girl neared him and she stopped briefly to look at him sadly. What I need to do in order to protect my friends. Raven replied and Naruto gaped at the girl as she flew over to Slade and stood before him. I will go with you, she told the man and Naruto clenched his fists while walking towards her. Are you out of your pretty little mind? The blonde-haired youth demanded while walking towards her, unaware of the gravity sporadically increasing and decreasing around him. Please, you must return to the safety room. Starfire tried to coerce and Raven shook her head, only for Naruto to stand before her and glare at her. For once I'm with her, even if you go with this guy, chances are we're all still going to die when Trigon comes. It's better for all of us if you stay safe, at least that way the big red fucker won't rain Armageddon down on our collective assess. Naruto reminds and Raven sighs while turning to the blonde-haired boy and giving him a look. Maybe, but I don't want their last moments to be spent fighting. I can't hide from my destiny any longer. Raven stated before quickly throwing her hand forward, black lightning bolts stretching from her hand and into her friends, Naruto and the JLU. The lightning crackled and arched around all of them, knocking all but Naruto out completely and laying them on the ground. Groaning as he looked to Raven for one moment longer, Naruto then passed out as well, Raven looking to them all silently. Goodbye, be safe, she whispered before walking over to stand at Slade's side silently. Let's go, she stated simply and the two walked off, past a sea of fire wraiths and leaving all of them behind. Jump City. Orochimaru stood with a frown while looking to the eclipsed sun, his snake-like eyes narrowed dangerously. Now I wonder what new apocalyptic event is about to occur. The man suddenly wondered to himself, arms crossed and an amused smirk crossing his features. He'd done a little research on the history of this world, and wasn't surprised when he found dozens of apocalyptic events had occurred, only to be thwarted at the last second. I really must speed up my research, if only I had my original notes. Orochimaru thought to himself while turning and walking into a building with a deep frown across his face. Among other things, he'd also broke into a place called Cadmus recently and stolen every file from them that he could. Doing so had been almost painfully simple given his years of experience with infiltration and stealth. Yet again, something I share with Naruto-kun? Orochimaru mused to himself with a sinister grin crossing his features as he entered into his lab. Unlike his lab in Oto, or any of his previous labs, this one was completely sterile and clean. He'd taken a note to do so when he saw that bacteria and germs could have an overall adverse effect on certain serums and the like. It also made it a mite sight easier for him to keep track of his notes, something he found useful. He actually couldn't fathom what had made him use such grungy, dark, and dirty labs in the first place. Well, the only thing being that he was going to be using whatever he created on the field, which would thus cause a similar reaction. However, at the moment he wasn't trying to create a chemical weapon. Instead, he was going back to the basics of shinobi and chakra. He needed new hosts, and while bringing his chakra from body to body was part of the jutsu, he needed to make sure that the body could also survive the transfer. He'd been lucky when he'd possessed the man he currently resided in. He was a bit of a health nut from what Orochimaru could tell. This ad helped the man's body resist falling apart as Orochimaru was forced to force chakra coils to develop just to inhabit the body. The process was as painful for the host as it was for Orochimaru, which was another reason he wanted to go around it, as he disliked pain immensely. However, Orochimaru wanted to be careful in this world, thus he needed a body that was in peak condition and could develop chakra coils fairly easily. Thus the man had started his research to do just that. However, besides himself and Naruto, and possibly Tsunade's apprentice Sakura, there was no one who had chakra coils. And he didn't possess true DNA from their world so couldn't study it without attempting to find one of the two. Naruto would be easiest as he did have some capabilities as a sensor ninja, just not to the great extent that Karen girl had been too. Orochimaru also made a note to find some worthy candidates to train as soldiers/bodyguards like he had with Oto. None of those worthless henchmen he saw working for the villains of this world, but true warriors hand-trained and able to fight off more than a couple of police. Unfortunately, before he could do that he'd need to be able to make normal humans capable of using chakra. And while he had an intimate knowledge of the DNA of his people, due to his research and study, Orochimaru knew he couldn't simply recreate the effect. Instead, he was going to have to find a supply of DNA from a chakra user who was still in his original body. And as he knew before, there were only two candidates in that regard, neither of which would be very interested in giving him their blood so he could create an army. Frowning to himself, Orochimaru sat in a seat and drummed his finger on his table. In the words of the Nara men, how troublesome. Orochimaru grumbled out before swiveling in his chair and closing his eyes silently. He was aware that something big was coming, yet he was also aware of many other things. After all, one doesn't come to be nearly unkillable like he was without learning many things. What will happen next, I wonder? I sense something, possibly more powerful than little Naruto-kun on the horizon. This should prove most interesting. Orochimaru mused to himself with a twisted smirk as he sat back, relaxing silently and awaiting what should be the end of days he was sure, but would also be stopped. This world was just predictable like that. Titan's Tower. Naruto pushed himself up with a groan, and then shook his head as he got back to his feet. Looking around, the blonde narrowed his eyes upon the eclipsed sun in the sky with a deep scowl across his face. If you think I'm letting that red fucker take you away from me, you have another thing coming, Kara-chan. Naruto thought darkly before noticing that Batman was up as well, rubbing his head while Shayera looked like she had a migraine from hell. Why haven't you guys gone after Kara-chan? Naruto demanded of the Dark Knight, and Batman stood up and then walked over to the side where Etrigan appeared in a burst of flame. Know where she's going? Batman questioned, making Naruto blink as the orange demon nodded his head. Yes, it is, the place is known. For she goes to the demon's throne. The demon replied in a rhyme, causing Naruto to have flashbacks of Kirabai. Oi, why are there so many things similar to my world, yet so radically different as well? The blonde-haired teen had to wonder before walking over to the two with a frown. By demon's throne, I'm guessing you guys mean that one giant hand we found the other day, right? Naruto questioned of the Dark Knight and the demon Etrigan with a frown, only the demon looking to him. Yep. Batman replied simply, and Naruto nodded his head while turning around. That's all I needed to hear. The blonde then stated while lunging forward, running across the bay and towards the city proper. Frowning for a moment, Etrigan narrowed his eyes on the retreating blonde before looking over to Batman. Knight of Darkness, what have you unfurled? The boy holds power that will end this world, Etrigan stated in another rhyme, Batman raising a brow for a moment before ignoring him as Nightwing and the others began to come to. Slade stands within a ring of fire with his arms folded behind his back, Raven having started on the path to her destiny on her own. Something tells me that will be the least of my worries soon enough. Slade couldn't help but think to himself while looking up to the 4 crimson eyes of Trigon hovering within the chamber of rock. The portal approaches. The hour is near. It's time for my payment? Slade states simply, and Trigon appears to gaze at Slade in confusion, QB snickering to itself at the sheer and utter stupidity of some mortals. Payment? For what? Trigon questioned while narrowing his eyes onto the one-eyed human dangerously. The gem returns of her own free will. You did not deliver her. I did. Trigon declares while looking down at the one-eyed man, Slade growling lightly even as he feels the ring of Azar on his ring finger lightly. We had a deal. I held up my part of the bargain. Slade reminded while glaring up at Trigon coldly, his slate gray eye glaring into Trigon's 4 hellfire eyes. In response to the one-eyed man's declaration, Trigon laughed darkly while looking down at the one-eyed man. Roaring out in fury as Trigon laughed at him, Slade formed a fireball into his hands before hurling at the demon's eyes. He then quickly conjured more and more of the fireballs and began to throw them at the wall where Trigon's 4 hellfire red eyes glow ominously, glaring at the man coldly. I granted you these powers, and I can take them away. Trigon declared as a pair of arms made of fire reached down and formed at Slade's sides. The one-eyed man was then lifted into the air, a beam of red energy crackling between the 2 hands and ripping something out of Slade. The one-eyed man cried out as the S on his forehead faded away, the ring of Azar on his finger glowing brightly even as Slade vanished completely from sight. Finally, I thought you'd never get rid of that little pest. QB commented while Trigon chuckled lightly while the hands of fire rose back up into the ceiling. He was a useful servant, but now his usefulness has ended. The time for our freedom is finally upon us. Trigon declared while fire rose up all around the cavern, QB grinning darkly as it looked to the other demon. Indeed, Trigon, and I am certain of one thing. Freedom will taste sweet. QB noted aloud with an almost insane laugh, Trigon unconsciously shivering as the ancient demon, even more so than he, grinned with a more sinister light than any mortal could possibly achieve. Library. Naruto swung the Kusanagi sending a blast of wind that ripped through several fire wraiths, his shoulders were hunched, his hands clenched, teeth gnashed together, and a dark glare in his eyes. You stupid freaks think you can keep me from Kara-chan? Naruto questioned before opening his coat, and then changing the Omega X suit to its basic setting. The armor of his suit quickly unfolding from the suit and over his spine, then both his forearms and shins, along with the bright crimson red X over his chest. Well, you've got another thing coming. The blonde then declared while his mask literally unfolded from the suit and formed over his head, the bright red X on his mask glowing as it snapped shut. Growling darkly and throwing his arms back, Naruto activated his thermal blasters and swung his arms forward, beams of heat tearing through the walls and fire wraiths around him. Narrowing his eyes, the masked blonde then crouched down before lunging forward, running down a flight of stairs and forming several explosive X-shuriken as he tossed them down the hall. The shurikens exploded upon impacting with the next few fire wraiths, Naruto lunging through the flames and sliding to a halt in the room with 3 doorways. Right, now which one was it again? The masked blonde wondered to himself and then narrowed his eyes on the dragon seal over the door to his right. That one. He declared while running into it, his eyes narrowed as he formed his thermal blasters once more and aimed forward at a horde of incoming wraiths, firing the weapons and destroying them for the moment as he then lunged forward, twisting on his heel into a jump out of the passage into the demon's throne as Etrigan had called it. Landing on the ground in a low crouch, Naruto narrowed his eyes as dozens of fire wraiths rose between him and Raven. Believe me when I tell you, you really don't want to get in my way. Naruto growled out darkly even as he twisted around on his heel, extending the blade of the Kusanagi to slice the majority of the fire wraiths in half. Twirling the Kusanagi in hand once the wraiths were out of his way, Naruto then put the Kusanagi on his back, using his chakra to adhere it to his back without a sheath. Marching forward, Naruto stalked past more and more fire wraiths as he approached Raven silently. Somehow, I knew you'd come after me. Raven noted while turning to look at the blonde with a sad smile on his face, Naruto's mask slipping back as he approached. Yeah well, even I couldn't imagine you actually coming here to die. The blonde noted while the Titans and JLU came into the room behind him. Took you guys long enough to get here? The blonde noted to himself while looking over to the Titans, only to turn back to Raven with a frown. Behind the blonde, Knight and the other Titans moved towards Raven, but Batman held out his arms to stop them. "Wait, give him a chance to talk some sense into her," Batman ordered, and got a glare from Nightwing as his response, only for Naruto to walk up to Raven. "Listen, Kara-chan, trust me when I say I know what you're going through here. The whole destiny thing is a major mindfuck, but you don't have to do what some damn prophecy tells you to," Naruto tells the girl seriously while walking towards her, the violet-haired girl shaking her head. Looking up afterwards, Raven drew her hood down and gazed at the still eclipsed sun through a high circular skylight. "It's already begun, Naruto, and there's no stopping what's meant to be," the girl told the blonde, and Naruto scoffed while grabbing her shoulders and glaring into her eye angrily. "Kara-chan, you can't give up everything like this. You still have the chance for a life, you just have to make the choice not to give in," Naruto told the girl, and Raven looked down and sighed once more. "I'm not like your friend Niji, nor am I like that Cheyenne girl, Naruto. This is my destiny, I've known since I was a child," Raven replied before turning around and looking to the demon's throne silently. "I've tried to control the dark side of me, I tried to do good things, to fight evil, and hoped that would make up for the horrible thing I'm destined to do," Raven replied while looking to the eclipsed sun once more, and then turned around and gazed at Naruto evenly. "You had a destiny as well though, so you should know that better than anyone," Raven reminded, and behind the two, Batman raised a brow in interest as he saw Naruto flinch visibly. A prophecy foretold the coming of a child who would bring a great revolution to his world, either to save it or lead it into ruin. That child was and still is you, Naruto, Raven reminded pointedly, and Naruto frowned deeply while crossing his arms over his chest. "That certainly explains his comment from earlier," Batman mused to himself while watching the exchange from a distance. The Dark Knight was also painfully aware that Naruto and RedX were actually one and the same. However, it wasn't because Naruto was bad at hiding who he was. Anyone else would buy the act, as Nightwing proved. The odd social twitches, the movements of his body, vocal patterns, and many other minor things were too obvious for the Dark Knight to miss. The fact he had seen Naruto in Gotham on the same day RedX appeared in town merely cemented his reasoning on the matter. However, judging by what had been revealed by Slade, Batman could also see Naruto was essentially an inversion of him or Nightwing. An anti-Batman of sorts, right down to his past, which was too similar to his or Nightwing's for his tastes. One key difference, however, besides Naruto's berserker rage, was that he had no one to turn to afterwards. He had had his butler Alfred to help him, and he had helped Nightwing. Naruto had no one to help him with the pain, he'd been alone. And while he'd normally take Naruto in, 1, he had no way of doing so as no charges were put up, and 2, the Titans actually needed Naruto. He showed them the gray that lay between right and wrong, good and evil, life and death. The gray that few heroes chose to acknowledge because they were so caught up in their own glory. He also reminded them that they were only human, they had flaws, and they were fallible, something many heroes never learned. Superman still had problems learning it, and he'd been doing this almost as long as Batman himself had. It often led to a hero breaking down when they failed to save someone. Many heroes had hung up their cape after such an event, even he had done as such once, but Hopperfully X could remind them they still had limits, and could still grow stronger. Shaking those stray thoughts from his head, Batman narrowed his eyes as Naruto looked at Raven with a frown. "That doesn't matter, and you know it?" Naruto stated simply while inhaling deeply and gazing at Raven softly. "Destiny and fate are the same thing. We make our destiny with every choice. No one knows what the future may hold, and no one knows what will happen next. But I do know one thing, Kara-chan, the only reason you'd cause the end of the world is if you choose to do so," Naruto declared defiantly, and a small sad smile crept onto Raven's features as she gazed to the blonde-haired teen. "You're right, there were things I didn't know, like how I'd make such wonderful friends," Raven said while looking over to the Titans, and then blushed slightly while looking to Naruto. "Or that I'd fall in love," Raven whispered while backing away, and Naruto gave the girl a look. "Then make your choice, Kara-chan, it's still your destiny, but don't think that'll be the end of it," Naruto replied, and Raven smiled sadly as she created a black force field between herself and the others. Cursing, Nightwing and the Titans ran forward, just as Raven brought up her hood with a sad smile directed towards Naruto. "I know," she replied in kind while turning around as several stones started rising up like mock steps, the Titans ramming into the force field. The JLU ran over to it as well, Shayera roaring out as she slammed her mace into the shield, narrowing her eyes as it wavered for a moment yet still held firm. "Etrigan, Dr. Fate, can you bring this down?" Batman demanded, and Etrigan looked over to Dr. Fate, the man mumbling something under his breath before firing a beam towards the field while Raven drew closer to the hand. The Titans continued wildly attacking the field as well, Etrigan breathing out a burst of hellfire towards it as Shayera slammed her mace into it as well. While they didn't break it down, Naruto saw it waver and closed his eyes. Feeling his last clone dispel, the blonde opened his eyes and silently activated Sage Mode before lunging forward. Growling lightly, Naruto forced some nature chakra into his claws and dug them into the field. The attempt seemed to work as his claws managed to pierce the barrier, allowing the blonde to slowly pull on it. Gritting his teeth as he did so, Naruto soon managed to pull open a tear in the field. As he did, Raven came to the palm of the massive clawed hand, then sat cross-legged and took a quick breath of air. The Titans looked to the blonde in slight surprise as Naruto did so, only to turn back to trying to break open the field. Batman on the other hand looked around and narrowed his eyes as he noticed the wavering field. The gem was born of evil's fire. Raven started while BB's eyes bolted open, only to look to the side as Naruto managed to fit his head through the tear he made in the obsidian black field. Dude, he's actually doing it! BB exclaimed in shock while Naruto managed to get one arm through the barrier before then pushing on the tear with all his might. The gem shall be his portal. Raven continued while making a hand sign with her right hand. Keep hitting it, the integrity of the field is weakening enough for him to pass through. Batman ordered and Cyborg formed his sonic cannon, blasting into the field with Etrigan and Dr. Fate, Starfire following suit with her eye-beams as Shaira started to lash out at the field with her mace once more. Growling as they did, Naruto felt the field give way once more and roared as he rolled through it, exiting the field only for it to slip shut behind him. As the field did, red runes ran the length of Raven's body, forming a familiar pattern over her body. He comes to claim, he comes to sire, the end of all things mortal. Raven finished before throwing her arms to her sides, teeth gritted as the runes flowed off of her body and spiraled around her into 3 rings of runes, one above her, one below her and a final ring around her center. No! Naruto, you have to help us get through as well. Knight ordered only for Naruto to turn with a frown, the red X on his chest plainly visible and Nightwing's eyes widening in shock. Sorry kid, that isn't my style, and there's no more time left. Naruto told the dark-haired teen before shimmering for a moment, only to reappear and grab Raven in a hug, an amused smirk on his lips while the violet-haired girl stared at him in shock. Now did you really think you could get rid of me that easily? Naruto quipped as he smirked at the violet-haired girl's wide-eyed look. However, his own eyes then widened as numerous red markings started to appear over his own form. A spiral on his navel was where they started, but a marking under it made the spiral resemble a tomo, a spiral on either shoulder, 6 tomo marks circling his neck, a long trail leading down from either of the spirals to a spiral on his hands, 3 red stripes on either cheek over his whisker-like marks, and a spiral on his forehead finished them. Dudes, like is that supposed to happen to NAR as well? BB asked loudly, even as the other Titans could only gape at the spectacle in shock as the spiral on Naruto's stomach started to swirl inwards, deepening into a black circle. HM ha 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 ha. Finally. The time for my freedom has finally come at long last. And your own foolish emotions have finally led to your ultimate defeat. The QB's voice echoed somewhere in Naruto's subconscious as the seal holding it began to fade, allowing it to ram through the gateway that had held him back for 19 long years. QB, what is this? What the hell did you do to me? Naruto inwardly demanded while gritting his teeth as his Rinnegan eyes turned blood red, a slitted pupil appearing in them. You're such a fool to have not figured it out yourself, Gaki. But I'll explain it to you since you're still so slow. It is I who has aided Trigon with his resurrection. Did you forget that I am a demon as well as a fox? And as you told Slade yourself, Gaki, never trust a demon. The QB declared loudly before a deep evil laugh echoed in the dark recesses of the blonde-haired youth's mind. How? Why you're trapped in the S-seal? Naruto demanded of the beast and it laughed once more even as Raven and he both grit their teeth, the red runes on her body glowing brightly as a red ring of energy formed around them. Foolish Gaki, everything you have done up to this point has been part of our plan. And to think, it was on the day you first met with your precious little Kara-chan that your end truly began. The QB stated darkly even as the energy ring around Naruto and Raven shrank and both teens started to vanish. Yes, it was all so simple. You really are too predictable, Ningen. All we had to do was ensure you and your precious Kara-chan grew close to one another, and we knew you'd sacrifice life and limb to save her, ending with this happening. QB continued explained while Naruto grit his teeth. Both he and Raven reduced to their shoulders/head and feet. To achieve this goal we merely needed to help your little romance go along. Trigon was the one who implanted the urge Raven had to get to know you, and I did the same to you for her. Afterwards, whenever the chance to push you two together presented itself, we helped. Trigon allowed rage or passion to show her feelings for you while I kept you alive. You dying would have ruined all our hard work after all. We were also the ones who have so graciously caused the mental bond between you two when I took some of Raven's power that day. The beast said laughingly as Naruto and Raven were torn apart at their midriff before flowing over their bodies. And to think that in the end you never suspected I could be so treacherous, and that it actually worked is what makes this all the sweeter, Gaki. Killing another Rikudo Sennin is merely a bonus, but one I will cherish always, I assure you. Your foolish emotions have always been your greatest flaw. Only it's different now because now you'd literally walk through hell before watching another precious person die, thanks to that worthless wench, Kushina. Kyuubi continued and Naruto inwardly growled while a tear formed at the side of his eye. So, you used my emotions for Karachan, to get yourself out of the seal, you fucking fox. Naruto growled at the demon inwardly as he grit his teeth as nearly all of his body had already faded away. Come now Gaki, you remember the story of the fox and the wolves. How the cunning fox tricked his way to freedom to hunt for himself. The Kyuubi stated ominously, causing Naruto's eyes to bolt open as he truly understood its meaning for the first time. Yes Gaki, you are not the fox, I'm the fox, and you are the wolf. Over the years I have suffered indignity after indignity at the hands of the wolves, the Uzumaki clan who've contained me for so long. And now finally after waiting for so long, now when you've grown complacent to my presence within you. Or rather, you became lazy and content with it. Only now do I claw my way to freedom, to hunt for myself once more. The Kyuubi analyzed before laughing loudly as Naruto and Raven completely faded away, a circle of energy forming where they had been. Dude! BB exclaimed, as the trio of runes swirling in the air were all that was left of either Naruto or Raven. However, those runes did not stay idle as they suddenly came together to form into a ring. However, the ring then exploded forth, flames at its rim, while appearing to be a disc of some kind. The disc continued to grow, causing those watching to shield their eyes from the bright light it created. The strange disc destroyed the altar it had been formed over and caused flames to trail up to the walls to the ceiling. Within the strange disc a swirl of red and orange energy starts to spiral inwards, only Dr. Fate moving to look on. He has come at last. Dr. Fate whispered before quickly chanting and casting an energy field around himself and Shayera, Etrigan snarling as he watched, a frown on Batman's features as he clenched his fists. The shield Raven had erected earlier finally gave way completely as true horror entered into their world. A hand was the first sight, then another, and strangely, two more clawed their way out of the portal. Dr. Fate's eyes widening as he saw a pair of beasts rather than one. The first was a 50-foot tall, for glowing red eyes, a red gem on its forehead in the same position and shape as Raven's own, long white hair, antlers forming off its head like a crown, bright red skin being with black stripes at its shoulders and ribs, a pair of black armored wristbands covered its forearms much like the kind Raven took to wearing, its legs ended in cloven hooves, it also wears black briefs, a white loincloth worn over top it and a black armored piece over his midriff. Is there supposed to be two of them? Kid Flash demanded with wide eyes as the second beast crawled out of the portal and let out a loud roar into the night. No, there is not. This is something else, perhaps something even more sinister than Trigon. Dr. Fate replied with wide eyes behind his helm as he actually recognized this beast's basic shape and form, though it still differed greatly to the ancient demonic incarnation of pure evil he'd seen in one of his books. The being climbed out of the portal silently, tails thrashing about as it did so and causing wind to twist and turn. It was just as if not taller than Trigon himself, with the body of a fox, though its upper torso more closely resembled a human's, having hands and arms replacing its frontal paws/legs, two crimson-red eyes with black slits at their center, bright orange fur with black stripes leading from around its bloodshot eyes into its long almost rabbit-like ears, black claws adorned its hands and hind paws, and 9 long thin tails lashed out at the room around it, tearing the walls of the roof down. While it roared out loudly. The Titans and JLU looked on silently as both Trigon and the Kyuubi then glared down at them ominously. Fire roared and twisted all around the demons as Trigon raised his arms in triumph and breathed the air, as if savoring the smell of freedom for the briefest of moments. Meanwhile Kyuubi shook its body as if it were wet, and given its previous home, this wasn't so strange. The earth is ours. Trigon suddenly declared loudly, the Kyuubi roaring at his side as they both glared down at the humans before them silently. Chapter 53, The NPT-2. Demon's Throne. The Titans stared in shock and fear as Trigon and Kyuubi glared down at them, the massive red behemoth inhaling a breath as if to savor his freedom. Kyuubi snarled and shook its body, as if it were wet, and given its former home this wasn't too surprising. The thrashing of its body caused its many tails to flick and twist around, bringing the ceiling down on top of them as Dr. Fate looked on at the spectacle of the two demons silently. The end has come. Dr. Fate whispered to himself while Shayera, Batman, and the Titans stared on as Trigon cracked his neck, flames rising up all around them as he narrowed his eyes upon the mortals before him, the Kyuubi roaring loudly at his side as it glared at them as well. The earth is ours. Trigon cried out while glaring down upon the Titans and JLU ominously. QB hissing as its ears folded down along the top of its head, eyes narrowed in anger. And the time of mortals has finally come to its end. Trigon then declared while taking a deep breath of air and exhaling a sonic wave of red energy. The energy lunged forward, throwing the heroes back as it then hit the ground and started to spread, an insidious grin upon Trigon's features as it did so. Dr. Fate grunted as he held the shield around himself and Shaera up, Etrigan growling as he gripped the ground and glared up at Trigon furiously. Batman used his grapple to hold on to the ground, grabbing Beast Boy by his ankle as he was nearly thrown away. Knight used the same idea as his mentor and grit his teeth as he held Kid Flash from flying away. Donna and Starfire both held on to Sai as they looked up towards Trigon, only for QB to inhale a deep breath as the massive red behemoth smirked down at the humans. The QB then roared forward, its great roar completely pulverizing the stone around it before sending the humans flying up out of the underground chasm and to the surface as Trigon held up his hand before slamming it into the ground, sending another pulse of red energy out from his body. Meanwhile, the energy Trigon released spread out over the land, the soil became dry and building demolished, water became lava and even the sky itself turned an eerie red, birds and animals fell to the ground, only skeletons remaining while men and women alike were petrified by the beast's vile power as it passed over them. The energy then continued to spread further across the globe. From Jump City it then consumed more of America before it continued to spread outwards. Soon the oceans were lava as well, the other continents were transformed, and finally as four-eyed ravens flocked about in the world with no mortals, the earth itself had suddenly become Trigon's new home. Meanwhile, deep in Jump City, lying beneath a familiar shield of black energy is Nightwing. Groaning as he slowly awoke, the shield dissipating and allowing several rocks to fall to his sides, the teen got up and widened his eyes upon seeing the ruined world that Trigon had created. Walking through the ruins that had once been Jump City, Nightwing held his arm and bowed his head. "I should have done something. I should have stopped this," Knight declared while walking over to a corner and turning only for his eyes to widen in shock at what he saw. Men and women were frozen in stone, seemingly unaware of what had happened to them as they turned to stone. Walking down the silent street, Nightwing shook his head as he gazed at the petrified civilians. "These are innocent people," Knight mumbled as he was humbled by the sheer magnitude of Trigon's cruelty. Petrified alive, never dying, never being free of their stone prisons, are they even aware of what's happened to them or are they all in a void now, trapped in darkness forever? The dark-haired teen wondered to himself, only idly noting just how morbid his thoughts were as a dark shadow passed overhead. "Who's there?" the dark-haired teen demanded while looking around, and then turned in time to see a red-eyed raven land on some rubble. "Raven," Knight wondered to himself, and the bird flapped its wings before taking off into the sky, flying into the distance. "Wait, come back," Knight cried as he gave chase, rushing after the bird and going deeper into the city than before. Elsewhere, Beast Boy groaned while pushing himself to his feet, then shook his head for a moment. "Oh man, my head? I really don't want to do that again," the Green Titan declared while slowly rising up to his feet, only to look around and twitch visibly. He was on the east side of Jump City, a simple suburban area, where Kitten lived. But much like what Nightwing had found, Beast Boy found himself on a street, people frozen in stone as they went about their daily lives. "Dude," the Green Titan whispered to himself before sitting up and walking around, soon coming towards Kitten's house. However, like the rest of the city, it was dilapidated and nearly destroyed thanks solely to Trigon's magic. Walking around the house, BB then found Killermoth as a statue through a window, seemingly working on something. "Oh man, not again," he whispered as he knew Kitten would have been in school, and thus most likely suffer the same fate as her father had. Sighing tiredly, the green-furred teen slowly got up and made his way to the side. However, when he heard something howl in the distance, he turned around and saw a silhouetted wolf standing on some rubble, but its eyes were off, both being a familiar gray-violet color, while a raven landed on its head. "NAR? Ray?" the Green Titan wondered, and the raven flew into the air, the wolf vanishing soon after as the bird flew into the city. "Wait!" Beast Boy cried while quickly changing himself into an animal and following after the bird. Following it into the city, BB soon spotted Cyborg helping Nightwing onto the Sky Needle at the center of town, the other Titans with them, and landed near them all. "I'm glad you made it," Sai said as he helped Knight to his feet, and Starfire rushed over to the dark-haired teen and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "Robin, you are unharmed," she whispered happily, and Kid Flash mock pouted. "What am I, chopped liver?" he wondered aloud, and Donna bopped him on the head with a deep scowl across her face. "Not now, Bart," she grumbled while Starfire released Nightwing from her hug, the teen clearing his throat as he adjusted his collar nervously. Looking around, he then smiled upon seeing most of his friends once again, and then turned serious as he looked to all of them. I saw something out there, in the city, it led me here. Knight told the others and saw them nod their heads, each having had a similar experience. It led all of us here, BB declared before looking around and letting out a sigh. Well, almost all of us. He finished while his ears lowed, everyone noticing the missing member of their team. We're all that's left. Sai mumbled while looking out to the city, and Nightwing frowned to himself. What about the Justice League? He questioned of his team, and they looked to one another for a moment before someone else decided to interject. Right here, Batman declared as he and Etrigan half carried a near passed out Dr. Fate, Shiera flying overhead only to land beside of the Dark Knight. Wait, how'd you guys survive Trigon's spell? Kid Flash questioned and then frowned for a moment as he looked at himself. For that matter, why are we still here? Kid Flash then continued, and Donna nodded her head in agreement with her red-haired friend. This is how I survived, Batman replied while holding up his left hand to reveal a familiar gold ring around his ring finger. A ring of Azar, they effectively nullify Trigon's power. The Dark Knight exclaimed while he and Etrigan laid Dr. Fate on the ground, the man groaning lightly. Please, is the Doctor of Fate alright? Starfire asked worriedly while looking over to where the helmeted man lay and Shiera sighed. He's tired from using up much of his power in order to keep us from being turned to stone. Shiera replied, and Donna pinched the bridge of her nose for a moment before looking over to Etrigan. And him? She questioned, and Etrigan grunted for a moment. My power alone could protect me, Amazon, for I am a demon. Such minor tricks will not work on me, like they would a mere human. Etrigan replied in rhyme, and Donna raised a brow for a moment only for Cyborg to sigh. Well, that's all well and good, but why are we safe then? You guys obviously prepared for this, so what's kept us from being turned to stone as well? Cyborg questioned of the JLU only for Beast Boy to answer instead. It was Raven. She saved us? I don't know how, but she did. BB replied while Nightwing crossed his arms and took a thoughtful expression as he contemplated what was done. Frowning as a memory came up, the Dark Squire turned to his friends with a serious look on his face. Back at the tower, when Raven knocked us out. The last thing I heard was her voice. It said be safe. She did something that protected us from Trigon. Knight explained while looking to his friends, and Donna shook her head for a moment. How? If Dr. Fate was nearly drained of all his power by just protecting Hawkgirl, how could Raven have protected all of us? Donna questioned with a raised brow, and Batman nodded his head while walking over to her and Kid Flash. The answer is simple. She divided her power 4 ways and then placed it into her closest friends, leaving only the bare minimum for herself. Batman started to explain to the Titans, and BB quickly looked at the Dark Knight in confusion. Well, that explains me, Star, Sai, and Knight, but what about Donna and Bart? How'd they survive? BB questioned, and the Dark Knight knelt down before the two before giving a look to Nightwing. Raven had 2 rings of Azar, correct? He questioned, and Nightwing raised a brow before nodding his head. Then the answer should be obvious. Batman replied while reaching into Donna's belt and pulled out one of the rings. By Hera, when did she put that on me? Donna questioned while snatching the ring as Batman rose back to his feet. The same time she gave the majority of her power to the other Titans, Batman replied before looking over to Kid Flash with a deep frown. Bart, check around in your boots and gloves, I'll bet you'll find one as well. He then asked, and Kid Flash blinked before taking off one of his boots and shook out another ring of Azar from it. Well, I just thought it was some rubble. Kid Flash admitted to himself as he picked up the ring and clasped it in his hand for a moment. But if that's the case, why didn't Raven protect NAR as well? Sai questioned, and Etrigan decided to answer for the Dark Knight this time. It comes from the boy's power to heal, like Jason and me. He was the Fox Demon Seal. Etrigan rhymed once more, and Batman scowled deeply as that added even more to the blonde's past, and none of it could be good if he were alone. You mean that Fox was inside the boy like you are inside Jason, Etrigan? Shiera questioned of the orange-skinned demon, and he frowned for a moment as he contemplated a way to explain. Nay, I'm afraid it's not the same, dear lass, for this demon is vile, devious, and in another class. Etrigan replied in rhyme, and Batman frowned to himself before Dr. Fate slowly sat up and took several deep breaths of air. I'm afraid, things are far worse than that, Dr. Fate declared, and the group turned to face the man as he placed a hand to his head. What do you mean? Batman asked the helmeted man, and Dr. Fate sighed before shaking his head and answering them. That thing greatly resembles an ancient monster. Its name has been lost to time and story, but it is usually referred to as the Hell Beast. It was a monster of such power it could create demons from the negative energy of mortals. Its cruelty was the thing of legends, even Trigon cannot compare. Dr. Fate replied while Batman crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes dangerously. What do you know about this thing? besides being an incarnation of hate and rage as well as the creature that helped Trigon to escape his prison. Batman questioned of the helmeted man, and Dr. Fate placed a hand to his head for a moment. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. The Hell Beast itself was a powerful being, all else about it has been lost to time. Dr. Fate replied while looking to the Dark Knight frowned at the lack of information. Dude, like what does that mean? BB suddenly asked while leaning over to Donna, and she sighed. Big trouble. She replied, and BB made an O with his mouth before staying back as Nightwing looked out at the city with a frown. As if any of this even matters anymore? Sai muttered while walking forward with his arms crossed over his chest. Look around, there's nothing left. NAR is gone, Ray's gone, hell the world is gone, we've lost our heavy hitters, and look at us, we're a ragtag group whose collective power won't even be enough to tickle those two on a good day. What's the point? The Titanium teen questioned while rubbing his face, and Nightwing glared angrily at his second in command. Hope. The dark-haired teen replied while walking to the rest of his team and looking at them all seriously. That's the point, as long as we're still here we still have a chance, and that's why we're going to keep fighting, not just for the world, but for Raven, and for Naruto as well. Nightwing replied while holding out his hand towards his team, Starfire smiling and placing her hand over his. For our friends? She decided with a smile while Cyborg raised a brow towards the Dark Squire. I thought you still had it in for X, and in case you missed the big reveal a while ago, NAR is X. Sai noted while looking at the younger teen, and a deep frown crossed Nightwing's features in response. Not like that really matters anymore, now does it? Night replied seriously, and Cyborg shook his head with a smirk as he placed his hand over Starfire and Nightwing's. I guess not, and that just means I have one more thing to kick that red fucker's ass over. Sai decided with a grin, and BB quickly joined up with the other Titans. Yeah, dudes, let's do this for everyone that guy has hurt. BB stated while thinking of not only Naruto and Raven but also of Kitten and Killer Moth. However, as their hands touched, a swirl of familiar black energy crackled to life at their hands and then threw them back. Slowing to a stop, the four Titans looked to one another in shock before Cyborg finally broke the silence. Okay, that felt weird, he declared, and BB nodded his head in agreement with his titanium friend. Looking to his hand and then over to Batman, Nightwing narrowed his eyes before clenching his fist. It's like Batman said, since she couldn't stop Trigon from coming, Raven divided up her powers to protect us. She gave us a way to fight him. Night stated while holding up his hand, flames of ebony magic dancing from his open palm. And it seems to grow stronger as we stand as one? Starfire realized as well while walking to her friends, and they all looked over to Batman and the JLU. So what's the plan? Nightwing questioned, and Batman raised a brow, his arms crossed over his chest as he looked to his former protege. Plan? I'm not the one in charge here, remember. This is your city, it's your call, Dick. Batman reminded the teen, and Nightwing felt his eyes widen for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. As much as I want to say that we can do this on our own, it'd be a lie. We can't fight both Trigon and this QB thing, so? Nightwing said to the Dark Knight while then taking a breath as he swallowed his pride and walked up to Batman silently. Will you please help us stop them? Nightwing pleaded of the Dark Knight, and Batman was silent for a moment before he hummed and turned to the edge of the spire. We need to act quickly, every moment we wait only gives Trigon more time to recuperate his strength. Batman finally decided, and then turned to face the gathered heroes, Cyborg charging his sonic cannon. What do we do first? The titanium teen questioned, and Batman narrowed his eyes silently. The only thing we can do at this point, attack them before they can attack us first. Batman replied while looking to the distance, where Trigon sat upon Titan's tower, using it as a throne, QB to the south, sleeping within the entire Jump City arena as if it were a bed with its tails wrapped around its body. Tartarus HQ. Upon Naruto leaving the building, the majority of Tartarus had begun to prepare a party to celebrate their leader's day of birth. Jinx of course found out and had been against the whole thing, however eventually caved in and agreed to help them, if only to make this birthday better than the ones he'd had before. However, clearly that no longer mattered, as now the building Tartarus called their HQ lay in ruins, its walls and ceiling having fallen in on itself. Within the ruined building, several people slowly stir before Jinx gets up and groans, a hand going to her head while never noticing that the string of beads Naruto had given to her was glowing softly. Ugh, my head. She muttered before shaking her head and looking around the dilapidated building for a moment, only to gape when she saw the crimson sky above. Somehow, I just know this is Raven's fault. Jinx then said mostly to herself with a frown, then looked to the side as Danny flew out of some rubble and wobbled in the air. Oh man, what hit me? She wondered to herself while becoming tangible once more and landing on the rubble. Frowning for a moment, Jinx then looked to the ring on her finger she'd obtained from the others, as well as the string of beads with a frown upon seeing both were glowing. Okay, why is the ring you guys gave me glowing? Jinx then asked flatly while looking to Danny, who opened one eye and shrugged her shoulders. Looking around, Jinx saw Mammoth getting up, pushing a slab of rock off of himself and Gizmo. Oi, did the world just end or what? Gizmo wondered aloud while rubbing his aching head, Jinx looking to the skull with a frown before sighing. From the looks of the sky I'd say you're pretty close, Giz. Jinx replied while Gizmo blinked then looked up to the sky and groaned. Shit, I hate when I'm right. The Tiny Terror declared while Mammoth picked the Tiny Terror up and placed him on his shoulder. Private Hive then stood up, teeth gritted as he pushed a slab of rock off of himself, Dwella groaning as she got up from under the militant teen. Oh my head. She mumbled while rubbing her temples and looked to the side where Kid WYKKYD walked out of a dark portal apathetically. To the side, Blackfire kicked down a wall and dragged Seymour out of the debris, waving away some dust as she left the one-eyed teen on the ground to groan. Where's Billy? Jinx asked and all of them looked around and then watched as Billy crawled out from beneath some rubble with a groan. Ugh. Billy don't want to do that again, how about you Billy? The red-clad teen questioned of one of his clones and it nodded its head in agreement with him. No way, Billy done with this. I'm going to go on vacation when this here crisis passes. The clone replied, getting a nod of agreement with the original Billy as they both got up and walked over to the other members of Tartarus. Okay, who knows what just happened? Blackfire demanded while brushing off some rubble from her armor. Blinking for a moment, Jinx looked around and mentally cursed, as they all seemed to be looking to her for an answer. I don't know, you got any ideas, Giz? Jinx asked while turning to the Tiny Terror and Gizmo snorted while giving them all a glare. Would you snot munchers get a clue? I know even less about what's going on than the rest of you. Especially since all my tech besides my personal gear is smashed. The Tiny Terror exclaimed and Blackfire rolled her eyes while looking over to Jinx, the pink-haired girl groaning as she rubbed her face tiredly. Well then will someone please tell me what just happened around here? Jinx demanded and Kid WYKKYD narrowed his eyes while turning to an intruder. Quite simple actually. The world just ended. The voice of Ravager commented as the white-haired girl made her way towards Tartarus. You're the one who took control of me and nearly got me killed. Blackfire hissed out while glaring at the white-haired teen, Ravager rolling her eyes for a moment before smirking. True. But I'm also the only one who knows what's going on. Ravager replied and Jinx gave Blackfire a look, the Tamaranian reluctantly reframing from ripping the white-haired girl in half. What you see now is the result of Trigon breaking his way into our world. The rings of Azar you all were have protected you all from the power of Trigon, or else you'd all be statues right now. Ravager then explained while motioning around to the devastation around them all. Wait, the big fucker is loose. Gizmo demanded and Ravager nodded her head with a smirk. Screw that man. If he's here, then I'm going to tame Ran. Gizmo decided only for Mammoth to bop him on the head for the remark. Even if you tried to flee this world, once Trigon gathers his strength he'll begin to spread his influence even farther. Until finally, all worlds will fall under his complete control. Ravager stated darkly and the members of Tartarus gulped audibly before looking around. Where's Temp when you need him? Jinx wondered and a slim frown crossed Ravager's face at that point. Unfortunately, it appears your leader had a demon sealed inside of him. This beast has now been freed by Trigon as well, and so we have two big pissed-off demons out to destroy all mortal life. Not one. Ravager added and Jinx's eyes widened at that tidbit of information before a bad feeling gripped at her stomach. Then, what happened to Tempest? She asked and Ravager crossed her arms and leaned back into a wall, her eye closed. He was ripped apart from the inside out, both he and Raven have been more or less destroyed by the two escaping their prisons through them. Ravager replied curtly and Jinx's eyes widened before she grit her teeth. I just knew that girl was going to be the death of him. She exclaimed while throwing her arms into the air and Blackfire mentally rolled her eyes before looking to Ravager with a scowl. Then what exactly do you suggest we do? We have no leader, no home, and nowhere left to run. Blackfire listed while ticking off her fingers before Danny decided to pipe in her own suggestion. Why not hide in the Ghost Zone? She asked and Ravager mentally groaned. The Ghost Zone is linked to the Earth, what affects this world also affects it, thus I'm afraid even it wouldn't be safe for very long. Ravager replied and Danny nodded her head slowly as she saw how that might be a problem. Besides I'm not hiding anywhere. I'm going to find this big old demon and skin it for what it did to Temp. Jinx declared, her eyes glowing a brilliant pink color and causing an amused smirk to cross Ravager's lips. Oh really? And just how do you expect to defeat a demon, no, not only a demon but a low S-class demon and a high A-class demon, when they're together, and with only a small, ragtag group that doesn't look like it could take a B-class demon on its own? Ravager quipped with a frown and Jinx twitched before growling towards the white-haired girl angrily. Well, we have to do something. I'm sure as hell not sitting around just waiting to die. Jinx declared, and Gizmo snorted for a moment before muttering something under his breath. Alright, I'm with her. I'm sure as hell not going to just sit here and wait to die. And if this demon thing took out Temp, well then Tartarus are going to teach it a lesson it'll never forget. Gizmo declared while Mammoth grinned and cracked his knuckles ominously, Ravage looking on for only a moment before a smirk crossed her lips. Very well. But we need to meet up with the only other survivors and coordinate our attacks if we are to be effective against this threat. Ravager then stated while walking over to Kid WYKKYD and smirked down at the gray-skinned youth. Take us to the Sky Needle, from there I'll show you where we need to go. Ravager explained, and Kid WYKKYD nodded before pulling his cape up and swinging it around to encompass all of Tartarus. Once he did, a black sphere appeared where they had been a scant few moments before, only to shrink and then vanish into itself. In town. A hand suddenly burst out of the rubble that had once been an old dilapidated observatory once owned by Dr. Chang. From the rubble the hand soon grasped hold of some debris and pulled a body from beneath it. Twisting up out of the rubble, the man frowned upon seeing the mangled wreck that was his body. I really must find a more sturdy host in the future. Orochimaru decided while opening his mouth and allowing another him to form out of it, his body repaired as if he'd never been harmed at all. Shaking his head for a moment, the man then stretched out his limbs, ensuring that they were all working properly before clicking his tongue. Orochimaru then frowned as he noticed that his false skin was partially ripped open and revealed some of his host's true features. Shaking his head, Orochimaru ripped the flesh from his face and allowed it to fall to the ground. Forming a few quick hand seals, he then created a new version of his face over his host's. This one had pale white skin and the familiar tattoos Orochimaru was known for. Climbing to his feet, the Serpentine Man then looked out over the ruined city with a smirk on his face. Seems I was correct, the apocalypse has truly come. The snake-eyed man mused while looking to the side, where Trigon was sitting on Titan's tower like it was some kind of throne. It would seem that the demons of this world are a mite sight more mutated than the ones in my world? Orochimaru mused to himself before crossing his arms when he saw the massive orange beast sleeping within the entirety of the Jump City arena. Now that can only mean trouble, the QB, and it's free from Naruto Kuin. Orochimaru noted with a deep frown across his face, and then crossed his arms over his chest. Now things look less predictable. That red demon alone looks like it was able to cause this amount of damage to the world. Add on the QB and its power to the mix and you have one very bad situation. Orochimaru mused to himself while looking at the scene and spotted several tiny dots heading straight for Trigon. And of course those Teen Titans being the foolish do-gooder children that they are will have to attempt to defeat it head-on. Orochimaru noted while looking at the city with a frown, then looked over the terrain for a moment. All the buildings have been mostly destroyed, the water has somehow become lava, and the sky has turned red. Orochimaru noted before kicking a large slab of rubble to his side, frowning when he was able to break it. Clicking his tongue, the man then took a kunai and stabbed his leg, bearing the stab of pain and frowning as the scene didn't vanish as he somewhat hoped it would. And none of it is an illusion either? Orochimaru noted, and then smirked as he watched Trigon send the Titans flying with a single attack, shaking his head slowly at the sight. Children, no matter what world they're in, they are all the same. Foolish, cocky, headstrong, arrogant, it actually amuses me to see something so similar to my own world is true here. Coo. Orochimaru mused with a dark chuckle as he looked at the city, only to feel a presence behind himself. Someone else who survived the end of the world? Orochimaru mused with a smirk as he let out a dark chuckle. No doubt with all of we survivors working together there might be some slight amount of hope in defeating these demons. Orochimaru mused aloud while slowly turning around to face the presence he'd felt behind him. Perhaps, but that's not why I'm here. Slade replied while walking out of the shadows, the S-shaped rune erased from his brow as he walked over to Orochimaru. You are Orochimaru, correct? Slade questioned while looking to the visibly serpentine man, and the white-skinned body snatcher grinned darkly. You are correct. And judging by your armor, mask, and costume, I would have to say that you are the one called Slade. Orochimaru returned while the sick smirk on the white-skinned man's lips gave even Slade a shiver of fear. Correct, and I believe that we can benefit from one another, Orochimaru. Slade replied, causing the serpentine man to raise a slender brow as he gazed at Slade coldly. Really now, how do you see that? Orochimaru questioned calmly, and Slade folded his arms behind his back silently. I have access to a certain chemical, one that causes the body to constantly regenerate itself, keeping the body from aging even a day after its inoculation, and even reviving the one using it from all but the most fatal of wounds. Slade replied, and a cruel grin stretched across Orochimaru's lips while looking to the man. In other words, you would offer me immortality? Orochimaru realized, and Slade nodded his head silently while gazing at the man coldly. Well then, what is it that you desire in exchange then, sir? Orochimaru questioned, and Slade turned and pointed towards the massive hole in the center of the ruins where the library once stood. Help me retrieve what I have lost, and the formula will be yours. Slade replied, piquing Orochimaru's interest as the snake-eyed man raised a brow and grinned. Really now? And what is it that you have lost? Orochimaru questioned, and Slade narrowed his eyes. That which is most precious to me, he replied before reaching up and removing his mask from his face, revealing the skull that lay beneath it. My flesh and blood, Slade uttered in a sinister voice while looking towards Orochimaru, the said pale man merely grinning upon seeing what had become of the man. Ah, I think I'm going to enjoy this, perhaps I can require a few things as well. Orochimaru mused aloud before walking over to the man and holding out his hand, Slade taking as both shook on their proverbial deal with the devil, but who was making the deal with whom was the real question. Elsewhere, the Titans landed in the crater that had once been the library of Jump City, bouncing across the floor before sliding to a halt. Groaning lightly, Cyborg pushed himself up to his feet and put a hand to his head. Guess that wasn't angry enough, he mumbled, referring to something Starfire had said about Raven's power reacting to strong emotions. BB shook his head as he pushed himself up as well, only to sigh as he looked around the massive crater Trigon had come from. Of all the places to crash and burn, why'd it have to be here? The Green Jester wondered aloud, even as Nightwing climbed back to his feet and placed a hand to his head. Starfire then flew from the back of the room, rubbing one of her arms and wincing as she looked around the massive room. Please, I wish to leave this place, Starfire pleaded while Nightwing crossed his arms with a frown across his face. I guess Raven's power wasn't enough to destroy him, but at least we now know Trigon can at least be harmed. Nightwing noted to himself while walking towards the stairs that Raven had used earlier. Our next attack will have to be more coordinated. Knight then added before looking up, Shaera landing in a crater, soon followed by Dr. Fate, Kid Flash, Donna, Etrigan and Batman. Dude! BB cried while rushing over to them, Dr. Fate pushing himself up with one arm only to fall back. That QB is definitely more dangerous than it seems. It managed to beat us all by merely flicking its tails about? Dr. Fate explained through a pained grunt as he held his very bruised ribs. Even he could only take so much punishment. To deal with those of us restricted to the ground, it slammed into it with its tail to cause an earthquake, knocking most of us off balance long enough for it to slam its tails into us, knocking us around like we were nothing to it. Dr. Fate explained while holding his side, BB helping the man up while Starfire helped Shaera. Then how'd it deal with those of you flying? Nightwing questioned, and Batman pulled himself up, holding his ribs with a frown. It created a firestorm and blew it towards them, then started flicking them to the ground with its tails. Batman explained, and Nightwing gaped for a moment before frowning as he realized just how screwed they really were. Then, after it got us all to the ground, it made a hurricane and sent us all flying away. Kid Flash finished while rubbing his head with a pained grimace, Donna pushing herself to her feet and wobbling for a moment. How did your attack on Trigon go? Batman questioned, and Nightwing grimaced visibly while looking to his former mentor. Not much better, he beat us without even having to move. We only managed to inflict minimal damage, and it seemed like he was growing. Nightwing replied, and a frown crossed Batman's lips as he considered that for a moment. He's gathering his strength. If we don't stop him soon he'll be strong enough to finish us all off. Batman replied while crossing his arms with a deep frown crossing his features. Don't forget that fox thing. It's huge, nasty, and it packs a punch. Kid Flash reminded, and Batman nodded his head in agreement with the red-haired boy. Dude, we could seriously use some help here. We're a group of 10 taking on 2 army-sized demons. There's no way we can take them both down on our own, even with our powers. The Green Jester declared, and then turned when he heard a snort, only to gape. Following his eyes, the rest of the Titans frowned upon seeing the bulk of Tartarus, Jinx at the front with a frown on her face. Well, you're all in luck, 'cause we're currently available at a very reasonable price, Jinx noted while flicking her hand, pink hex energy floating off of it as she then flipped off of the rim of the ceiling and landed on the ground. The rest of Tartarus then followed the pinkette before standing before the Titans and JLU members present. Oh man, it's Batman. Seymour noted fearfully, Billy gulping when he saw the Dark Knight once again. What the, how did you guys survive? Cyborg demanded while glaring at Gizmo, the tiny terror grinning as he faced off against the Titanium teen. What's the matter, RoboGeek? Not happy to see us? Gizmo asked, and the twitch to Cyborg's eye was all he needed before a grin crossed the midget's lips. Oh, are you afraid we're going to upstage you loser Titans? Gizmo quipped, and Cyborg growled at the tiny terror, his normal eye twitching wildly as he does so. I'll have you know we have everything perfectly under control, Cyborg declared, and Jinx raised a brow while looking around for a moment. Oh yes, and from the look of things around here you're doing such a wonderful job, Jinx quipped dryly, Cyborg growling only for Nightwing to place a hand on his friend's shoulder. What do you want? Nightwing demanded, and Jinx took a mock-thoughtful look for a moment before answering. Besides heroes who can do their job and keep the world from being destroyed? She asked, riling the majority of the Titans' tempers, and Batman pinched the bridge of his nose before walking forward. You're here because of X, aren't you? The Dark Knight questioned, briefly catching Jinx off guard before she frowned towards the man. Well, I guess you're not called the world's greatest detective for nothing, Jinx mumbled quietly while then placing her hands onto her hips. Alright, fine, we're here cause of her saying we need to work with you losers, Jinx explained while pointing her thumb over to the Ravager, the white-haired girl walking out of the shadows calmly. Ah, hell no. There is no way we're working with that psychopath, Cy exclaimed while pointing to the white-haired girl, a scowl crossing Nightwing's lips as well as he watched her walk towards Batman. You really need to keep them on a leash, she commented calmly, and Batman noticed the rings of Azar she and Tartarus were wearing. Besides, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to help, Ravager then added while crossing her arms over her chest, a frown across her face as she looked at the Dark Knight silently. So I see you did kill the members of the Order of Scath. You needed their rings of Azar to give to Tartarus, or was that Slade's plan? Batman questioned of the girl and saw a slight facial twitch nearly no one else would notice. I see. So what did Slade plan on doing, getting his payment then betraying Trigon? Batman questioned of the white-haired girl, and she narrowed her soul eye onto the man angrily. Do you want to stay here and talk about the old man, or are we going to get to planning a counterattack against Trigon and QB? Ravager demanded flatly, and the Dark Knight nodded his head while turning to the Titans and JLU. We'll focus on dealing with Trigon first. His abilities will be only slightly more difficult to deal with than this QB creature, Batman decided while walking over to Dr. Fate to discuss something. The fact that he's the reason Raven is gone being only a minor reason, I suppose. Ravager mused aloud, only to smirk as Starfire lunged at her and grabbed her by her collar. You will not speak of our friend. Both you and your father have brought nothing but pain and misery to me and my friends. Starfire growled at the girl, actually causing Blackfire to grin for a moment. And to think you stopped me from doing the same thing even though she almost killed me, Blackfire noted, a little too loudly, and Starfire's eyes started to blaze a bright green as she formed a starbolt into one hand. Must you make her even more pissed off than she already was? Danny demanded while Dwella fell over laughing to herself, Nightwing slapping his face. Ugh, she's here as well? Let's just send Dwella to the demons, she'll drive them so crazy they'll want to go back to hell, Nightwing offered flippantly, and Beast Boy and Kid Flash both snickered while Cyborg and Donna pulled Starfire off of Ravager, the girl screaming a slew of Tamaranian curses, enough to cause even Blackfire to blush at the vulgar swearing. What's she saying? Seymour questioned, and Blackfire blinked for a moment before shaking her head. You really don't want to know, she stated while looking at her sister with a look of shock on her face. And I really never thought she had such a dirty mouth before, Blackfire added while looking on in shock, as they had to drag Starfire away from the white-haired girl. Cracking her neck and rubbing her shoulder for a moment, Ravager frowned while looking to the glaring Tamaranian. You should really keep her under control? I only offer to help because it suits me. Neither me nor my father would wish this fate upon the world, Ravager stated simply, and Starfire shouted another slew of curses towards the white-haired girl. Enough, this bickering isn't helping any of us, Batman growled out while giving a look to Starfire, before turning to Ravager. Now then, your father worked with Trigon, so you must know something about him, Batman reasoned, and Ravager nodded her head silently for a moment. Trigon is all-seeing, his mind can be anywhere at any time, there is no way to surprise him unless you divert his attention elsewhere. Making a sneak attack against him almost completely impossible, Ravager explained while Batman frowned for a moment while rubbing his chin. Almost but not impossible. If we split into two groups, one can draw Trigon's attention to them, while the rest of us attack him from behind, Batman mused to himself while walking away, and Cyborg stared at the man as if he were crazy. And how are we supposed to do that? We already tried fighting him, look where it got us, Cyborg reminded the Dark Knight, and a smirk crossed Ravager's lips as she looked over to the Titanium teen mockingly. It's the end of the world, did you really expect it to be easy? Ravager quipped dryly, looking towards the large group with a deep frown across her face. Now then, the trip to this realm has weakened Trigon greatly, his powers are at less than half what they should be. That alone gives us an advantage, but with the rings of Azar we have, perhaps we'll be better able to survive, Ravager added while looking to the JLU silently, Batman frowning slightly before noticing Dr. Fate nodding his head. She makes a point, and we're wasting what precious little time we have left. We must focus our energies on defeating Trigon, not fighting each other. Dr. Fate piped up as he limped his way over to the group with Shaera and Etrigan. Agreed. The Titans will draw Trigon's attention, he's only aware of them at the moment. The rest of us will attack Trigon while he's distracted, hopefully that will be enough. But first we'll need to redistribute the Rings of Azar if we're to utilize them to the fullest. Batman finally decided, and a frown crossed Jinx's lips as she looked over to Nightwing, the masked teen narrowing his eyes onto the pink-haired girl. Don't get too used to this boy blunder. As soon as these demons are dead, I'm taking my pent-up frustrations out on everyone here who had something to do with Temp vanishing like he did. Jinx growled out with a twitch as pink energy swirling around the arm that the string of beads was located on. Turning on her heel, the girl marched off with Tartarus following behind her, the JLU going out with Ravager afterwards. Dude, she seriously needs some anger management classes, BB noted aloud while looking to his friends, Cyborg sighing as he rubbed his face for a moment. I'm almost hoping Trigon totals us. Cyborg muttered as he followed after the two groups, Nightwing frowning before doing the same. Titans, move out, he ordered, and the rest of the team followed behind their leader and into the city once more. Somewhere hidden from mortal eyes, in a place where no human has ever dared walk before. It is a world of fire and brimstone. Massive stone formations shaped like ravens are all around and pour lava into rivers, lakes, and even streams throughout its depths. Deep within this vile underworld is a circular rock formation, a familiar blonde laying on it. Naruto groaned lightly before opening his eyes. Looking around for a moment, the blonde groaned and sat up. Taking in his surroundings, Naruto frowned upon seeing a world comprised solely of fire and brimstone. Master, are you alright? Kusanagi questioned within the mind of the blonde, and Naruto groaned while rubbing his head. No. I let the QB trick me, he escaped the seal, and what's even worse is that I wasn't able to save Kara-chan, Naruto replied inwardly while closing his eyes and then leaned forward with a frown. Master, you must get up, we still have much work to do. The Kusanagi reminded the blonde while pulsing on his back, and the blonde reached a hand back to touch the sword's hilt. Do what? I just got ripped to shreds from the inside out, and my chakra coils feel like it. I don't think I could even make a low-powered Rasengan if I tried to. The blonde reminded the blade with a grimace, his internal energy feeling as though it had expanded then just exploded from within him. The Kusanagi grimaced as it could feel this as well. The demon's chakra had been held too deeply within his coils and ripped them open upon its escape. True, your power has been reduced. But it would seem that doesn't matter, you're still here after all. The sword noted, and Naruto gave the blonde that much before closing his eyes and feeling the gaping hole in his chakra coils. Yeah, which is weird. When this happened I should have been killed, although from the looks of things I'm not in the world of the living anymore. Naruto noted mostly to himself, half expecting to see a hole in his stomach, though instead it was just feel a burn on his skin under his suit where the QB seal once was. With all due respect, Master, things could be much worse than this. The Kusanagi noted aloud, and Naruto scoffed while crossing his arms over his chest. Oh really, how do you see that? The blonde inwardly demanded of the legendary blade, and it was silent for a moment, contemplating its response. Well, you could have been possessed by QB instead of it just escaping, something I know we both don't want. Trigon could have made a clone of your mother to demoralize you, you could be completely powerless to do anything. The Kusanagi listed, and Naruto made a mental note not to ask that. The blade had some good ideas and he only hoped nothing hurt any of them. Fine, things could be worse, but right now, I've lost the girl I love. The demon that was once sealed inside of me is now free and probably running amok, and I have no idea where I am. Naruto reminded the sword angrily, and the sword was silent as it contemplated a response. In my own experience, when one hits rock bottom, Master, the only place to go is up, and there isn't any place in the world that's more rock bottom than here, I assure you. Kusanagi offered, and Naruto looked upwards, a frown crossing his features as he realized that the sword was most likely correct. True, and I suppose I really shouldn't mope, I've got demon up topside whose ass needs a serious kicking. Naruto thought to himself with a dark glare, only to blink when he felt a presence nearby. Turning around, the blonde then gaped when he saw a familiar face within the depths of the inferno he'd found himself in. Welcome to hell, Naruto-kun. The blonde heard and turned his head and widened his eyes upon seeing Uchiha Itachi leaning back against a boulder as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Itachi? What? Naruto asked while groaning and pushing himself up to his feet, only to sway as he nearly lost his balance. As I said, welcome to hell, or more specifically Trigon's prison. Itachi replied calmly, a bored look across his face as he watched Naruto hold his arms out to balance himself for a moment. Hell, somehow. I pictured something different. Naruto admitted mostly to himself while looking around the world of fire and Itachi Hined for a moment before pushing himself off of the boulder and over to the blonde. Also, how the hell are you here? Naruto then questioned an Itachi Hined once more even as he passed the blonde-haired teen. This is hell Naruto-kun, here the physical and the metaphysical are one and the same. I am a spirit, and due to the nature of hell, I can have form here. Itachi explained even while walking down a long winding path. But do you know how we got down here in the first place? Naruto asked the man with a raised brow and Itachi nodded his head as they wandered further through the depths of hell. The reason Kyuubi was freed from the seal was because you entered the array Raven used to summon Trigon. However, since you clearly couldn't be sealed inside of yourself, and it was a one-way portal, you were thereby transported into the depths of Trigon's former prison. The dark-haired Uchiha explained to the blonde-haired teen as they journeyed further into the depths of the inferno. Okay, then what do we do next? Naruto asked as he followed the man as he walked down into the very depths of hell. We find your girl, Raven, and save her from this hell, find you a way to return to Earth, and you defeat both Kyuubi and Trigon of course. Itachi replied with a strange smile on his face as he explained. Raising a brow for a moment Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the man with a frown. How do you even know she's down here? I mean, this isn't the only version of hell in existence is it? Naruto asked seriously and Itachi closed his eyes for a moment before answering. Because, it stands to reason that if you are here, so is she. You are also correct in assuming there are other hells out there. The dark-haired Uchiha replied simply, Naruto smirking to himself as he followed him. Sounds good to me. The blonde replied while following behind Itachi, the man walking over to a doorway. Be forewarned Naruto-kun, not all is as it appears in this infernal abyss. Itachi suddenly warned and a deep frown crossed Naruto's features while looking to the dark-haired Uchiha. Trust me, I'm more than ready for anything this place can throw at me, Naruto declared and Itachi shook his head before placing his hands against the door. No, you're not. Itachi retorted while giving the blonde a cold look, then pushed the doors open to reveal the true depths of hell to his blonde-haired companion. Okay, this could take a while, Naruto admitted while looking into the depths with Itachi nodding his head in agreement before starting down the first portion of their journey to find Raven. Jump City. Trigon continued resting against Titan's tower, gathering his depleted strength, even as a tiny green bird made its way to him. Flying into Trigon's ear, BB flew as deep inside of it as he could before suddenly changing into a whale inside of his head. Trigon's eyes snapped open as he did and he roared out in pain, thrashing about slightly while shaking his head from side to side. Gripping his head with both hands, the demon then walked forward, into some lava and snarled in anger. As he did however, Starfire and Cyborg flew towards Trigon from the distance. Upon approaching the massive demon, Starfire twisted where she was before finally tossing Cyborg straight for Trigon. The titanium teen growled as he unlocked his sonic cannon upon approaching the massive red demon. Roaring out Cyborg then fired his cannon at Trigon, only to widen his eyes as a barrier protected him. The barrier then sent the sound waves flying back at Cyborg, knocking him back to where Starfire quickly caught him before he could fall to the lava below. I believe that we have obtained his attention, Starfire noticed while flying toward solid ground so she could release the metal teen. As she did, BB slipped out of Trigon's ear and changed shapes into a bird, flying over to solid land and returning to his normal form, completely covered in earwax. Just remind me not to do that again, dude's earwax is way beyond nasty. The Green Titan grumbled out while shaking as much of the earwax from his form as he could. Soon Starfire and Cyborg landed behind the green teen and Trigon turned towards them with narrowed eyes. Inhaling briefly, Trigon then spewed forth a torrent of lava towards the three titans. Ending his attack, a frown crossed Trigon's face when the smoke cleared and he saw a glowing red shield around the three and a familiar ring on Starfire's finger. However, before he could do anything else, Shayera came at him from the side, slamming her mace into the side of Trigon's head. The demon cried out as the attack slammed into his skull, knocking him over to the side and stumbling back while Shayera flew around. Dr. Fate then threw his hands up as he flew next to Donna, casting a quick spell and attacking Trigon from the side, slamming his power into the demon's side. On the ground, those who were unable to fly merely hung back as the flying members of the team did their job. Stumbling to the side, Trigon swung a fist towards the annoying flies near him only for Donna and Dr. Fate to quickly fly out of the way. Growling angrily, Trigon then roared out in pain as a burst of white fire from Danny connected with his face, causing him to stumble back as Blackfire fired her eye beams into his chest. The red demon fell back into Titan's tower with a grunt, nearly crushing what was left of the building before opening his glowing red eyes. He then saw Etrigan and raised a brow as the demon breathed a torrent of flames towards him. Ah, Etrigan, it's been quite a while since I saw you last, still in the service of these pathetic mortals I see. How sad to see such a high-ranking demon fall so far. Trigon mused before kicking Etrigan with one hoofed foot, sending him flying back into Jump City where he smashed into a building. Narrowing his eyes as he did, Trigon then watched as the flying members of the group lunged at him from the sky. I've had enough of these games. The massive demon growled out before inhaling a deep breath, his chest puffing out before he breathed out a torrent of lava towards them. However, much like with the others, 3 rings of Azar protected them from Trigon's power, one Dr. Fate was carrying, one by Shaera, and the last one by Blackfire. Narrowing his eyes, Trigon then saw Dani heading his way and raised a brow before reaching up and grabbing her with one hand. What business do the spirits have in this world? Trigon wondered, and Dani grit her teeth as the massive beast squeezed her in his massive hand, then grunted as Shaera came at him once more. Begone, false angel, you are not welcome in my world. Trigon growled out while lifting his massive arm and slamming it down on top of her, sending her flying towards the ground, but Starfire quickly caught her. As Starfire carried Shaera, Trigon stared at Dani as she struggled in his grasp, unable to break his grip or phase out of it. Damn it, will you just let me go? Dani shouted, causing a loud screaming echo of green sound waves to shoot out at Trigon, slamming into his head and loosening his grip on her. Hovering for a moment, Dani then muttered before flying out of the way as a pissed-off Trigon reached for her. Great, now I have a soundwave type attack like Dad or Ember. The white-haired ghostling girl grumbled while flying through the air, forming a pair of white fireballs into her hands as she turned and fired 2 streams at Trigon, the red demon grunting as he held up one hand to block the flames. Trigon growled darkly as she did and then pushed her flames back at her, knocking her from the sky. Blackfire flew down and caught her, however, Dani shaking her head while rubbing her temples. Oi, never again. I am never doing that ever again. The girl muttered under her breath as they came to the ground, Dr. Fate and Donna still flying towards the red demon above them. Muttering a chant, Dr. Fate fired a blast of magic at Trigon, the beam slamming into the demon's chest. Grunting, Trigon narrowed his eyes before throwing his arm forward, a murder of ravens flowing out of his hand and into Dr. Fate. The gold-helmeted man grunting as the birds knocked him off balance, Trigon reaching up and slamming the man down into the ground. As he did, Donna lunged up and slammed her hands into the side of Trigon's face, only for the demon to exhale through his nose, knocking Donna back where he backhanded the girl to the ground. Man, they got totally creamed. Kid Flash said while Nightwing narrowed his eyes as Trigon grunted for a moment before narrowing his eyes as he noticed the gold rings that several members of the group were wearing. You carry rings of Azar, no doubt they are relics from former minions? Trigon noted gruffly while the 3 titans stood unwavering against his glare. It matters not, fighting you is beneath me, Trigon then declared while narrowing his 4 crimson eyes and causing them to glow brightly. As they glowed, a massive S-shaped rune appeared beneath them, red lightning crawling up from it and into the heroes among the group. As it did, Batman clenched his fists and walked out of the seal, seemingly unaffected by it. Shaera did the same while activating her hammer at the same time, and Etrigan dragged Dr. Fate from the seal. "'Twould seem you are well aware of the darkness in your hearts, a pity, I would have so loved to see you do battle with it," Trigon noted with a frown while Tartarus as a whole walked out of the seal, grunting as the lightning tried to hold on to them, Ravager also walking out. "Huh. We don't just acknowledge it, buddy. We embrace our darkness. There's no way you can turn it against us," Jinx shouted at Trigon with a grin on her face, the massive demon raising a brow before smirking sinisterly as he looked at the 2 groups. "I see, but can that be said for the rest of your friends as well?" Trigon questioned, and the 2 groups turned to see the titans were unable to move, Starfire's hair rising and a black and white version of herself with red eyes flew out of her body. A similar creature crawling out of Beast Boy's back, another punching its way through Cyborg's chest. Still more appeared as Kid Flash shook in place, a hand reaching out of his side before a doppelganger of him stepped out of his body. Donna grit her teeth as one pulled itself out of her back, and finally, Nightwing grit his teeth before crying out as a final one escaped from within him. Ah shit, just figures the damn titans would have a dark side he could use against them. The tiny terror grumbled while the rest of Tartarus nodded their heads in agreement with him. Falling to their knees, the titans then looked to the side where dust had been kicked up into the air only to slowly be blown away by the breeze, revealing the titan doppelgangers to them. "Heh, somehow I thought I was taller," BB mumbled while staring at his doppelganger with wide eyes, the other titans choosing not to comment. "I may be the source of all darkness, but you are your own worst enemies," Trigon commented with a dark chuckle as the Shadow Titans grinned towards the real titans. The Shadow Cyborg lunged forward first, nearly hovering before the real Cyborg with a smirk. Raven wasn't the only one with a bad side. The shadow creature noted darkly before slamming a fist into Cyborg's face, sending him flying back while the rest of the Shadow Titans lunged at their counterparts. Ah crap. We can't beat the normal Titans on a good day without temp. Now we've got to deal with a bunch of evil clones. Gizmo demanded while staring at the sight, and Blackfire frowned when she saw the clone of Starfire throwing starbolts at her real sister. Normally, I wouldn't care, but I'm trying to be a better sister, so I say we at least try to help them. Blackfire replied before launching herself into the air and ramming into her sister's doppelganger, sending it flying away. Besides, this way I get to beat up on Starfire and not feel bad about it. Blackfire added to herself while grinning as the false Starfire hovered in the air and grinned. Oh, I don't know, sister dear, perhaps I can show you a trick or two, the false Starfire stated with a grin, ramming into Blackfire before twisting around to knee her in the gut, then brought her hands up and slammed them into Blackfire's head, sending her flying into the ground. Oh man, something tells me this is really gonna hurt. Seymour mumbled before Jinx pinched the bridge of her nose and exhaled. Alright, listen up. Seymour, go and help Blackfire if you can. Billy and Kid WYKKYD, you two go after the fake Kid Flash. Gizmo, take on that cyborg wannabe. Mammoth and Dwella, you two handle Bad Beast Boy. Danny, you get to take on Evil Donna. Private, you and me are taking on Deathwing over there. Jinx suddenly ordered, a smirk crossing Ravager's lips as she heard the sound line up to take down the Shadow Titans. Good then, Tartarus, attack. Jinx ordered while pointing over to where the Titans were doing battle with their dark sides. As they ran off, Shiera looked to a frowning Batman and Dr. Fate. Should we help them? She questioned, and Batman shook his head. At this point it would only tire us out, which is probably what Trigon wants, besides entertainment, that is. Batman replied while looking to the battling teens with a frown, and Dr. Fate nodded his head in agreement. We should take this moment to recuperate, they should be able to deal with the false Titans quickly enough. Dr. Fate replied through panting breaths as he tried to focus so he could regain his strength, Batman frowning as he turned to where Trigon was resting, his body growing slightly larger for a moment. Let's just hope they hurry, otherwise even if we do work together, Trigon will be too powerful for us to destroy. Shiera noted while looking to the massive red demon with a frown, the other members of the JLU agreeing with her. Meanwhile, the QB slept silently over to the side, however, a single eye soon opened and gazed at the spectacle in the distance. He ha 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 ha, yes, occupy him and his all-seeing eyes, but soon enough, his power will be mine. QB thought to himself, while closing his eye and slowly sleeping once more, gathering his strength for what would soon happen to him and Trigon. Depths of Hell. Naruto and Itachi approached a boat within the depths of hell, the blonde gaping as he saw it. How is a boat floating in lava? Naruto questioned, and Itachi smirked slightly as he hopped into it and gripped the pole next to it, his head snapping to it a moment later. Something interesting about that, Itachi? Naruto asked as he hopped into the boat as well, and the dark-haired man was silent for a moment. No, not really, though we may wish to keep it with us. Itachi replied smoothly while shoving off, pushing them downriver and then twirling the staff as he sat down, and they floated with the current of the lava. However, unseen by the blonde or Itachi, was the four glowing red eyes following them from up above. The eyes belonged to a slender figure that stayed low to the ground and hidden in shadow. It narrowed its eyes as they went further down the river of lava known to most mortals as simply the River Styx. Moving further along and following after the two silently, unseen. So how much do you know about what's going on down here? Naruto asked as they continued to float downstream, and Itachi was silent for a moment before answering the blonde-haired teen. No much really, all I know is what I was able to glean from your memories. Itachi replied simply and then sighed while standing up and twirling the staff he'd taken in hand for a moment. Also, look behind you. Itachi then stated, and Naruto turned, only to grumble as dozens of fire wraiths started to flow out of the lava and hover towards them ominously. Oi, even in hell I can't catch a break. Naruto muttered while pulling the Kusanagi from his back and narrowed his eyes as the many fire wraiths approached. This should be simple enough for the two of us to deal with. Itachi mused while twirling the staff and then lunging forward, swinging it with one hand and slicing a fire wraith in half as he landed on a rock. Not one to be outdone, Naruto lunged forward as well, swinging the Kusanagi with a grin before smirking as he then twisted in the air and swung his blade down on one of the fire wraiths. Looking to Itachi with a smirk, he then watched the man twist and twirl his staff over his head, taking out several of the fire wraiths before twisting on his heel, swinging the entire staff and taking down more of the annoying fire wraiths. Twitching as he watched the man upstage him once more, Naruto reached back and pulled over of his ninjutsu before twirling both it and the Kusanagi in hand. Lunging at the incoming fire wraiths with a grin, Naruto jumped up with a roar and swung both blades, landing against a rock once he had. Grinning slightly as several fire wraiths came at him, swinging their tendril-like arms at him, the blonde jumped up and ran along their length before slicing the fire wraith into pieces and landing against the side of the chasm walls. Quickly making his way up the side of the wall, Naruto looked back with a grin as several fire wraiths followed him up. "All right," the blonde cried while twisting the two swords in his hands. "This party's getting crazy, let's rock," the blonde exclaimed as he fell towards the fire demons, slicing them into pieces and landing on the ground in a low crouch, the bottom of his trench coat rising up as he did. Rising a brow at the display, Itachi then twisted around, destroying several more fire wraiths that came at him before lunging up the side of the chasm as well. Flipping off of the wall and over Naruto, Itachi grabbed his free ninjutsu and landed with a smirk. "Impressive work, but please let me show you how it's really done, Naruto-kun," Itachi stated as several more fire wraiths came at him and he crouched down before moving forward with lightning-fast speed, dicing the fire wraiths into pieces as he went. Sliding to a halt as dozens of the fire wraiths came at him, throwing their arms towards him like long flaming whips. Rolling his eyes, Itakin quickly threw off his cloak and jumped into the air, twirling the staff over his head and bringing it down onto the ground, directly through several of the fire wraiths. Nodding his head to unknown beat, Itachi then moved with forward, twisting the ninjutsu in hand and slicing fire wraith after fire wraith into pieces. Twisting around into a flip, Itachi slashed another fire wraith and then rolled back to avoid another fire wraith before twirling the staff and throwing it at the offending wraith, impaling it and then twirling the ninjutsu he had left in hand. Lunging into a group of fire wraiths, Itachi then started to swing his blade all around, cutting his way through the dozens of wraiths as if they were nothing. Sliding to a stop, Itachi watched as Naruto lunged past him with a wide grin on his face. "My turn," the blonde exclaimed as he ran towards the fire wraiths as Itachi had, ducking below several balls of fire. Naruto then slashed upwards with his blades, then twisted into a swing, he then twisted into another swing at another wraith. Finishing off his combo by bringing up both of the swords, Naruto then slammed the two weapons into the ground, a burst of wind suddenly flowing forward and ripping through the many fire wraiths instantly. Turning to Itachi with a grin, Naruto leaned his blades into his shoulders while Itachi shook his head. "Now that is how you deal with them," Naruto offered arrogantly, and Itachi merely raised a brow before both turned as a mass of fire wraiths headed their way. "You want these or should I take them?" Naruto asked Itachi as the man pulled out the staff from the wall before looking to Naruto. "Let's both deal with this minor annoyance, but first I must suggest a trade," Itachi then said while tossing the staff to Naruto, the blonde rolling his eyes as he tossed the ninjutsu in his hand to the dark-haired man. Catching the staff, Naruto raised a brow when he felt it and Kusanagi suddenly pulse, but ignored it and twirled both it in hand. Lunging forward, the two ex-Konoha shinobi then lunged into the fray, Naruto swinging the staff first before digging its tip into the ground and swinging around on it, the Kusanagi outstretched and slicing through several of the wraiths. Meanwhile, Itachi jumped into the air and swung both blades into the wraiths in an X pattern. Coming to the ground and rolling forward, Itachi then moved back while swinging up with both blades, dragging the earth upwards into the wraiths. Landing in a crouch next to Naruto, the two stood as one against the remaining wraiths before looking to one another. Nodding their heads, the two lunged forward together, Naruto and Itachi both forcing chakra to their blades before stopping and swinging them into the mass of different wraiths. As they did, 3 blades of pure chakra flowed from their weapons, flying forward and tearing their way through the mass of wraiths. Smirking at the sight, Naruto twirled the Kusanagi in hand for a moment before placing it onto his back, then tossed Itachi the staff. Smirking, Itachi tossed the 2 ninjutsu in the air while catching the staff in one hand, Naruto catching the ninjutsu in his hands, twirling them for a moment and then sheathing them on his back as they stood victorious. "Humph, not bad for a dead guy," Naruto noted, and Itachi smirked while walking over to his cloak and pulling it over his form. "I could say the same for you, Naruto-kun," Itachi reminded, and the blonde-haired teen merely rolled his eyes while shrugging his shoulders. "So where to next?" Naruto asked, only to turn as another fire wraith came at him from behind, only this one was smashed by a falling figure. "What now?" Naruto questioned while pulling the Kusanagi from his back, the figure standing up and revealing a slender figure with 4 glowing crimson eyes. "Wait a minute. I know those eyes," the blonde whispered to himself while Itachi looked at him for a second before turning back to the figure. Blinking for a moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes as the figure sauntered towards him with a noticeable sway to its hips. "Something the matter, Naruto-kun?" Itachi questioned, and Naruto frowned while looking over to the side where a large hood-shaped opening spilled lava down into the river below. "I don't know, but I intend to find out if I'm right," the blonde whispered while turning with the Kusanagi, a blade of wind cutting out a trail for the lava to follow. Itachi narrowed his eyes when Naruto did, then watched as light came towards them and revealed the figure, Naruto's eyes widening as he laid eyes on her. She was quite clearly around Naruto's age with a full figure, though was also somewhat shorter than him with familiar blood-red skin and black markings identical to those that Trigon had, sharp obsidian claws at the tips of her fingers, pointed ears framing her face, sharp fangs replacing her teeth, long raven black hair that reached her ass, for glowing red eyes, a small red gemstone at the center of her forehead, with black vines with thorns curving around her head in a similar way to Trigon's antlers, forming into a demonic tiara of some sort. She was dressed in a sleeveless leotard with high leg holes showing her hips, a pair of light leather armor stationed over her hands and forearms with familiar gemstone clasps over the backs of her fists, more of the armor wrapped around her waist, all identical to the armor Trigon wore, a pair of thigh-length black boots with horizontal slits on the sides of her thighs, and a familiar chain belt hanging loosely from her hips, only with a loincloth similar to Trigon's under it, only it was red. In color? Kara-chan. Naruto questioned while staring at the girl in shock, however she merely raised a brow before smirking darkly. One part of her, actually. The demonic part of her to be precise. The demonic raven replied, her tone a sweet almost seductive tone yet it somehow managed to make Naruto shiver. Giggling at the slight fear on the blonde's face, she then sauntered over to him and leaned forward. But, that doesn't mean I don't have a soft spot for you, Naruto. She purred out and Naruto gulped while looking into her glowing eyes. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, or a bad thing, though I am kind of curious about it. Naruto couldn't help but think to himself as Itachi rolled his eyes at the sight and wander over to the side so he wouldn't see anything he didn't want to. Hopefully she doesn't want to get frisky with him, but then again, this is the physical incarnation of the girl's demonic nature, and lust is technically a sin. Itachi mused to himself as he walked away, sitting down a distance from the two on the chance that Raven wanted to get frisky. Jump City. The Kyuubi no longer rested, instead it was watching as the Titans did battle with their doppelgangers with the assistance of Tartarus. The fight was actually more interesting than Kyuubi would have believed. While it was well known that he couldn't technically use his intellect outside of a host, what few knew was that he alone has some minor control over his form. This was something he kept to himself for obvious reasons. Trigon didn't know, and believed he'd be a mindless beast he could keep as a pet. Well, Kyuubi planned on showing him otherwise. As such the Kitsune was sitting back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Once those stupid doppelgangers had drawn attention somewhere and Trigon couldn't focus on him, then he would strike. In the city, BB was running from his doppelganger, the false BB having turned into a hawk. Quickly turning into a Doberman as the doppelganger landed at his side, BB mentally grimaced as he changed into a wolf to counter him. However, as he got close to biting Beast Boy, Mammoth lunged out of a building and slammed his fists into the ground, breaking it apart and sending both Beast Boys flying into the air. The real BB quickly flew over to Mammoth and landed on his shoulder while changing back with a breath of relief. Dude, I never thought I'd be so happy to see you, BB said while looking towards the false BB as it changed back to its true shape across from them. However, they all then heard Dwella and winced visibly as she brought her base down on top of the false BB from the top of a building. Whoa, don't you think that was overkill? Mammoth questioned as Dwella walked over to them with the base slung over her shoulders. Yeah, I mean it was so totally worthy of Haruko, but did you have to smash me into the pavement, and for that matter, when did you get so strong? BB asked the girl and Dwella blinked before reaching into her coat sleeve and produced a tiny vial attached to a tube that was going into her wrist. Just a little bit of venom from Uncle Bane? Dwella replied with a grin, both Mammoth and BB gaping towards the girl as she then whistled to herself while making her way past them. However, when the false BB pushed the rubble from where Dwella had smashed him into the pavement back, now in the form of a gorilla, BB and Mammoth gaped. Dwella, he's back BB said aloud and the clown girl turned and raised a brow as the dark BB shook his head, a frown on his face. Wow, what does it take to put this guy under already? Dwella wondered while scratching her head and BB shook his head. No, seriously guys, I've tried some venom and it doesn't work, so do I need to break out the Smilex or Fear Toxin next? Dwella asked while staring at the dark BB getting disbelieving looks from the two boys as she did. However, the dark BB growled at this before unleashing a roar as it lunged at them, changing into a T-Rex along the way. Meanwhile, Cyborg was sent flying back by his own doppelganger before landing on the shore of Jump City with a groan of pain. Pushing a giant slab off of himself, the titanium teen then turned when he heard a cry. Looking up just as his doppelganger came down on top of him with a slam, Cyborg gritted his teeth and sent him flying back. The foul Cyborg landed with a smirk while the real Cyborg narrowed his eyes onto the faker dangerously. Yo! Servo Geek! The ever-annoying voice of Gizmo came and the doppelganger looked up to see the tiny terror as he fired off a salvo of missiles towards him. The missiles connected with the false cyborg, sending him flying back while Gizmo landed and unleashed his spider legs from his pack. Taking in a deep breath, the tiny terror grinned while looking towards the doppelganger. "Ah, the stink of battle, working in the shop is nice and all, but I really missed laying a hurt on stupid titans," Gizmo declared, and Cyborg twitched before his doppelganger came out of the rubble and glared towards Gizmo. "Alright punk, time for you to go down," the false cyborg roared out while lunging at the tiny terror only for him to jump into the air and bring his spider legs down at him. Gritting his teeth, the false cyborg caught the legs only for the real one to come from the side and ram into him. Sliding to a halt beside of Gizmo, the tiny terror and titanium teen glared at one another. "Me saving your ass and helping beat that thing means nothing," Gizmo stated simply while glaring at Cyborg, the titanium teen frowning towards the tiny terror in response while crossing his arms. "Fine by me," Cy replied, and both turned to the side as the shadow Cy pushed some rubble off of himself with a frown. "If you two pansies are done talking, let's get back to the part where I kick your butts," the false cyborg growled out while lunging at the two, forming his sonic cannon from one arm, Cyborg doing the same and firing at the same time as he did, cancelling one another's blasts out while Gizmo fired a ray from his pack at the false cyborg, sending him skidding across the ground and to the side. Meanwhile, Starfire was throwing blast after blast towards her own doppelganger while it flew around them with surprising ease. "She moves like my sister," Starfire noted idly while the false Starfire came at her with starbolts formed into her hands. The false Starfire rammed into Starfire, however she pushed her back, then both slammed their energy-coated hands into each other's hands. As Starfire ducked towards the lava streams below, her doppelganger flew towards her and threw both of her starbolts, Starfire quickly dodging them before flying out of the way. As Starfire got out of the way, Blackfire came from the side with a grin and formed a starbolt in either hand. The false Starfire raised a brow as she came and smirked while doing the same. However, Blackfire then fired her eye-beams into the shadow Starfire, sending her flying back. "Don't think I'll fight fair like dear little Starfire would," Blackfire shouted at the shadow Starfire, only to see her grin down at her and then zip towards her, catching the false Starfire as she rammed into her, Blackfire, and tried to push her into the lava below. "You are most ruthless and cunning, you would be smart to join Trigon, rather than oppose him," Shadow Starfire noted aloud, and Blackfire scoffed before twisting around and grabbing the false Starfire in a sleeper hold. "No thanks, tall, dark and ugly really doesn't do anything for me," Blackfire replied coolly with a cocky smirk on her lips as she then flew down and rammed the false Starfire into one of the small islands of rock in the lava. "Now you should be smart, sister dear, and give up now while you still have the chance," Blackfire then stated while crossing her arms over her chest, Starfire watching with no small amount of surprise as Blackfire was winning. "Father, you were wrong to think she was ever weak," Starfire thought to herself, remembering what Blackfire had explained about her life and how she'd only been first in line because no one believed she'd live long enough to take it. Shaking that off, Starfire then flew down towards her sister and her doppelganger and fired her eye-beams into the doppelganger before landing next to her sister. Smiling brightly when there was nothing but a crater where her doppelganger had been, Starfire then wrapped her arms around her sister happily. "Oh most beloved sister, I am most mirthful to be able to do battle with you at long last," Starfire said happily while picking Blackfire up, the older girl wincing when she noticed she was actually shorter than Starfire now. "Put me down, Coriandar," Blackfire ordered, and the young redhead blinked while doing so, and then winced when she noticed the height difference as well. Perhaps picking you up should be avoided in the future, yes?" Starfire asked warily, and Blackfire sighed before pinching the bridge of her nose. "Whatever, just never do it again or I swear I'll," Blackfire started to say, only for both sisters to be thrown into the air as the said doppelganger ripped its way out of the ground with a frown. "Never mind that, more anger management is on the way," Blackfire declared while lunging at the doppelganger and twisted into a kick, sending it flying away before rocketing after her. "My sister has far too much pent-up rage to be healthy," Starfire mumbled while watching as her sister started to slam her fists into the flace Starfire's face. The dark-haired Tamaranian princess then grabbed her by one arm and twisted in the air before throwing her up high. Forming several starbolts into her hands, Blackfire then started to throw them towards the doppelganger, smirking as they all connected. However, she then frowned as the doppelganger slammed into her, both gripping the other's hands in a test of strength, the false Starfire smirking darkly. "You fight well, for a pathetic little secret?" Shadow Starfire taunted with a wicked grin, only for an enraged Blackfire to narrow her eyes. "No one, and I mean no one, calls me that and lives," Blackfire growled out before elbowing Shadow Starfire in the face, then quickly grabbed her by her wrists and twisted around. Flying to the ground, Blackfire slammed her into a small island in the lava back first before throwing her high up into the air. And allow me to show you what this pathetic little secret can really do when she's pissed off, Blackfire declared before ducking down and jumping into the air like a rocket, slamming into the doppelganger's back before twisting her trajectory and slammed her into the ground in the main city. Floating up from the crater she created, Blackfire crossed her arms while the false Starfire stumbled up to her feet before shaking her head and frowning towards the severely pissed Blackfire. However, before she could attack, Starfire came at her from the side, firing her eye beams into her doppelganger and sending her careening into a building, which then fell on top of her. Turning to her older sister, Starfire grimaced at the twitch to her eye. "Sister, do you think she is going to stay down now?" Starfire questioned, only to groan as he doppelganger slowly climbed out of the rubble and stumbled for a moment. "Does that answer your question?" Blackfire snipped before cracking her knuckles with a deep scowl on her face as her eyes started to glow purple. Sighing for a moment, Starfire then followed her sister as they both attacked her doppelganger together. Elsewhere in the city, Kid Flash growled low in his throat as he ran alongside his own smirking doppelganger. The two quickly turned and then Kid Flash stopped while his doppelganger slid to a halt opposing him. "You should just give up now, Bart, save yourself the shame of getting beat by yourself," the false Kid Flash shouted at the original, only for the speedster to get down, his doppelganger mirroring him. Lunging forward at the same time, the two speedsters rammed into one another, which only managed to send them both flying back. Skidding across the ground, Kid Flash groaned for a moment before seeing Kid WYKKYD appear with Billy Numerous. "Oh great, did I get the bottom of the barrel or what?" Kid Flash wondered aloud while his doppelganger flipped to his feet and Billy frowned for a moment before grinning slightly towards his clones. "Boys, I got's a plan," Billy exclaimed and one of his clones grinned. "All right, let's get to it," the clone cried and another started to rub its hands together deviously. "Yeah, and then we'll finally prove our power can be useful," the teen cried while the false Kid Flash stared at both Billy Numerous and Kid WYKKYD for a moment before snickering to himself. "Oh man, you got stuck with the losers of the group. Hell, even that one-eyed drip has a more useful power than these two dorks." Shadow Kid Flash snickered to himself while Kid looked to Billy and both nodded their heads. Wiping a tear from his eye, Shadow Kid Flash then crouched down while looking towards the group of three. "But whatever, let's see if they at least make decent speed bumps," the doppelganger cried out while lunging forward, only for Billy to grin as he multiplied himself into a wall. Blinking for a moment, Shadow Kid Flash turned to try and get out of the way, however they turned as well. Growling, he ran as fast as he could, however Billy was able to multiply himself faster. Twitching slightly, the speedster ran and ran even as the Billies continued to block his path before finally Kid WYKKYD appeared out of a portal and slammed a fist into his face, sending him flying back. Groaning for a moment, Shadow Kid Flash then looked up only for Kid WYKKYD to grab him up with his cape. The shadowy teen then reappeared in the air over the city with a smirk as he released Shadow Kid Flash and wrapped his cape back around him. Cursing loudly as he fell, the Shadow Kid Flash impacted with the ground only a short while later, Kid Flash blinking in surprise while Billy and Kid grinned. "Wow. I didn't actually think you two would be any help, but I'm glad I was proven wrong for once," Kid Flash mused only to see his dark doppelganger pull himself out of the crater. "But let's finish this," the speedster then decided as he lunged towards his doppelganger and slammed a fist into his face, sending him skidding back along the pavement. Meanwhile, Donna grit her teeth as she rammed her doppelganger through a building, then another before finally jumping up and ramming her into the ground. "You really do need work controlling that temper," his shadow self commented with a smirk before kicking her off of herself. Donna flipped in the air before landing in a low crouch, grimacing slightly at a minor wound she'd sustained earlier on in the battle. Shaking her head of that, the Amazonian then lunged towards her doppelganger only for the false her to swing her arms and connect with her instead. Grunting as she stumbled back, Donna was unable to guard when her shadow self then lunged forward and tackled her. Grunting as she hit the ground back first only to be used to slide down the rocky ground, Donna groaned lightly in pain when they finally came to a stop. "I can't believe I actually came out of someone as pathetic as you," the false Donna noted only for a beam of green energy to slam into her from the side and knock her through a wall. "Do these things talk way too much, or is it just me thinking too much?" Danny suddenly wondered to herself with a frown while flying over to Donna casually. "You okay, Blackie?" Danny then asked while looking down to the Amazonian, and she slowly sat up while placing a hand to her head. "Yes, thank you for your assistance, sister, it is most appreciated," she replied, and Danny raised a brow, before remembering she was an Amazon and they called one another that. Shrugging that off, Danny then watched as the Shadow Dana came charging towards them and erected a barrier between them. The false Dana slammed into it only to be thrown back with a grunt, and Danny shook her head slowly. Simple as hell to use, but oh so useful in battle. Danny noted to herself while the false Dana narrowed her eyes onto the ghostling girl. What's the matter? Do you need the help of another to defeat me? I thought you were a warrior, not a coward. The Shadow Dana taunted, riling up the true Dana, but Danny shook her head. It's not a coward who asks for help when she can't beat her opponent, and it's not a warrior who refuses help. The person who does that is nothing but a fool. Danny declared with a nod of her head, and then wondered if Naruto was rubbing off on her again before deciding not to care what of her many quirks came from her teacher/role model. Growling lightly at that, the Shadow Dana narrowed her eyes before lunging towards both Dana and Danny, the ghostling girl turning them both intangible and causing the false Dana to run straight into a wall. That is a very useful power, Dana noted while staring at Danny, and the ghost girl grinned in response. I know, right? She said with a grin, and then turned her head as the Shadow Dana got back up and glared at her furiously. Smirking despite herself, Danny calmly walked towards the false Dana, arms crossed over her chest and an amused look on her face as she did. I am going to make you suffer. Shadow Dana growled out, and Danny snorted before frowning deeply. There's absolutely nothing you can do to me that's worse than melting alive, trust me, I know. Danny stated flatly while forming a bit of ecto-energy into her right hand, the Shadow Dana scowling deeply. Then I will just break you in half and be done with it, pest? She exclaimed before roaring out as she flew towards Danny, the ghost-link girl quickly twisting on her heel and slamming a sphere of energy into her face. Meanwhile, Nightwing stood across from someone he never thought he'd have to face, himself. Frowning at the cocky smirk on his dark side's face, Nightwing lunged forward, swinging his staff at him. Calm down, you really do take things way too seriously, kid. The doppelganger mocked, and a deep scowl crossed Nightwing's features as he dug the butt of his staff into the ground and used it as a lever, pulling it back and then launching into a kick to his Darkside's face. Stumbling back for a moment, his Darkside then flipped onto his feet. Don't try and act like X, you're not like him, there's no gray with you, only jet black. Knight stated while narrowing his eyes onto his dark other, the false Nightwing merely raising a brow at the comment. Oh? And here I thought RedX was your enemy? Have a change of heart since he died trying to save the girl he loved or something? Shadow Knight questioned of his original, and Nightwing merely twisted his staff around while glaring at the copy. A creature like you just wouldn't understand? Knight declared, and his copy rolled his eyes before pulling out his own staff and twisting it into a stance. You're right, I don't, and I'm so glad I don't either. Shadow Knight said darkly while lunging at his original, Nightwing blocking strike after strike from the doppelganger as it attacked him relentlessly. Seeing an opening, Knight then rolled out of the way and twisted into a sweep, however the doppelganger saw it coming and flipped out of the way before coming out in a crouch. Let's face it, Knight, we're the same guy, same moves, same tricks, even the same gadgets, even if we do fight it'll always come out in a deadlock. Shadow Knight noted aloud, and Nightwing narrowed his eyes onto the faker dangerously. That's where you're wrong. I have something you don't. Knight stated simply, and the Shadow Nightwing rolled his eyes. What's that then, kid, your friends? Shadow Knight asked, and Nightwing shook his head with a smirk. Not this time, it's actually a bunch of teen villains who want to live more than they hate us. Knight relied while rolling back as Jinx sent a large wave of hex energy flowing towards the Shadow Knight, knocking him back. As he went flying, Private Hive smirked and twisted around, throwing his shield into the air, but the false Knight knocked it out away and landed in a roll. However, Nightwing then threw several explosive discs towards his copy, causing him to curse while ducking out of the way. However, this put him directly before a grinning Private Hive. Time for you to go, maggot. Private stated while picking up the false Knight, then twisted around and threw him into the distance. Watching him fly away with no small amount of interest, Knight, Jinx, and Private then snickered upon seeing the dust cloud in the distance from his landing. Come on, let's go finish this. Knight decided while he and the others ran towards the site. As they approached, they watched as the other doppelgangers flew into the ground as well, Nightwing and Jinx looking around and smirking when they noticed none of them were actually all that tired. Looks like teaming up was a good idea, eh boy Blunder? Jinx quipped, and Nightwing merely nodded his head as they approached the false titans. However, as they did, Trigon opened his eyes and frowned while looking towards the groups. Those doppelgangers are such worthless beings, bested by those children in such a short amount of time. My fire wraiths are more dangerous than them. Trigon thought with a sneer while looking towards the victorious teens with a frown. Behind him, however, a grin slipped over the Cubie's lips as he saw his chance at long last. Now all my hard work and planning will finally come to fruition. The Cubie thought to itself as it stalked closer and closer to Trigon from behind. As it did, BB felt the ground shake lightly and turned, only to widen his eyes when he noticed that the QB was now moving around. Dudes, BB said while trying to get his friend's attention, Cyborg rolling his eyes as he turns to the green jester. What is it, Beast Boy? The Titanium Titan questioned, and BB pointed behind Trigon. As one, Tartarus, the Titans, and even their doppelgangers turned around to see QB grinning sinisterly. Before any more words could be uttered, QB's tail suddenly lashed out, wrapping around Trigon's arms, legs, waist and neck before lifting him up into the air and away from his throne. The beast himself fully swakened at this and quickly attempted to free himself, but the QB's tails held him too firmly, and then turned him around to face the orange-furred fox. What is the meaning of this? Trigon demanded of the beast, and a grin merely crossed the QB's features as it crouched back as if it was ready to pounce. The beast then launched itself at Trigon, knocking him to the ground as it opened his mouth with two of its free tails, his eyes widening as QB literally stuffed himself inside of the massive red demon's mouth. Sorry for not answering, but I can't speak when outside of a host, and I lose most of my ability to reason, though that is about to end. QB explained in Trigon's mind as he crawled within the massive red demon's maw and then down his throat, the Titans, Tartarus, and JLU looking on in shock and disgust. Ah dude. That is like so nasty. BB cried while holding his stomach, and those in both Tartarus and the Titans agreed with him. As they looked on, the JLU quickly rushed over to the teens while watching the spectacle as well. Frowning deeply Batman as he watched the QB stuff itself into Trigon, the Dark Knight then looked over to Dr. Fate. Any idea what's going on? He questioned quickly, and Dr. Fate shook his head while looking at the spectacle as QB somehow managed to shove more than half of its body inside of Trigon. Not a bloody clue. How about you, Etrigan? Dr. Fate questioned and looked to the orange-skinned demon, only to see him backing away from Trigon and QB, fear plainly written over his face. That can't be a good sign. Donna realized and then turned back to where QB was 3/4 within Trigon, only to change into a wisp of red energy as he shoved the rest of his being within the massive red demon. Trigon stumbled and gripped at his head in pain, roaring out as he fell to his knees. What are you doing to me? Trigon demanded aloud, thrashing about as he felt an unbearable pain surge throughout his entire being, only to hear the QB's vile laughter echo within the depths of his mind. You are not but a fool, Trigon. While you were aware that you should never trust a demon stronger than yourself, but you forgot to take into account that I am also a fox demon. In my culture, a fox demon doesn't destroy things that would be useful to us. No, we possess them. QB cried within the mind of Trigon, his laughter echoing out within the recesses of the beast's mind as he fell to his side screaming and roaring out in pain as an unknown fire slowly burned his flesh away. Dude, I think the big fox thing was actually more dangerous than Trigon. BB suddenly said with wide eyes, and Nightwing twitched as they all backed away from the thrashing devil. Now you think? Jinx shouted at the green-furred teen while a red aura formed around Trigon, one shaped like a familiar fox. Traitor. I freed you from your PR prison, and this is how you repay me. Trigon demanded loudly, only to scream as black markings formed around his eyes, a pair of tails forming from the crimson aura around his body. As that happened, his blood seemed to shift and move into the air, making the aura slowly solidify as Trigon's skin was burned away from him. Traitor? Oh really? Perhaps I am, but I'm a demon Trigon, as well as a fox. It's perfectly in my nature to use, betray, or even destroy anything I want. You chose to use my help because you were just as impatient as I, and needed my help to free yourself from your prison. QB reminded within Trigon's mind as 4 more tails of crimson energy formed from him, and the red demon gritted his teeth while a set of enormous bones formed along Trigon's back, the skull acting as a mock helmet. Ugh! I will not stand for this insult, worm. You cannot control me. I am Trigon the Terrible. The demon roared out, only to scream in pain as his flesh completely ripped off of his body. Trigon roared out in pain as it was, only for his blood to flow into the skeleton, causing his overall mass to at least double, yet somehow his armor remained upon the arms and waist of this new being. Guys, I really think we need to get out of here. Kid Flash cried out while running to a safe distance. Shit. For once I'm with one of you snot-licking heroes. Every man for himself. The tiny terror exclaimed while activating his jetpack and flying into the distance, Jinx cursing as she had Kid WYKKYD pull the rest of them into a shadow before they all reformed upon the Sky Needle, yet the changing beast was still all too visible to them. Ha 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 ha. Control you? Oh, you won't have to worry about that, Trigon. When I'm done, I don't intend to leave even a shred of your being left to give me indigestion. Soon enough, both QB and Trigon will cease to exist, giving way for a new, even more powerful being to take its place. The QB exclaimed as Trigon's body started to change shape as a 9th tail formed. His hands landed on the ground and he roared out loudly, his head stretching and changing while his four eyes moved towards the sides of its head, both seeming to match the skull it was wearing. What the hell is this? That cubey thing wasn't even this big. Cyborg suddenly exclaimed while looking on in shocked fear while Batman frowned deeply. Kitsune were known to possess those of great spiritual strength. Some did so to trick people, some to hide, and others did so for power. I believe this is a case of the latter happening. Batman replied while they watched the deranged being screamed out into the night as its form was twisted more and more into something beyond demonic. I won't fade. I will endure, and I will destroy you. Trigon declared furiously even as a pair of long ears formed from his head, as well as his antler-like crowns forming out of the skull on his head changing into horns that curved back along his head. Endure all you like, it won't matter, because I shall restore the true power of darkness to all worlds. Go ahead and struggle, your hatred merely strengthens me, so struggle, resist, and hate me as much as you like. All it does is make it easier for me to absorb you into my being. QB declared darkly, his laughter echoing in the mind of Trigon even as he fell into darkness. Meanwhile a second mouth opened on the muzzle that had been formed from Trigon's body, the two mouths opening to unleash dual roars into the air as muscle tissue began to form over the bones on Trigon's body. Whatever this thing is, its way, freaky man. Seymour noticed while Jinx slapped the back of his head before frowning, as the shadows all around them seemed to move towards the beast. Titans, what happened to your doppelgangers? Jinx asked while looking around, and Batman frowned upon seeing the doppelgangers flying into the air, the shadow titans flying around spinning over top of the massive half-formed beast. Dude! BB exclaimed with wide eyes only to turn as Jinx and the others in Tartarus groaned before a dark mist was pulled out of each of them as Trigon had done before. However, unlike what Trigon did, they didn't form into a doppelganger, instead the mist flew towards the beast and then began to swirl above it with the Titan's doppelgangers. What now? Nightwing demanded, and Batman's eyes widened in shock. It's somehow channeling our negative energy too. He started to say only to grit his teeth as the same thing happened to him, Shaera, and Dr. Fate, Etrigan backing away from the beast as all of the negative energy flowed into the air and swirled around its head. The beast then roared loudly, drawing the Titan's attention as it opened its lower mouth and the negative energy spiraled downwards, into its gaping maw. Shadows around the beast then literally shifted towards its body, forming into skin and fur, a 10th tail forming from the body that had once been Trigon's. Dude! Beast Boy whispered in fear as the beast was completed, its head rising to roar out into the distance while a fifth eye popped open, the 4 crimson eyes that had once been Trigon's now surrounding it. The beast was easily twice as big as Trigon while still on all fours, its upper body reminded them of a human only with sharp ivory claws gleaming from its paws, deep obsidian black fur encompassing its entire body, save only for the red-orange stripes that crossed its shoulders and ribs in the same position as Trigon's own, Trigon's metal bracers and waist armor all that remained of the former threat to all things. Its hind legs were more like those of a beast, ending with large hooves that were once Trigon's, 10 long thin tails twisted and turned from it, lashing out at the air while they did so. Finally was its head, which was a muzzled thing with 2 massive mouths. The lower mouth looked to be normal, but the upper mouth stood out and made its head larger than average. It also had 5 horns growing back from its head at a slanted angle, giving the illusion of some kind of crown, 2 long rabbit-like ears trailing back from its head, a single massive eye is positioned at the middle of its head, right behind its upper mouth, and is bright blood red with a ripple-like pattern in it. 3 tomo shapes along each ring surrounding the pupil, thus ending with 9 tomo in its single eye, with 4 small blood-red glowing eyes positioned around this one massive eye. No way. Cyborg whispered in shock even as he helped Mammoth and Private Hive to their feet. This is so not good. Kid Flash added as the beast stood on all fours, silently surveying the world around it. Hera, help us. Donna whispered as she helped Shaera back to her feet along with a disorientated Batman. Forget Hera, we need all of Olympus down here. Nightwing said while looking to the massive beast, Donna blinking for a moment before nodding in agreement with her leader as the rest of Tartarus started to get up on their own. Is everyone alright, or am I the only one in pain? Jinx questioned aloud and got several pained grunts from the rest of Tartarus. Batman, you tried to say what it was doing before you passed out? Nightwing questioned, and the Dark Knight placed a hand to his head as he regained his bearings. It has absorbed our negative energy into itself. However, for what purpose it did so remains to be seen. Batman replied while he and the others walked towards the edge of the Sky Needle and looked on to the massive beast. It seemed only to stand there ominously, unmoving, its 5 red eyes remaining completely unfocused. Oh man, my head. Gizmo complained while pushing himself up and then shook his head for a moment before turning to all of the shocked faces around him. What are US munchers looking at? He demanded, and they all pointed to the distance, Gizmo following their gaze and then widening his eyes in shock upon seeing the gargantuan beast with 10 flailing tails. Guys, I don't think we're going to beat this thing even with Raven's powers, BB declared, no one looking to disagree with him, all of them watching the beast finally move slightly, stretching its neck and looking to the sky. Opening both, the beast then roared into the night loudly, its roar sending out a shockwave that rocked the earth and nearly knocked the group back. I am the Jubi no Yami. Darkness of the Ten Tails, the beast suddenly exclaimed, its deep voice echoing out over the land endlessly, before it then roared out into the night once more.